History and the Disciplines. The Reclassification of Knowledge in Early Modern Europe. Edited by Donald R. Kelley. V. Contents. Introduction. 1. Part I. The Problem of Knowledge. The Problem of Knowledge and the Concept of Discipline. Donald R. Kelley. 13. Bodin, Montaigne, and the Role of Disciplinary Boundaries. And Blair. 29. The Library as an Instrument of Discovery, Gabriel Noté and the Uses of History. Paul Nels. 41. Part 2. Philosophy and History. Thales Philosophus, The Beginning of Philosophy as a Discipline. Constance Blackwell. 61. Eclecticism and the History of Philosophy. Ulrich Schneider. 83. Gundling vs. Budius, Competing Models of the History of Philosophy. Martin Mulsau. 103. No Discipline, No History, The Case of Moral Philosophy. J. B. Schneewind. 127. Vico and the Barbarism of Reflection. Donald Philip Vereen. 143. Part 3. Human Sciences. An Antiquary Between Philology and History, Piresque and the Samaritans. Peter Miller. 163. Musical Scholarship in Italy at the End of the Renaissance, 1500-1650, From Veritas to Verisimilitude. Anne Moyer. 185. Natural Law and History, Pufendorf's Philosophical Historiography. Michael Seidler. 203. 18th Century Anthropology and the History of Mankind. Anthony Pigden. 223. 6. Part 4. Natural Sciences. Francis Bacon and the Reform of Natural History in the 17th Century. Paula Feindelin. 239. From Apotheosis to Analysis, Some Late Renaissance Histories of Classical Astronomy. Anthony Grafton. 261. Legitimizing a Discipline, James Mackenzie's History of Health, 1758. Heike Michaeli. 277. The Mantle of Muller and the Ghost of Goethe, Interactions between the Sciences and Their Histories. Nicholas Jardine. 297. Gender in Early Modern Science. Londa Scabinger. 319. Index. 335. 1. Introduction. These essays are all addressed, in specific historical ways and from particular disciplinary standpoints, to the problem of knowledge and to what used to be called the classification of the sciences. What is or what passes for knowledge? What are its divisions, and how should they be related? Who possesses this knowledge, and to what uses has it been put? How is it transmitted, and how can its history be understood and written? In this volume these questions are limited to the period between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Ranging across the epistemological barrier formed by the revolution of modern science, these contributions inquire into the changing disciplinary and interdisciplinary patterns of those parlous and tumultuous times which saw the fragmentation of old ideals and the creation of European modernity. What gives concreteness, continuity, and intelligibility to the history of Western knowledge is the concept of discipline, defined originally as the relationship between disciple and master and so possessing religious as well as pedagogical and perhaps political connotations. In general, disciplines constitute the nations, provinces, and smaller units on the map of learning at any given point in cultural time. A discipline may be seen as a science, art, or a craft, depending on the procedures it has formulated, the following it has collected, and the perspective it has formed on its own activities. What may be regarded as marks of disciplinarity include a characteristic method, specialized terminology, a community of practitioners, a canon of authorities, an agenda of problems to be addressed, and perhaps more formal signs of a professional condition, such as journals, textbooks, courses of study, libraries, rituals, and social gatherings, not to speak of revealing calls for more interdisciplinary approaches to knowledge. The ordering of disciplines has usually been hierarchical, from the Aristotelian system of practical and theoretical science to the new organon of Francis Bacon, for whom knowledges are as pyramids, with the more rational sorts of knowing placed at the top. In medieval, and indeed modern, universities, learning is a ladder, homologous with the classes of society and those of the great chain of being itself, liberal arts preparing the way for higher sciences such as medicine, law, and theology, and libraries relied on similar distinctions in their classification. The humanist movement of the Renaissance subverted this invidious arrangement, reverting to the classical conceit of a circle of learning, encyclopedia, but the new science of the 17th century restored. 2. The principle of hierarchy, making philosophy again the highest form of secular knowledge. From Descartes to the French ideologues and positivists, the disciplines were arranged in a chain, with the more rational sciences given priority, and universities today have in many ways, financially as well as intellectually, institutionally, and socially, preserved these priorities. The patterns formed by particular disciplinary trajectories and interplay, within the encyclopedia of available knowledge, have been kaleidoscopic and cacophonous. Some disciplines have enjoyed great longevity and extraordinary fortunes. Over many centuries the 7 liberal arts of the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and dialectic, and quadrivium, mathematics, geometry, music, and astronomy, have risen to high and even scientific status. Other disciplines, such as the sciences of medicine and law, after having fallen on hard times, have recovered spectacularly in the modern age. Still others, such as anthropology, hygiene, and many special branches of the physical, social, and life sciences, are of more recent vintage, though in no way less ambitious to achieve professional recognition. The picture is much more complicated by shifting alliances among older and newer fields of knowledge, natural philosophy joining with mathematics and the mechanical arts to form the new empirical and mathematical science, music forging links with poetry as well as mathematics, the study of religion seeking assistance from philology, the scientific form of grammar, and philosophy making connections with many other fields, especially with the eclectic school of the 17th and 18th centuries, which turned to history as the foundational discipline. This is not to say that the idea of discipline should be taken for granted, for interdisciplinary criticisms and crossovers have always operated to question, to weaken, or to deny intellectual barriers, and so, from the time of Ramus and Descartes down to the present century, have notions of the unity of science, or of scientific method. Still more fundamental critiques were launched by skeptics such as Henry Cornelius Agrippa of Netzheim and Francesco Sanchez, who cast doubt on the value and even possibility of positive knowledge. The stability and legitimacy of traditional, disciplinary knowledge were further undermined by human factors of race, class, and gender, which even for philosophers were occasionally acknowledged to be the conditions of learning and teaching. One may see the ideological and epistemological critiques of Foucault and Derrida as continuations of such skeptical lines of argument, as also postmodern attitudes toward history and intellectual tradition, but even here the concept retains at least a negative value, as a condition to be overcome. Indeed, discipline is a locus of many of the modernist assumptions, the founding function of the subject, intellectual influence and continuity, and ideas of progress which have been the targets of such post-structuralist criticism. Disciplines have often been the objects of study, in theoretical ways as well as in the history, analysis, or celebration of particularly disciplinary constructs. Both approaches are in different ways artificial and inadequate, theory tending to accept disciplines as more or less equivalent cultural units, commensurable. 3. Paradigms, to adopt the ubiquitous Kuhnian terminology, and disciplinary histories being bound in many ways to a presentist, internalist, and perhaps Whiggish approach. The papers assembled here are much more concerned with the cultural, contextual, institutional, and historically problematic aspects of disciplines and with the investigation of particular texts, authors, intellectual projects, and what Nicolas Jardine calls the scenes and fortunes of Inquiry. The problem of knowledge takes many forms in the early modern period, especially during the search for a proper method of understanding and discovery. And Blair addresses the question through a comparative study of the work of Jean Bodin and Michel de Montaigne. Despite similar backgrounds and experiences in an age of religious conflict, Bodin and Montaigne took fundamentally different views of the problem of knowledge and the conditions of thought. Bodin's approach was encyclopedic but uncritical, for in his study of natural history as well as history and politics he plucked the flowers accepted unproblematically as facts from his vast reading, gathering his data indiscriminately into commonplace books, which he then shaped magisterially into useful and conventionally disciplined knowledge. By contrast, Montaigne, in the pursuit of self-knowledge, questioned the philosophical and literary works that attracted his interest and focused not on pre-recorded knowledge but on whatever insight into the human condition he could attain. If Bodin's construction was a grand theatre, a replica perhaps of God's own creation, that of Montaigne was a literary self a new and more profound Michel created in an unprecedented book representing a critical journey across many intellectual boundaries in a search for a personal wisdom transcending disciplinary knowledge. Bodin and Montaigne both worked within the tradition of Renaissance humanism, an intellectual project aspiring to encompass not only the liberal arts but the whole heritage of learning which print culture made available, and which Bacon called historia literaria, literary history in the sense of everything that had been written down. In this explosion of knowledge another new discipline came into play, that is, library science, represented especially in the bibliographical works of Conrad Gessner, Antonio Passivino, and other pioneers in the effort to accommodate the old encyclopedia to the new learning. Drawing on these precedents, as Paul Nels shows, Gabriel Naudet helped to define the structure and role of the public library, which Nels called the defining institution of the 17th-century Republic of Letters. In the modern Bibliotheca, Naudet envisioned not only an institutional embodiment of the encyclopedia and the old art of memory but also, in Baconian style, an instrument of research and the transformation of culture. His plan, following the precedent of humanists like Polidori Virgil and anticipating the modern faculty system of higher learning, made history, and the history of disciplines in particular, the organizational principle of modern, fast accumulating knowledge. In the institution of the modern library all the disciplines of early modern European culture could find a place, continue to compete for elevated and 4. Even foundational status, and make contributions to the kaleidoscopic problem of knowledge that still occupies historians as well as philosophers. In the library, as in the university and the Republic of Letters at large, the foundational discipline was philosophy, and philosophy was also establishing ties with history. In its largest extent philosophy continued to be virtually coterminous with human knowledge. In a more restricted sense it is an academic discipline which, while identified in medieval universities as the teaching of Aristotle, took on new and more eclectic forms in the early modern period and was separated from particularly doctrinal schools. This became clear through the work of scholars and critics who, out of the writings of philosophers drawn from many centuries, created a new self-proclaimed discipline called the history of philosophy, Historia Philosophica. From the 17th century this new science, which had itself recently emerged from the larger field of the history of literature, gave both legitimacy and an illustrious genealogy to the field which, following the work of Diogenes Laertius, it surveyed, and thereby, in a historical way, defined. Constance Blackwell's paper shows how philosophy, through efforts to reconstruct its origins, established its intellectual identity and separated itself from myth and religion. Renaissance scholars often confused philosophy with wisdom, sapientia, in general, including Near Eastern occult traditions, and it was the task of self-proclaimed critical historians like J. Brucker to extricate true philosophy from the ignoble and irrational antecedents of Prisca theologia. So, following Diogenes Laertius, Brucker restricted the discipline of philosophy terms, concept, and practicito the Greeks, beginning with Thales, who has ever since headed the Western philosophical canon. The philosophical movement which gave a conceptual basis to this alliance with history was that of eclectic philosophy. Ulrich Schneider traced the transition of eclecticism from a sect to a general method, Methodus Eclectica, which upholding the ancients in the philosophical version of their quarrel with moderns such as the skeptical Cartesians at once liberated philosophy from the authority of the schools and at the same time joined it to its ancient heritage in a positive and hermeneutical way. According to Christian Thomas, Johann Sturm, J. F. Buddy, and other eclectics, the best procedure for philosophy was to select, on the basis of critical scholarship, the best from this inheritance and thus, while avoiding the fallacies of syncretism, to advance from error to enlightened truth. The motto of eclecticism was that there could be no valid philosophy without the history thereof, so that philosophy was in effect historicized, and the history of philosophy legitimized as a discipline in its own right. A more problematic disciplinary formation was moral philosophy, which was situated, paradoxically, both in the circle of liberal arts, being one of the 5 studia humanitatis, and among the practical sciences of Aristotelian philosophy. J. B. Schneewind shows the mixed heritage of this inchoate discipline, defined alternatively as art and as science and torn as it were between Athens 5. and Jerusalem in Matthew Arnold's famous formula, between Hebraism and Hellenism in its efforts to find a satisfactory genealogy and a usable past. Was moral philosophy a legacy of Socrates, who gave philosophy a practical turn in the famous characterization of Cicero, or of an older, pre-Greek tradition indicated clumsily by the, later discredited, hypothesis that Pythagoras was Jewish? In other words, was moral philosophy primarily rational or religious in inspiration? Was it tied to assumptions about the essentially rational or essentially sinful nature of humankind? Later thinkers, such as Barberuk, were of 2 minds about this historical philosophical issue, but in any case each of these grand narratives demanded a single aim premise which, Schneewind argues, is untenable in the light of the history of moral philosophy, which leaves as questionable the disciplinary status of moral philosophy. With the work of Giambattista Vico we remain in the tradition of eclectic philosophy in a sense, but we also reach, in a sense, the end of disciplines. What Vico envisaged, likewise on the basis of historical and philological scholarship, was a totalizing metaphysical new science which, while drawing on the entire heritage of Western arts and sciences, especially rhetoric, philology, and law, aspired to bring them all together into one historicist encyclopedia. Donald Vereen tries to capture an important aspect of Vico's metahistorical creation by examining a paradoxical coinage which joins one term associated with the primitive stages of human experience, parallel to the contemporary savagery discussed by Lafita, with another associated with its maturity or senility. The barbarism of reflection is a characterization of an element for the abstract and hyper-rational line of argument, traceable usually to Descartes and Locke, which has alienated human thinking from experience, diverted it from virtue, and divorced it from piety. According to Vereen, Vico's new science is a grand oration on moral philosophy. Yet it transcends this discipline, if discipline it was, in its inter- and transdisciplinary aspiration through a critical and cyclical return to unified wisdom to be at once philology, law, philosophy, theology, and a universal history of ideas. It is characteristic of lowly liberal arts to aspire to the status of science, and this is just what happened to the Ars Grammatica as it was transformed into the science of philology. This discipline, likewise claiming an ancient pedigree, had risen above its trivial origins in the work of scholars such as Lorenzo Valla, whose discipline was rhetoric, and Angelo Poliziano, who, like Erasmus, still called himself a grammarian. Philology expanded interdisciplinary contacts without the whole encyclopedia of arts and sciences, which itself was transformed, of course, during the century that separated Erasmus, d. 1536, and Nicolas Claude Fabry de Pyresque, d. 1637, whom Peter Miller takes as illustrating the condition of the Republic of Letters in the wake of discoveries, geographical as well as scientific. Pyresque carried on the tradition of biblical studies associated especially with Erasmus, but unlike that pioneer of biblical humanism, Pyresque could draw upon a vastly increased knowledge of Oriental 6. Languages, thanks to the labors of the younger Scaliger and others, a wider scholarly network, extended by expeditions to the Levant, and grammars and other reference tools unavailable to earlier generation. The Pyrescan project examined by Miller is the study of the newly discovered manuscript of the Samaritan Pentateuch, which introduced the, still debated, question of variance in the Hebrew text of the first 5 books of the Bible. In keeping with humanist scholarship and in contrast to the critical disciplinary efforts of Kepler and Brucker, Pyresque continued to be fascinated with prehistorical, indeed pretextual, origins. Regarding the Samaritan language as giving potential access to an original text of Hebrew scriptures and perhaps to the lost language of ancient Egypt, Pyresque anticipated the later work not only of the Oriental Renaissance and the higher criticism of the Bible but also of the new disciplinary formations, notably modern comparative and historical linguistics. If philology asserted claims to interdisciplinary relevance as well as disciplinary status and a certain conceptual autonomy, so did other members of the old circle of liberal arts, though not always with the same success. Music, for example, was situated in the quadrivium, locus of the mathematical subjects, and yet claimed links as well with the art of poetry, drama, and other disciplines within the humanities. In the Renaissance, Pythagorean constructions of music as a transcendent expression of universal harmonies at once elevated and confused its intellectual status. Music displayed an ambiguous character, too, in being divided not only between theory and practice but also between composition and performance and of course introducing aesthetic considerations as well. And Moyer traces the career of this discipline, especially in terms of humanist treatises on the ars musica, from the early Renaissance to the period when, as in the work of Vincenzo Galilei, physical and scientific, example acoustical, questions came more fully into play. In the later period, too, psychological and medical questions overshadowed the old focus on Pythagorean interpretation. In the musical counterpart to the quarrel between ancients and moderns, music history and antiquarian research became important, although, in contrast to visual art as well as literature, the recovery of the object of this study, music itself, was in large part speculative. By the 17th century, music improved its disciplinary status and historical perspective, but at the cost of losing its claims to be a universal key to understanding the mysteries and harmonies of the universe. History also played a role in practical, or what we would now call human philosophy, including law, ethics, and anthropology in a modern sense. In the 16th century, history had already formed alliances with what was already called jurisprudence and political science. In the 17th century it established ties also with the, as Otto Gierke called it, antique modern philosophy of modern natural law. Best known as one of the 2 or 3 most influential members of this school, Samuel Pufendorf, like his friend Leibniz, wrote and though extensively about history, especially in terms of contemporary political issues. As Michael Seidler shows, Pufendorf interpreted historical 7. Action within a secular moral framework, defined by the modern ius natural and ius gentium, which liberated history from transcendent and theodicean assumptions and represented it as a field of free human agency, diverse conditions, and undetermined form. History has practical value but had to be viewed not sub specie aeternitate but according to the multiply and as it were monadic perspectives of modern European political life. In the transfigurations of the old encyclopedia and its divisions, older disciplines have, in order to survive, been renewed or modernized, but occasionally a wholly new form of knowledge has emerged from unorganized practices and concepts within traditional structures of knowledge. A notable case in point is modern anthropology, a term which was equivalent originally to psychology but which came to designate the ethnographic study of human behavior based on travel, field work, systematic observation, and theoretical interpretation. Historical scholarship had long supplemented philosophical speculation in the effort to understand human nature in its widest sense. The exploration of the New World provided no less exotic examples of human diversity, and it was out of this growing mass of ethnographic data and its increasing sophisticated analysis that this new discipline developed and that the human science more generally expanded. Anthony Pagden illustrates this extraordinary process with special attention to the observations on the customs and culture of the American savages, which was a major contribution to the Enlightenment project of the history of humanity in a global sense and to anthropology in a contemporary sense. The natural sciences, too, look to history to tell their disciplinary stories and give themselves honorable pedigrees. Paula Feindeland shows how Francis Bacon attempted to reform the field of natural history, essential to natural philosophy, and so to transform this classical pursuit into a modern scientific discipline and profession. For Bacon, very much in the spirit of Kepler and Brucker, disciplining natural history meant extricating it from its trivial humanist, and one might say Bodleian, condition and setting in on a methodical and scientific course. Clearly, this disciplinary reform was directed not only to more reliable, that is, more direct and less literary or historical knowledge of the natural world, but also to the formulation of a proper method by which to give shape and direction to the serious projects of modern philosophy. Although Bacon's efforts bore little immediate fruit, they did serve as a model for later research, and they set a widely accepted storyline for the history of science and of the many sub-disciplines which it was to spawn. Anthony Grafton illustrates the phenomenon of disciplinary self-definition with reference to astronomy, an art which was elevated from its quadrivial condition to the level of philosophy by Ptolemy and his descendants and correctors, Copernicus, and especially Johann Kepler. Before Kepler, Renaissance scholars, notably the mathematician George Joachim Rheticus and the nature philosopher Girolamo Cardano, told the story of the heavens an area shared. 8. By astronomy and astrology is a search parallel to that of philosophy in general, and they also traced it back to pre-Greek practices, especially those of the Egyptians and Chaldeans, based on belief in a lost astronomical wisdom analogous to the pre-philosophical Prisca Sapientia detectable in the Hermetic texts and other occult sources. In his New Astronomy, Kepler, while he was sympathetic to astrology and a certain sort of number mysticism, rejected speculation about a lost science of the stars. As Brucker restricted the history of philosophy as a modern discipline to the Greek wise men, so Kepler, seeking astronomy without hypotheses, designated the Greeks, in the person of Ptolemy, as the founders of the discipline which he devoted his life to renewing. Heike Michaeli shows the emergence of another new scientific discipline out of one of the oldest of human sciences. From antiquity, hygiene, or dietetics, was recognized as part of medicine, but in the early modern period, within the framework of medical humanism, it established itself as an independent field of study. Practical as well as theoretical, popular as well as academic in character, health science looked to non-naturals, diet, exercise, and other physical actions, to induce physiological change and so to operate not only as remedies but also as preventive medicine and, according to the agenda of Cardano, Bacon, and others, to furnish a means of pursuing longevity. By way of illustration, Michaeli looks in particular at James Mackenzie's History of Health, 1758, which not only sets down rules of health but also gave legitimacy to this new discipline within the framework of old-fashioned humoral, and astrological, medicine by showing its progress over many generations. Nicolas Jardine carries the question of the disciplinary history of science, via medicine in particular, into the 19th century by examining the contrasting views of two German colleagues and rivals, Émile du Bois-Reymond and Rudolf Virchow. In terms not only of their conceptions of their discipline, its past and future, but also of its relations with society and culture more generally, these two scientists stood poles apart. Virchow took a traditionalist view of medicine, looking sympathetically upon speculative German nature philosophy and the poetic influence of Goethe's controversial natural philosophy, and yet socially he was a radical, committed to the reformation of society as well as clinical practice. By contrast, du Bois-Reymond, no activist, was a champion of the new experimental methods, and his career line followed this privileging of laboratory medicine. The interpretations of the history of medicine by the rivals displays a similar contrast, with du Bois-Reymond adopting a Baconian notion of progress through experimental science, and Virchow taking a wider but softer focus that set the history of medicine in a social and cultural context. As Jardine concludes, the history of science is still in a sense divided between what would now be called triumphalist and socio-constructionist interpretations. That natural sciences, in the early modern period, in their drive to achieve high disciplinary status, including official support and a place in the university curriculum, and library catalogues, tended to be exclusive as well as elitist, and one consequence was the barring of women from participation in profs. 9. Scienal scientific activities. Landesgebinger, in an essay that is a plea as well as an analysis, shows how the value-free pretensions of early modern science and the notion that the operations of the mind were above sexual influences, instead of leading to the sort of objectivity that these beliefs seem to entail, were in fact turned against women scholars. Instead of rising above the human condition, male scientists had a skewed view of gender which distorted their perceptions of nature in general, as illustrated most conspicuously by the efforts of biological classification of sexual parts of plants, for example, and especially the Linnaean class of mammals. What, Science-Binger asks, would science have been like without these invidious attitudes toward gender? These are just a few soundings on the changing chart of knowledge in the Republic of Letters in early modern Europe, illustrating the problematic role of disciplines and the expansion, traversing, and obliteration of disciplinary frontiers by a variety of scholars, humanists as well as scientists, theoreticians as well as practitioners, critics as well as historians. One common pattern is the employment of history to give identity, antiquity, and, therefore, legitimacy to disciplinary formations such as music, astronomy, and philosophy itself, processes that may also, as in the case of natural history, be accompanied by projects of reformation and modernization. These historical efforts were generally cast in the form of stories of progress and a critical awareness that even in the case of traditional disciplines such as philology entailed separation from earlier, often mythical stages of traditional disciplinary histories. The result was modernized stories of the rise of particular disciplines and the formation of new perspectives, canons, methods, and authorities, notions of mastership and discipleship for the further advancement of particular arts and sciences. At the same time, the notion of disciplinary knowledge came into question, as is evident by the divergent conceptions of science formed by Bodin and Bacon, shift from a largely literary to a large experiential, or experimental, method. Some fields, such as moral philosophy and perhaps anthropology, transcended academic convention and seem difficult to situate within the framework of disciplinary knowledge at all, as attempts to write their history revealed large cultural disparities that impeded simple definition. Still other scholars, from Montaigne to Vico and Lafitau, carried on their unconventional enterprises beyond the disciplinary grid of academic knowledge in search of deeper and more human forms of understanding. Their inter-meta- or anti-disciplinary ventures are also part of the problem of knowledge and the concept of discipline in this early period of Western modernity and pre-postmodernity. Donald R. Kelley. 11. Part I. The problem of knowledge. 13. The problem of knowledge and the concept of discipline. Donald R. Kelley. Since the Renaissance, Western philosophy has been dominated by the problem of knowledge, episteme, scientia, cognitio, science, connaissance, scienza, Wissenschaft, Erkenntnis, etc. For philosophers this has meant above all epistemology or gnoseology, that is, the debates excited in the wake of the Cartesian cogito, the Lockean way of ideas, and the Kantian critique of pure reason. Can we know at all? And if so, how? Through the senses, reason, or a combination of the two? Can knowledge be certain? How can we achieve such certainty? Such questions have led academic philosophy down an abstract road toward a vision of rigorous science, strenge Wissenschaft, in Husserl's phrase, to an hegemony over other fields, but such is the price that must be paid for such rigor. They have also encouraged a break between the form and content, the acquisition and transmission, and the nature and history of knowledge. Attendant on these issues is a second major problem, which is that of the unity of knowledge. Is science an integrated whole, or should it be so integrated, or is it, and should it be, as diversified as the human condition itself? Plato described the question in the Sophist in this way. Knowledge is one, but each separate part of it which applies to some particular subject has a name of its own, hence there are many arts technae and kinds of knowledge, or science epistemi. Point 3. Philosophers have usually sought to transcend the particular, often regarded as the lower, arts and disciplines and their languages through a unified method or meta-language, which has usually been demonstrative, whether logical, mathematical, or metaphysical. In the mid-16th century, for example, Peter Ramus argued that there should be but one method for establishing science, quod sit una doctrini instituendis methodus, and this neo-scholastic line of argument was pursued in various ways by Bacon, Descartes, Leibniz, and other major figures in the philosophical canon. Related to these questions, too, is the problem of the proper scope of philosophy. In the medieval scheme of learning, philosophy, or science, held a subordinate position. According to the Venerable Hildebert, scientia is the lower part of reason by which men can correctly manage their earthly affairs and secular business, and arrange to live rightly in this depraved world which everyone knows to be mortal. 5. 14. The possibility of true philosophy and perfect knowledge had been eliminated by the fall, which itself, ironically, had been produced by an excess of curiosity. In modern times philosophy regained some of its original prestige, but there continued to be disagreement about its scope. On the one hand there is the belief that philosophy consists in first principles knowledge through causes, scientia est per causas cognitio, is one common formulation, which usually implies metaphysics. On the other hand there is the polyhistorical or encyclopedic idea that philosophy is the sum of the intellectual practices which have been produced by human culture and which have been communicated through methods and institutions of formalized learning. Philosophia est omnis civilis cognitio is the way the encyclopedist Johann Alst put it in the early 17th century. Philosophy is the understanding of everything intelligible. 6. Now this encyclopedic and eclectic view is obviously a world apart from the revolution of modern science celebrated in more recent times, and yet it has never entirely disappeared from the agenda of philosophical inquiry. In any case, what is at issue here is the second option, not the high road to science opened up by Galileo and Descartes or even Bacon and Locke, but the low road traveled by the old-fashioned philologists and the polyhistors. The purpose, in other words, is to explore the problem of knowledge not in terms of formal philosophy, not as the abstract construction of ideas out of reason or experience, but as a process of what I will call mathesis. By this old term, mathesis, I mean not the study of mathematical quantity, as 17th-century scholars like Gerard Vossius employed the word, or the universal mathesis of Descartes or Leibniz, or certainly the mad mathesis of Pope, mathesis too mad, he says, for mere material chains to bind. Point 7. Rather, reverting to an earlier usage, I mean that system of study which Renaissance scholars called discipline, but which, as Juan Luis Vives noted, the ancients called mathesis eighth. That is, the connection between the master, didaskalos, and the disciple, mathets, the process of intellectual transmission or succession which ostensibly gave structure and continuity to Greek philosophical tradition from the very beginning. The most notorious example of this authoritarian pattern can be seen in the legendary career of Pythagoras, the very inventor of the term philosophos. The godlike one, as his disciples called him, bound himself to no master. According to Iamblichus, he neglected no doctrine valued in his time, no man for understanding, no rite honored in any region, no place where he expected to find some wonder. So he visited all the priests, profiting from each one's particular wisdom. 9. Yet despite his own eclectic background, the pedagogical method of Pythagoras was, legend has it, masterly in every sense of the term, and according to a Cartesian critic, his disciples, discipuli, resolved questions not by reason but by authority, non rationis sed auctoritatis causa, following the famous Pythagorean formula, cited also by Vives, ipsi dixit, autos epha. 10, and as founder of the Italic 15. sect, Pythagoras passed on his magisterial habits, learned, it was believed, from the Egyptian priests he had visited, to Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and the sects and academies in which philosophy came to be taught, with structure and continuity being provided by the master, scholarch, and a regularized succession, diadochi. In the history of philosophy, this diadochism is given classical expression in the foundational work of Diogenes Laertius, The Lives and Opinions of the Philosophers. Assembled in the 3rd century AD, this uncritical collection of lives, opinions, documents, anecdotes, memorable sayings, and poems, including his own, was based not only on oral tradition but also on a mass of previous writing, including historical treatises on the succession of philosophers by Sophion and Alexander Polyhistor and philosophical works and comments of philosophers on their predecessors. Literary fortune, rather than scholarly or conceptual quality, made Diogenes Laertius in effect the founder of philosophical doxography and a treasury of information about the human aspects of ancient philosophical tradition. 11. The pattern established by Greek diadochism was continued by medieval scholars, who likewise received doctrine on the basis of the principle of magister dixit. Initially at least, discipular, truth had its foundation in, doctrinal, authority learning, disera, and teaching, disera, being, for Isidore of Seville, the respective etymological roots of discipline, disera and plena, and doctrine 12. According to a lecturer at the University of Paris in the 13th century, discipline expresses the spiritual link between the master and the pupil. 13. Disciplina in discipulo, doctrina in magistro was the often repeated formula according to the entry in Thomas Cooper's Latin Dictionary of 1565, learning as it is perceived of the scholar, doctrine as it is taught of the maester. However remote from epistemology, the concept of discipline is essential to the problem of knowledge in human terms, representing as it does the categories of learning and vehicles of intellectual transmission over many centuries, and in this connection disciplina has been essential to pedagogical theory and practice, which has its own sort of rudimentary epistemology. Medieval scholars such as Boethius and Gilbert de la Porree regularly distinguished between the doctrinal and the disciplinary, knowledge transmitted disciplinaliter and doctrinaliter, aspects of learning as a human process aimed at, though not identical with, an intellectual and pedagogical ideal. 14. Discipline has had a special relationship with philosophy, which according to Cassiodorus was the discipline of disciplines, disciplina disciplinarum. 15 and, in the still more hyperbolic phrase of the great humanist Guillaume Bude, the inventor of disciplines, inventrix disciplinarum. 16 The term discipline has been regularly represented in philosophical dictionaries. In Goclenius's Lexicon Philosophicum, 1613, discipline could be either an art or a science, disciplina interdum accipiter pro arte vel scientia, and constituted for him what, in a restricted sense, the Greeks called mathesis. And according to the Lexicon Philosophicum of Etienne Chauvin, 1692. 16. Discipline is a conception accepted from a master, such that disciples follow the master's example through his teaching. It is in this way that philosophy is formed, so that discipline is properly compared to the light of natural reason. If the idea of discipline has not figured prominently in speculative philosophy, it was certainly central to the work of encyclopedic authors such as Bartholomew Keckerman and Johannes Alst. Method is the soul and form of disciplines, Keckerman wrote in 1612, and without them there is coherence neither in things nor in the human understanding of things. 17 In his Philosophia Restituta of the same year, and again, in more detail, in his Encyclopedia, Alst offered an elaborate theory of discipline in connection with his polyhistorical vision, describing the principles, nature, difference, and various ways of teaching the disciplines making up his encyclopedia. For Alst, disciplines could be considered in three ways: as universal, if their principles are general, such as physics or ethics; as common, if their principles are similar, such as geography or astrology; or as singular if they are unique, such as a language. 18 Internal discipline, disciplina interna, was an intellectual habitus, while external discipline was a methodical system organized for the instruction and perfection of individuals, an encyclopedia being a system of such disciplinary subsystems. In its disciplinary deployment, according to Alst, knowledge ranged from the most certain scientia, which is demonstrable and necessary, down to the lowest opinio, which is probable rather than certain and dependent on local consensus rather than universal reason. In philosophical tradition, opinion, Dasein, has been a derogatory term at least since Plato, and modern philosophy has preserved this pejorative usage. 19 Ian Hacking associates opinion with the 17th century emergence of probability, but for many philosophers it represented an even more degraded form of knowledge, being identified with unreflective custom, partisanship, or material interest, and arbitrary authority. 20 As Hume observed, though men be much governed by interest, yet even interest itself, and all human affairs, are entirely governed by opinion. 21 For Hegel, the conventional history of philosophy is a mere gallery of opinions, Meinungen, which becomes a thing of idle curiosity, of interest only to the merely erudite, for erudition consists mainly in knowing a mass of useless things. 22 But useless for what, one may ask, and for whom? And is it really legitimate to reserve the word opinion just for the views of others, as philosophers from Plato to Popper have commonly done? For clearly, the term opinion may have positive connotations. In his treatise on opinion of 1733, Gilbert Charles Legendre reminded his readers that all human sciences are grounded in opinion, and in this connection he cited the famous aphorism of Pindar, invoked long before by Montaigne, Charon, and other skeptics, which recognized that custom, or opinion, was ruler in human affairs, opinion, sovereign over gods and men. Pindar appelle l'opinion la souveraine de Dieu et de hommes is Legendre's rendering of Pindar's Nomos Basileus. 23 The new philosophy that placed all in doubt affected to be free of prejudice. 17 Dice, a pejorative buzzword of the dawning Enlightenment, and indeed any subjection to previous authority. 24 Pierre Sylvain Regis, who was one of Descartes' most faithful disciples, portrayed Pythagoras as a paradigm of dogmatic philosophy, and he repeated the old charge that the opinions of Pythagoras were cited by his discipuli to resolve questions not by reason but by authority, non rationis sed auctoritas causat. Not until the 16th century, Regis concluded, was philosophy finally liberated from such servile habits. In the 17th century such declarations of independence from magisterial authority were also expressed by the common slogan, liberty of philosophizing, libertas philosophandi, and by the Oratian formula, nulla in verbis magistri jurari. 25 Yet to some critics such claims sounded hollow, Regis himself being a prime example of idolatrous Cartesianism. In any case, how was it possible to escape one's education, as Descartes affected to do? To devotees of the older learning this was a dream based on an uncritical psychology. As Bartholomew Keckerman insists, invoking Aristotle, all learning and all disciplines proceed from previous knowledge. 26 These precognita, as he and Alst called them, stemmed both from nature and from philosophy, and they were essential for disciplinary knowledge. They are equivalent to that essential for structure of the understanding, as Gadamer, with reference to Heidegger, calls it, and they constitute precisely that sort of prejudice which the novators, especially the Cartesians, were trying to purge from philosophy, that prejudice against prejudice, as Gadamer has called it, which has always haunted the projects of rationalism. On the threshold of the Enlightenment the history of philosophy was thus situated between two intellectual poles, one the attitude associated with Descartes which relegated this field to the history of error and untrustworthy opinion. Descartes' own experience with philosophy was most disillusioning, seeing that it has been cultivated for many centuries by the best minds. And that nevertheless so single thing is to be found in it which is not the subject of dispute. His own solution was in effect to divorce reason from memory. In the first of his rules for the direction of the mind, Descartes warned against certain special investigations and the distractions which they presented to the achievement of universal wisdom, and in the third rule he advised directing attention not to what others have thought, nor to what we ourselves conjecture, but to what we can clearly and perspicuously behold and with certainty deduce. 27. The Cartesian model of wisdom is the lone conceptualizer working with the simplest analytical concepts and ostensibly unencumbered by the erudition of the past. At the opposite extreme from Descartes was his nemesis, Pierre Daniel Huet, who likewise prefixed an autobiographical declaration, written in 1692, to his profession of philosophical faith. From my school reading so ardent a love of ancient philosophy had seized me, that from that period classical literature seemed to me the handmaid of the science. By this passion I was led to a knowledge of the sex of those ancient 18. high priests of philosophy which are treated of in Diogenes Laertius, which, compared with the observations of others, gave me an intimate acquaintance with the history of philosophy. 28. For Huet understanding was inseparable from this boundless science established by Diogenes Laertius, whom, he confessed, he took as his constant companion in all leisure times and travels. Here indeed is an opposition that suggests a meeting of two cultures, one devoted to ideals of certainty and logical closure, the other to accommodation and encyclopedic coverage. In some cases the opposition appears in a single author. In his philosophical work, for example, Condillac rejected opinion as frivolous and less than useless, while in his voluminous historical writings he took a very different view. He turned in particular to the famous prize question posed by the Academy of Sciences of Berlin in 1757, what is the reciprocal influence of the opinions of a people on its language and of its language on its opinions? Opinions, Meinungen, being the operative term, point 29 historically, he concluded, opinion and the revolution of opinions followed the revolutions of empires and formed the very substance of history. Opinion represented the first stages of the progresses of the human mind, les progrès de l'esprit humain, note the plural form, leading to higher levels of culture which made possible Condillac's own enlightened and quite unsystematic philosophy. Viewed in historical and what I have called mathematic terms, then, the problem of knowledge concerns not philosophically whether or psychologically how the thinking subject knows, but rather the extent, structure, and divisions of knowledge as acquired, communicated, recalled, criticized, transformed, and advanced or retarded by human effort in the course of time. In this sense philosophy is identified with the whole encyclopedia of arts and sciences, not only that of Vincent of Beauvais and of the medieval university but also that of Diderot and his colleagues. According to Diderot's encyclopedia, science, as a philosophical term, is the clear and certain understanding connaissance of something through principles either self-evident or demonstrable. Science in this sense is opposed to doubt, and opinion is the mean between the two. It is in this middle area between the polar extremes of certainty and doubt that the problem of knowledge is situated in its most practical and historical guises. It is in this area, too, that the history of philosophy has for the most part been cultivated. The history of philosophy has had its own disciplinary history, beginning as a department of humanist scholarship and ending up as a science in its own right and an essential preparation for the study of philosophy itself. 30 The literary tradition of Historia Philosophiae may be traced back to the foundational work of Diogenes Laertius and, in modern times, those of George Horne and Thomas Stanley, both in 1655, and Gerard Vossius, 1658, but these were labors of humanist scholarship and criticism and conceptually unsatisfying to philosophers who wanted what Leibniz called, in a distinction made. 19. Famous more recently by Thomas Kuhn, internal, as distinguished from external, history. Leibniz saw this turn away from Laertian doxography to the history of ideas in the teachings of Jacob Thomasius and, in a famous letter of 20/30 April 1669, wrote to his former mentor, most of the others are skilled rather in antiquity than in science and have given us lives rather than doctrines. You will give us the history of philosophy, not of philosophers, non philosophorum, sed Philosophia Historia. 31. The new discipline of the history of philosophy, with roots in humanist scholarship and Protestant theology, reached its first high point in the modern school of eclecticism, which was associated especially with Jacob Thomasius's son Christian, J. F. Buttius, N. N. Gundling, and other colleagues, especially at the University of Halle. The classic work of eclectic history was J. J. Brucker's Historia Critica Philosophiae, 174,244, which not only summed up the story of philosophy from prehistorical times but also fixed the canon of the new discipline for generations to come. The scientific status of Historia Philosophica at this time was signaled in a number of ways, including studying the history of philosophy, characteristic of the emergence of academic disciplines in celebratory orations, university courses and professorships, scholarly correspondence, monographs, textbooks, and scholarly journals, and in variety of fascinating iconographic representations. The drift of these organs and media of communication, however, was generally away from the conceptual philosophical focus championed by Leibniz and Thomasius and back to doxographical interest in the personalities and the literature of philosophy and with the human conditions of philosophizing. 32. In 1715 C.A. Human, another eclectic philosopher at the Halle, founded a journal called Acta Philosophorum, modeled on the Acta Eruditorum, founded a generation earlier, and featuring not only articles but also bibliographies and reviews of recent literature. 33 The journal was devoted to the proposition that eclecticism was, as Human declared in his editorial statement, the best method of philosophizing and, furthermore, that no one deserved the name philosopher who was not an eclectic. Das keiner den Namen eines Philosophie verdienter nicht ein Eclecticus ist. In successive issues of the Acta Human gave a comprehensive, up-to-date survey of the history of philosophy, word, concept, and discipline from its origin, Ursprung, through all stages of succession and growth, Wachstum. In this connection Human published an extensive dissertation on the scholarly theme and ancient topos of the credibility of history, Fides Historiae, especially as it applied to the myth-ridden canon of philosophy. 34 According to Human, there are two methods of writing history, for one can represent either it in terms of disciplines, such as the history of logic, of metaphysics, etc., or in terms of geography and chronology and show how philosophy has been treated, according to each discipline, in different places, from the beginning of the world down to our own time. 35. 20. For the history of philosophy self-knowledge required not merely inward-looking speculation but inquiry into the cultural and historical conditions of philosophical practice. In significant contrast to poets, Human wrote, philosophers are made, not born, Philosophie funt, non nascuntur, and this leads to another major theme of the Acta, the character of the philosopher, or philosophical genius, von dem ingenio philosophico. 36 Human recognized geniuses of the first and second magnitude, depending on their powers of judgment and criticism, freedom from prejudice and superstition, and temperamental balance between doubt and enthusiasm, illustrated by men like Bruno and Cardinaux, who believed everything he read. He also wondered, following Augustine, if bastards had a special talent and whether women or castrathi were capable of philosophy. Perhaps the mind had some sexual elements after all. Beyond psychological factors, Human inquired into the influence of environment, climate, the stars, and historical periods. Was there a genius locorum or a genius seculi? All ages have their genius, he remarked, adding that this was also something for historians to consider. 37 All nations seem to have claimed precedence in this connection, but all these claims, including those by the Germans, were exaggerated. Nevertheless, historians needed to take into account factors of nationality, and to examine the special quality of philosophizing in England, France, and other modern nations. Philosophy was thus not only the desire for truth but also a human creation, and proverbially, Human did not omit to note, to be human is to err, error humanum est. Philosophy was carried on by all sorts of people, in all sorts of times and places, under all sorts of languages. In short and in more familiar terms, philosophy was a cultural construction, and it was accessible only through literary texts, except perhaps for secret and esoteric oral traditions, that had to be understood in historical context. This was not a lesson that many philosophers wanted to learn, and what emerged from these disciplinary discussions was the great issue which, from the 18th century down to the present, has been called the philosophy of the history of philosophy, and which centers on Thomas Kuhn's famous question about the role of history in science, in this case philosophy. 38 On one side of this question were the enthusiasts for an eclectic and historical approach, on the other side were the philosophers, who either despised or were becoming weary of or intimidated by the huge accumulation of learning chronicled and criticized in such publications as Johann Jonesius's bibliography of 1659-39, the Acta Philosophorum, and Brucker's History. In his Latin dissertation on the method for writing the history of philosophy of 1768, for example, Kant's younger colleague, Christian Garve, describes his early enthusiasm for the history of philosophy and then its sad aftermath. 40 But how can I describe how much my hope was disappointed? He asks. Out of that great and splendid apparatus nothing has issued but the lives of philosophers and the listing of dry opinions. Thus Garve turned to the new Transon. 21. Dental mode of philosophizing, which saw history at best as a rehearsal of the arguments which led to enlightenment, something which Kant redefined as the a priori history of philosophy and which Hegel fashioned into a meta-narrative of reason. 41. With Hegel the theoretical separation between erudition and philosophy seems complete. His philosophical encyclopedia was distinguished from earlier encyclopedias, and especially that of Diderot, by the fact that the ordinary one is an assemblage of sciences, taken up in a contingent and empirical manner, such as philology, and other disciplines of a merely positive type. 42 For Hegel true philosophy transcended and encompassed all such inferior sciences and pseudosciences. Similarly, the history of philosophy was internal and had been freed from that historical outwardness which had obsessed scholars like Brucker. 43 True science was systematic, and so the history of philosophy was the story of the system in logical development, culminating, needless to say, in the Hegelian absolute. Positive knowledge and modern positivism were the very antithesis of the idea pursued by Hegel. Here we return to our point of departure, the divergence of views taken toward the problem of knowledge in rational but humanly impoverished, the other dogmatic but historically rich. In his last work, The Conflict of Faculties, Kant gives his somewhat invidious view of the status of the major disciplines. While theology, law, and the other traditional academic fields were bound to texts and canons, philosophy, because of its special relationship with reason, was not only independent of prejudice, dogma, and authority but also free of the burdens of historical erudition, historische Gelehrsamkeit. 44 In this way the disciplines of the old encyclopedia are in effect placed under the surveillance of the sovereign and imperialist metadiscipline of philosophy, and as a result the problem of knowledge is detached from or set above the disciplines with which it was once associated. In the Kantian critique, philosophy reasserted its old claim to be, in the words of Macrobius, the discipline of disciplines. If Kantian philosophy enthroned pure reason, however, it was at the expense of traditional learning, and the effect of Hegelianism was much the same. As Trendelenburg wrote in the 1830s, the production of pure thought demands that it be purified of all content. 45. Modern philosophy has retained a rhetoric of content and concreteness, of course, as Kantian and Hegelian philosophy retained a rhetoric of practice, or rather praxis, but there was an alienation from learning and history itself, except in the formalized doctrine of historicism, which itself became estranged from its original scholarly context and which was transformed and in the process dehistoricized from a mode of interpretation into a philosophical doctrine that allowed philosophers to appropriate as well as to purify history. 46. The problem of knowledge has continued since the days of the Kantianer and the Hegelianer, but so have critiques, and metacritiques, of their unitary and totalizing view of reason and the imperially thinking subject on which their 22. Views relied, and Kant's notion, at least as vulgarly interpreted, that reason has the sources of knowledge in itself, not in the objects and their observation. 47 Objections to idealism's neglect of positive knowledge were not only theoretical but also practical, taking the form of various declarations of disciplinary independence, to which philosophers themselves, including some neo-Kantians, bowed. Thus in the last, much delayed volume of his Erkenntnisproblem Kassirer shifted from the familiar canon of philosophy to the epistemological ideals of particular modes of knowledge, especially mathematical, biological, and historical. For philosophy is gradually losing its leadership in this domain that it had held and treasured for centuries. The individual sciences will no longer delegate their authority but mean to see and judge for themselves. 48. Wilhelm Dilthey, too, while he continued the systematic drive of idealism, had a generous appreciation of the role of positive knowledge, which he conceived in a dualist rather than unitary form, based on his famous distinction between Geisteswissenschaften and Naturwissenschaften, and he insisted that we need analysis of special domains, Einzelanalysen. 49. These are significant concessions for disciples of Kant, but in fact, as I have been suggesting, the individual disciplines had been seeing and judging for themselves for a long time. Like philosophy, all sorts of sciences, human as well as natural, have sought identity and legitimacy by constructing their own separate histories, forming their traditions and authorized canons, devising their own terminology, formulating a common set of questions, if not answers, and a common methodology, defining an intellectual community, finding an institutional base, especially in the form of the modern university endorsed by public support, and so achieving disciplinary status. In this still encyclopedic arena, habits of mastery and discipleship still thrive, as do other elements of discipline, and it is these circumstances that justify the employment of the concept as a long-term historical category. It is also true that discipline, with its connotations of rigidity and, thanks to Foucault, in English anyway, associations with punish, has lost some of its attraction in modern times. We no longer share the authoritarian notions of the structure of knowledge linked with the old tradition of humanist learning. Many scholars prefer to work in the interstices of the disciplines or to reject the notion of discipline altogether, and some, with Paul Feyerabend, may rage against the imperialism of capital M method that subordinates disciplinary practices to a unitary reason. Yet we cannot entirely escape the premises of this disciplinary perspective, if only because of the conventions of academic language and argument. Knowledge is a culturally constructed phenomenon, and particular disciplines represent the cultural forms in which this knowledge has been preserved, transmitted, and transformed throughout the history which is accessible to us. The fashionable concept of interdisciplinarity only reinforces the centrality of disciplines to the modern problem of knowledge. 50. 23. The most familiar recent discussions of the concept of discipline and disciplinary history centers on Thomas Kuhn's much used and much abused notion of intellectual paradigms, their revolutions, and normal science. 51. In violation of Kuhn's own warnings, his ideas have been extended beyond their original application to the hard sciences to other, more amorphous disciplinary contexts and multi-paradigm disciplines, including political theory, historical thought, linguistics, sociology, anthropology, archaeology, rhetoric, and literary theory. 52. Stephen Thalmann has tried to refine Kuhn's ideas specifically by distinguishing between theoretical and disciplinary universal and local principles of a science, and this surely applies to the softer disciplines. As Thalmann argues, within any particular culture and epoch, men's intellectual enterprises do not form an unadhered continuum. Instead, they fall into more or less separate and well-defined disciplines, each characterized by its own body of concepts, methods, and fundamental aims. 53. Except for its gender and evolutionist bias, this line of argument also supports a disciplinary approach to the problem of knowledge. The radically different, but hardly less influential, critique of knowledge offered by Foucault also deserves notice in this connection. Foucault's notion of episteme is a sort of historical a priori or, in Heideggerian terms, for structure of understanding embedded in the practices and discourse of an age but marked by fundamental discontinuities. An episteme is a grill, a term Foucault borrows from Levi Strauss, and the disciplines which are part of this grill shape and indeed make possible perception and expression of matters both of nature and of culture. Discipline, a concept which has been associated famously with punish, can suggest restriction and subjection to authority and its rules and penalties, and in any case it is bound to a larger and more problematic set of assumptions about the world of practice and power. As Foucault explains, the sciences always carry within themselves the project, however remote it may be, of an exhaustive ordering of the world. They are always directed, toward the discovery of simple elements and their progressive combinations, and at their center they form a tableau in which knowledge is displayed as a system contemporary with itself. As for the great controversies that occupied men's minds, they are accommodated quite naturally in the folds of the organization. 54. Foucault treats only the disciplines, or classical sciences, of biology, linguistics, and political economy, but these go far beyond the horizons of the concerns of philosophy, encompassing as they do life, language, and labor. What Foucault offers is a metadisciplinary analysis, or method of decipherment, that, going beyond Kuhn and Thalmann, would give entry to the historical reality behind disciplinary structures, and resolve the problem of knowledge through a politics of knowledge. There have been many other recent attempts to reveal the hidden forces underlying knowledge and the relationships, in effect. 24. Between disciplinary and power structures. For Foucault's episteme, Pierre Bourdieu substitutes a Marxoid concept of the intellectual field, which is a structure of orthodoxies and heterodoxies that determine, or limit, the issues, choices, and language fixing the range of possibilities of disciplinary activity. Normal science, in Kuhn's usage within the broader cultural field, which is Bourdieu's term for the material and political conditions of intellectual exchange. 55. Habermas, beginning also in Marxist mode, originally looked to interests as a way of understanding the ideological dimension of knowledge, though he has since joined this, following a remarkably eclectic strategy, with the theory of communication action, which mitigates the reductionism of his earlier position while preserving the old universalist projects of the critique of reason and of the sociology of knowledge. 56. These efforts of unmasking the claims of reason, as Habermas has called them, are important contributions to the problem of knowledge. But they have been criticized from the standpoints both of post-structuralism and of philosophical hermeneutics, which agreed at least in this, that there is no Archimedean point from which to judge, let alone move, the pursuits of knowledge, interested or disinterested, and therefore its history. It is impossible to get behind the back of language, Gadamer has argued, and more specifically Derrida has protested that Foucault has no language in which to carry on his archaeological critique of knowledge, that is, he has only the language of the reason which he ostensibly rejects. 57. In different ways both hermeneutics and deconstruction look to language as a way of resolving, or of bypassing, epistemological questions. These are a few of the modern, and one of the postmodern, efforts to deal with the problem of knowledge, but they all seem to fall short, or else to exceed the aims of historical inquiry. With Foucault and Habermas, positive and disciplinary knowledge is subjected to reductionist analysis. With Gadamer and Derrida it is marginalized in favor of universalizing philosophical goals. Either way they contribute only indirectly to the purpose of this paper, which is to consider the problem of knowledge in what I have called methodic and disciplinary terms. Of more relevance here, perhaps, are the much discussed views of J.G.A. Pocock and Quentin Skinner, especially since they in fact operate for the most part in a disciplinary mode, although they make broader claims for intellectual history. Both focus, too, on the question of the interpretation of language, and both are intentionally intentionalist, being concerned largely with human agency, authorially created and readerly derived meaning. 58. It seems to me that not only idioms of political discourse but also disciplines in a more general way represent language communities, and perhaps paradigmatic structures, in another of Pocock's phrases, derived ultimately from Kuhn, whose history can most directly be followed through its distinctive discourse. It may be concluded that mine is a very Whiggish agenda, accepting as it does current definitions of particular disciplines for the purposes of writing. 25. Their history, and such indeed is the case, but I do not take this as a criticism. Intellectual Whiggery is an unavoidable condition not only of writing the history of particular modern constructs but also, as hermeneutics has made clear, of history in general. We look back from the standpoint of our own intellectual and linguistic or disciplinary condition. Writing the history of anthropology, sociology, and of even literature, art, and science are anachronistic undertakings which introduce a terminology and a large freight of assumptions alien to earlier historical contexts, and it is within this context that we tell our disciplinary stories. Writing the history of science, Marcello Pera concludes, one can only be a Whig. 59. Such are the conditions, it seems to me, of methodic learning and of the problem of knowledge from the particular standpoint which I have chosen, leading to the concept of discipline, of which I conclude with a brief summary. Within Western tradition the major disciplines are rooted in the arts and sciences of classical education. Even if they have been torn away from these roots, they were reshaped in the universities of the later Middle Ages, and they have undergone extraordinary transformations since their deployment in the medieval studium and rearrangement in modern classifications of knowledge. Mathematics, for example, emerged from the depths of the quadrivium to join with philosophy in the work of Galileo, while the trivial art of grammar was transformed by humanist scholarship into a critical science philology, as it was called, which, in Vico's new science, likewise formed an unconventional union with philosophy. The history of philosophy was another interdisciplinary hybrid that sought legitimacy between two divergent approaches to knowledge, an rationalist and abstractive and the other literary and methodic. Every discipline has its own story, but there are some common patterns. One is the impulse to achieve parity or superiority to rival fields of knowledge, and of course in the universities this parity has always been proportionate not only to social status but also to fiscal remuneration. In times past law and medicine sought such eminence. In the 18th century academic philosophy, having emerged from the faculty of arts, aspired to the status of a profession and of what, from Kant to Husserl, philosophers called a rigorous science, reine Wissenschaft. One of the major reasons why thinkers like Garve, Kant, and Hegel turned against the learned discipline of the history of philosophy was precisely because it approached philosophy as a human creation that had to be understood in the lowly terms of geography, environment, nationality, anthropology, that is, psychology, and, from at least the early 18th century, gender. Today, in my interdisciplinary experience, this is still a taboo among many academic philosophers and scientists. In general, disciplines may pretend to be necessary and logical structures, but they are also cultural constructions which non-disciples may well see as unstable opinion or expressions of interest. Disciplines serve particular needs, adopt formal language, methods, agendas, and organization, find a consensus, a social and an institutional base, and ways of preserving and extending intellectual. 26. Continuity through a more or less methodic relationship, and finally fashion their self-image and legitimacy through construction of their histories. The construction of a disciplinary history not only defines the subject matter and method but also provides the most convincing justification of a field, its claims and aspirations, compares it with other disciplines, determines its classic authors and canon, its major questions and answers, its institutional and social tradition, its place in the larger intellectual and cultural fields, and perhaps its role in the hierarchies and networks of power which Marxian, Freudian, and Foucauldian analysis and other forms of the hermeneutics of suspicion have tried to uncover. There is much more to be said on the subject. Suffice it here to conclude by suggesting that the virtue of focusing on disciplinary structures is that they represent a social, economic, and political as well as intellectual presence in our own world, and that they offer a way of pursuing historical inquiry through intellectual and cultural continua which preserve a certain linguistic coherence across many cultural and chronological divides and political and social transformations. And finally, They suggest concretely historical ways of posing if not finally of resolving the problem of knowledge. 29. Bodin, Montaigne, and the role of disciplinary boundaries. N. Blair. Michel de Montaigne, 153,392, and Jean Bodin, 152,996, were contemporaries, compatriots, and colleagues. Both served as officers in the parliaments, Montaigne as a magistrate in Bordeaux and Bodin as a barrister in Paris. They both ended up dissatisfied with their lives at the center of public activity and withdrew from the political fray. One Montaigne retired to his family estate, while Bodin earned a living as a royal officer in the provincial town of Laon. II. Both owe their considerable fame, at the time and since, to their prolific writing during this period. But, at least at first view, their writing seems so strikingly different in tone as to belie any similarities of cultural context. Montaigne's essays, first published in 1580 and constantly revised and expanded in later versions, identified as A, B and C texts, have delighted readers and literary critics for centuries with their digressive mix of anecdotes, pointed criticism of contemporary practices and excruciating self-reflection. Montaigne is considered modern, even postmodern, for his questioning, challenging, often ironic, always hyper-self-conscious tone. In emphasizing the endless diversity and inconstancy of all things, including the impressions and passions that constitute the self, Montaigne erodes not only traditional beliefs and customs, which he often in the end advocates keeping, for lack of anything with which to replace them, but also the possibility of knowledge, and the very existence of a self-consistent and identifiable subject. Bodin on the other hand writes on a similarly wide range of topics, in separate and supposedly systematic treatises, with an unquestioning assurance of truth. In deadly earnest Bodin describes the heinous crime of witchcraft, for example, and the need for tougher persecution to eradicate it, in his Demonomany of 1580. In other works on the method of writing history and on political theory, Bodin's views, notably his call for a critical appraisal of sources and his new concept of sovereignty, have been praised for their modernity. 3 But he is never a self-conscious author, guilty in the method for the easy comprehension of history, for example, of the same kinds of hasty judgments and nationalist biases against which he warns his readers. In his last work, the Universi Naturae Theatrum, or Theatre of All of Nature, 1596, which I will discuss in more detail here, Bodin treats of universal nature, starting with the first principles of physics and rising through the stages of the chain of being from elements to minerals and metals, plants and animals, and finally the soul. 30. And the heavenly bodies. But this theatre, purportedly a true and complete representation of nature, is little more than a succession of unquestioned natural facts for which Bodin offers new causal explanations. Bodin questions neither the truth of the myriad facts which he has garnered from various sources, largely from ancient and modern historians, nor his method of representing all of nature through this unsystematic and idiosyncratic accumulation of specific details and explanations. 4. Whereas Montaigne's voice is heard constantly throughout the essays in first-person accounts and most strikingly in direct self-reflection about the purpose, nature, and method of his work, Bodin reserves his very few methodological comments to an introduction and dedication and constructs the theatrum as a dialogue between an inquiring pupil Theorus and his knowledgeable master Mystagogus. Bodin's voice is thus technically absent from the work, although there is hardly ever any ambiguity about Mystagogus' authority in presenting Bodin's own views. 5 But, faithful to Bodin's general strategy, Mystagogus himself speaks with treatise-like authority rather than self-reflexivity, and uses the first person only for occasional eyewitness reports. This difference in tone and authorial strategy is a most conspicuous point of divergence between the two authors. Yet, as I will try to show, Montaigne and Bodin also have in common a number of cultural practices and presuppositions, which can be detected, notably, in the methods of composition and structure of their works, as well as in a number of their precepts about nature and about knowledge. In attempting to explain how these shared characteristics are overlaid with strikingly different voices, and to do so somewhat more systemically than by invoking differences of temperament or personality, I argue that the attitudes of Montaigne and Bodin toward disciplinary boundaries play a crucial part in shaping their authorial strategies. Methods of composition and structure. Montaigne and Bodin both draw on a vast store of material collected from bookish, primarily historical, sources, using a method of reading and note-taking widely taught in Renaissance schools, which involved a commonplace book. In this personal notebook, students and scholars would copy out under appropriate headings material of interest which they had encountered in their reading, selected for example for a turn of phrase, an argument, a piece of factual information or an authoritative quotation which might someday prove useful in composing prose of their own. I have presented elsewhere the indirect but substantial evidence for Bodin's having composed his theatrum from a book of natural commonplaces, or commonplaces about the natural world. Point 6. Montaigne's use of a commonplace book is widely acknowledged, even by Montaigne himself, and is the indispensable source of the countless explicit quotations and tacit borrowings which pepper the 1,000+ pages of the essays. But Bodin and Montaigne use the same method of composition from a 31. Book of Commonplaces, attractive precisely because of its great flexibility, to quite different effects. For Bodin, as I have argued in more detail elsewhere, the commonplace book serves as a storehouse of tidbits of knowledge about the natural world garnered from sources of many kinds, primarily from books, but also from personal observation, hearsay, and second-hand reports, from which Bodin draws material to motivate and corroborate his new causal explanations. In the theatrum, Bodin never stops to discuss or establish these facts which surface as self-evident truths in Theorus's questions as well his master's answers. Why do snakes bite women more than men? Theorus asks, tacitly taking the fact that they do for granted, 316/452, or, the effectiveness of cabbage juice as an antidote against the excessive consumption of wine is used to demonstrate the natural antipathy that Mystagogus asserts between the two plants involved, 294/419. For Bodin, the commonplace book is a treasury of pre-approved facts, so that he is guilty of exactly the behavior that Montaigne finds so reprehensible among his witch-hunting contemporaries, and he may well have Bodin's demonomany in mind in writing these lines. I see ordinarily that men, when facts are put before them, are more ready to amuse themselves by inquiring into their reasons than by inquiring into their truth. They ordinarily begin thus: how does this happen? What they should say is but does it happen? We know the foundations and causes of 1,000 things that never were. 3, 11, 102627/785, 7. Montaigne uses the method of commonplaces to store not facts to be used uncritically as Bodin does, but snippets of poetry and prose and anecdotal examples, with which he illustrates or embellishes his accounts and, occasionally, supports his own skeptical conclusions. Like Bodin, Montaigne especially likes historians, both ancient and modern, which he considers his thing eight. Thus Montaigne's unrevised early essays, e.g. Book I, ch. 218, probably written as early as 1572, are composed as lessons, a fairly traditional literary and moral exercise in which one compiles examples taken from one's readings, interspersing them with a few personal reflections. Montaigne's chapters on various passions, precepts of political actions or the virtues and vices, of idleness, constancy, lying and so on, are typical of this genre. Cases from ancient and modern history including his direct experience of the French civil wars are gathered to illustrate the point, for example, that parley time is dangerous, I. 6, a specific case of the dictum that no one can be trusted. Over the years, in revisions and new compositions, Montaigne increasingly shifts the balance away from compilations on standard topics toward more personal reflection and an idiosyncratic association of ideas. He still builds his reflections around a plentiful supply of explicit quotations and tacit borrowings from his wide-ranging reading, other people's flowers as he calls them, but Montaigne increasingly turns the method of commonplaces into a process of self-discovery. Thus, in a late essay, Montaigne defends his work against any resemblance. 32. With contemporary concoctions of commonplaces, books which are mere feats of learning, or worse yet, made out of things never either studied or understood, the author entrusting to various of his learned friends the search for this and that material to build it, contenting himself for his part with having planned the project and piled up by his industry the stack of unfamiliar provisions. On the contrary, Montaigne explains, "Indeed I have yielded to public opinion in carrying these borrowed ornaments about on me. But I do not intend that they should cover and hide me, that is the opposite of my design, I who wish to make a show only of what is my own." 3, 12, 105556/808. Francis Goyot has studied Montaigne's method of composition and reflection from the marginal annotations and cross-references that Montaigne left in the books he read as well as in his own copy of the essays, where he kept track of new ideas and additions for future versions. Goyot shows how Montaigne subjected the material he selected from his reading to a complex and very personal process of digestion. After marking a passage as interesting, Montaigne would explore alternative directions in which to take it instead of just compiling it under standard headings in the manner of the concoctors he scorns, returning to the passage in a second reading. For example, Montaigne might correct a heading that he had proposed earlier or create a new and non-traditional one under which he would finally use the passage. The result is a very personalized journey, as Goyot concludes, in which Montaigne is searching less for what his sources have to say, than to understand what he is seeking himself in his reading of them. 9. Rather than the stock of truisms which it generated for Bodin and most contemporaries, the commonplace method for Montaigne constituted a process of self-discovery, which he shares with his readers by leading them down the idiosyncratic path of his reflective reading and borrowing. Thus it is not a failing, but rather an essential part of Montaigne's intention that the issues treated in each chapter stray so notoriously from the heading, often characteristic of a commonplace book, which he has chosen for the title. Of the Lame, 3, 11, for example, famous for Montaigne's denunciation of the witch craze, opens with a discussion of calendar reform and ends with a discussion of the Italian saying that lame women are more fulfilling in bed, interspersed with quotations from Persius, Virgil, Tacitus, and Erasmus among other favorites. Montaigne's point is to show, as he says somewhere in the middle of this ramble, how our reasons often anticipate the fact, and extend their jurisdiction so infinitely that they exercise their judgment even in inanity and non-being. 3, 11, 1034/791. Our imagination is so powerful as to anticipate the fact, to attach great significance to events that are paltry or even non-existent. Thus the adoption of the Gregorian calendar in France in 1582, which involved dropping 10 days from the month of December, caused much more disruption in people's mental anticipation of it, Montaigne notes, than in the actual event itself. My neighbors find the harmful and the propitious days exactly at the same point to which they had always assigned them. 3, 11, 1026/784. Simi. 33. Larly, he implies, witchcraft looms larger in the imagination than in reality, as do the greater sexual charms of lame partners. 10. Montaigne's message that, subject as we are to such delusions, we can never trust ourselves nor the supposed powers of our reason, is conveyed appropriately enough, he indicates, through a meandering and diverse collection of material. In both the Theatrum and the essays the method of commonplaces produces texts constructed loosely by association of ideas and juxtaposition of borrowed tidbits in an open-ended structure to which new material could be added indefinitely. Indeed, Montaigne constantly added to his essays new quotations and reflections. 11 Bodin's succession of questions and answers would have lent itself easily to expansion too, if Bodin had been so inclined, which I tend to doubt, since, as I will argue, he perceived his unsystematic work as complete. In any case, Bodin died a few months after the Theatrum was published. But although both texts are equally mobile in Terence Cave's characterization of much French Renaissance literature, 12 Bodin and Montaigne differ absolutely in the ways they present and perceive their work. Montaigne is happy to speak in disjointed parts. 3, 13, 1076/824, he calls his work at various points of fricassee. 3, 13, 1079/826, or a bundle of disparate pieces, faggotage 2, 37, 758/574. By choosing the unusual title of essays, Montaigne suggests tentativeness, experimentation, and exploration. Bodin, on the other hand, announces in both his introductory remarks and his title that his treatment of all of nature will be orderly and systematic, even though the text itself is fragmented and loosely organized. Bodin's text moves idiosyncratically, like Montaigne's, through topics and themes as they are called up by the discussion immediately preceding. He considers the horns of cattle and deer, for example, but the teeth of hares and horses, which are flat, and operates a seamless transition between the two clusters of questions with a discussion of sexual differentiation in deer, creating the link to the first cluster, and hares, leading on to the second one, 35560/50916. By and large, Bodin does follow the broad topical sections announced in the table of contents at the beginning of the work, such as snakes, quadrupeds and fish, and the order which he proudly explains in his introduction, rising up the chain of being from simplest to most complex. But the text itself proceeds in chunks of some 100 pages of continuous prose with no indication of these subsections, meandering along a loosely associative chain of thought which is carefully prepared by thematic or rhetorical transitions and yet entirely unpredictable and unsystematic. Contrary to Montaigne, who revels explicitly in his inconstancy, Bodin assumes that his collection of natural facts constitutes a theater or an orderly and distributive table of all of nature. Bodin explains that the theater of nature is nothing other than a sort of table of the things created by the immortal God placed for all to see, so that we may contemplate and love the majesty and admirable providence of the author himself in things great, middling, and small. 13. With characteristic ambiguity, Bodin has phrased his sentence so that 34. The theater of nature could designate either nature itself or the book that he has written to describe nature, or both. I see this as evidence of a conflation of the object, the theater of nature, with its description or representation, the book entitled Theater of Nature, that runs throughout Bodin's work and is both cause and consequence of his unself-conscious strategy. One gets a better sense of Bodin's ideal of the theater, which is nothing other than a sort of table, from a later passage in which the pupil asks Mystagogus to unfold, if you will, the table of the universe, as in a theater, so that, when the distribution of all things is displayed for the eyes to see, the essence and faculty of each thing can be more clearly understood. 129/170. 14. What exactly the table, as in a theater, designates is still unclear, possibly a stage backdrop, a poster or program. 15. Or a theater like Camillo Dolmenio's, as described by Francis Yates. 16. A freestanding structure in which one could contemplate the elements of philosophy brought together under one roof. In any case, it is clear from Mystagogus' answer what Bodin thinks a table in natural philosophy should be. In response to this request, the master outlines a kind of verbal dichotomous diagram, of the type associated with Peter Ramus, although it was by no means exclusively Ramist. 17, in which plants and animals are sorted into groups and subgroups. Ruminants, for example, according to whether they have horns or not, are covered with hair or wool, are domestic or wild, and so on. This systematic overview is a far cry from what Bodin actually provides in the rest of the text, by modern standards at least. Bodin never mentions ruminants as a category in the text and applies such diverse criteria to each species he discusses that there is no hierarchical subdivision possible. Yet Bodin does not comment on any discrepancy between theory and practice. On the contrary, he concludes in his introduction that there is nothing we have searched for more diligently than the succession of all things and the indissoluble coherence of nature, its interrelations and agreements, and how the first things correspond to the last, the middle ones to both extremities and everything to everything else. 6/7.18 I can only conclude that Bodin feels satisfied that his accumulation of particulars is the theater of nature, as if his discussion constituted a transparent and immediate representation of nature itself. Similarly, in Bodin's prefatory praise of natural philosophy, his proclamations of the nobility of the discipline insensibly become a paean to the beauties of nature itself. Nature and its representation in natural philosophy are unself-consciously conflated. Philosophical principles. In an attempt to explain why Montaigne and Bodin turn similar textual methods and structures to such different uses, I will briefly compare some of their philosophical principles, in particular, their attitudes toward knowledge and doubt, which are remarkably harder to distinguish than one might expect, and, more conclusively, their divergent stances on the role of disciplinary boundaries. Stated bluntly, a comparison of the two authors' epistemological positions. 35. Would seem to pit skeptic against dogmatist, but I will suggest that the picture is actually more complex, to the extent that it cannot suffice to explain their different authorial strategies. To Bodin, nature speaks loud and clear of the greatness, goodness, and providence of God. Human reason is thus an effective tool against the impious. Applied to the particulars of nature, it produces causal explanations that reveal the divine plan. Applied to the principles of natural philosophy, reason successfully refutes the eternity of the world and proves the immortality of the soul, as Bodin claims to do in books I and IV of the Theatrum. With the confidence of a rationalist, Bodin hails natural philosophy as the ultimate weapon with which to assail the impious. How valuable it is that those who cannot be dragged by any precepts of divine laws or oracles of the prophets from their ingrained folly or led to the worship of the true deity, are forced by the most certain demonstrations of this science, as if under the application of torture and questioning, to reject all impiety and to adore one and the same eternal deity. 19. Bodin also uses this striking torture metaphor later in the text, to argue against philosophical skeptics who would assert that one can know nothing, although an infinite number of mathematical demonstrations forces them to confess willy-nilly, as if under torture, the truth which they would not acknowledge. 474/684.20 By upholding the possibility of certain knowledge, Bodin grounds a natural theological project designed to show both philosophical and religious skeptics that there can be no doubt about the sacred attributes of the Godhead. On the other hand, Bodin does not dogmatically resolve all the questions he poses. Some causal explanations are not asserted but suggested as questions themselves. Why do snakes bite women more than men? Perhaps because snakes are wily and choose as victims those who are weaker? Or because divine providence wisely preserves men, who are most useful, from their attacks? Or is it because of a natural antipathy which stems from that fateful encounter in the Garden of Eden? 316/542. And, more strikingly, the Theatrum also includes questions to which Mystagogus declines to offer a solution. Thus, after ridiculing the theories of Aristotelian meteorology, which would explain comets, earthquakes, storms or the formation of metals from the condensation or combustion of earthly vapors, 21 Mystagogus declares that it is enough to refute false reasons and offers no alternative explanations of his own. Instead of overreaching our abilities in the search for rational explanations, he concludes, we should modestly confess our ignorance. 22 At most, we can attribute these inexplicable phenomena to the action of demons. Even this solution serves less for its explanatory value itself than because it places the topic beyond the purview of the physicist, who deals only in natural causes. At least this strategy, as he explains in applying it to the cause of violent storms, refutes the opinions of those who prefer to repeat silly causes of things rather than referring them to demons or confessing ignorance. 178/24344.23 Nonetheless, even as it fails, reason teaches the greatness of God. Bodin concludes, for example, his discussion of the 36 inexplicable phenomena of magnetic attraction. It is better to admire in silence the majesty of the greatest workman than to want rashly to go insane with reasoning. 249/349. 24. Similarly, in giving hoarfrost the power to burn plants although it is not even as cold as snow, the Creator wanted to make something as if against the laws of nature, so that he would draw men to a greater admiration and love for him. 206/284. 25. Bodin's sense of the weakness of reason combined with the omnipotence of God can lead to prudent confessions of ignorance, as in these cases, but in other cases can serve to justify his acceptance of facts that cannot be understood, such as the travel of witches to the Sabbath. Who are mere mortals to decide what is and is not possible? The fact that we cannot explain something does not invalidate its existence. For Montaigne, to read the book of nature and the signs of divine providence in nature is virtually impossible. But in his perversely argued apology for the natural theology of Ramon Sebin, Montaigne allows that Sebin is successful in demonstrating the existence of God through nature because the faith guiding his arguments makes them firm and solid. 2. 12, 448/327. Montaigne then goes on to show at great length how human reason, unaided, can establish nothing certain, not against religion. To that extent Montaigne defends Sebin's arguments, but not for it either. Montaigne believes that divine providence is present in things great and small. 2. 12, 529/394, but questions our ability to uncover it. God has left the stamp of his divinity on these lofty works, and it is only because of our imbecility that we cannot discover it. 2. 12, 44647/326. Ironically, though, his conclusion at times rejoins that of Bodin, the infinite power of nature and of God combined with the awareness of human ignorance and weakness should make us guard against the presumption of disdaining what we do not comprehend. I. 27, 179/134. So that, at one point, Montaigne actually criticizes Bodin, whom he considers in general to be of good judgment, words probably written before the demonomany, for being excessively incredulous. Notably when Bodin dismisses as fabulous Plutarch's report of the extraordinary stoicism of a Lacedaemonian boy who let a fox hidden under his shirt rip out his bowels rather than disclose his theft. Montaigne complains that the story should not be considered unbelievable simply because we could not imagine ourselves capable of such a feat. He acknowledges that Bodin is not in fact generally guilty of this kind of arrogance common to many who balk at believing of others what they themselves could not do. 2. 32, 72225/54648. But clearly Montaigne too would have us guard against hastily rejecting seemingly unbelievable facts like the travel to the witches' Sabbath. Noon that issue he questions the belief rather than the disbelief. The difference between Bodin and Montaigne seems to be less one of theory or epistemology, but more a matter of practice and emphasis. Each acknowledges and makes use at various points of both natural theology and doubt. But Montaigne extends his doubt everywhere, systematically attacking facile certainties wherever they are, whereas Bodin uses it only here and there to tear down a traditional construction or two. On balance, Bodin thinks he can rep. 37. Resent and explain nature, whereas Montaigne retreats from the investigation of the world out there to an investigation of the self, and even there refuses to find certainty. It is only personal weakness that makes us content with what others or we ourselves have found out in this hunt for knowledge. 3, 13, 1068/817. But we are left trying to explain why Montaigne pushes in one direction and Bodin in another within a similar theoretical framework. In the face of the inevitable uncertainties of human judgment, Bodin and Montaigne take different stances on the same question. Is it better to be inclusive, even if it means accepting some false facts, for fear of losing some true ones, Bodin's emphasis, or is it preferable to be cautious, perhaps at the cost of losing some truths, Montaigne's choice? One might compare this epistemological decision to the legal one that both magistrates faced in the case of witchcraft. Bodin preferred to condemn a few innocent witches rather than let any guilty ones go. Montaigne, on the other hand, would rather let the guilty go than condemn someone to death falsely. What distinguishes the two thinkers more decisively than these divergent emphases in the application of doubt, is an apparently minor philosophical precept to which Bodin is nonetheless forcefully attached, as he explains in his introduction. We consider that there is nothing more ugly nor more depraved than confusion and disorder, which blame Aristotle himself incurred. When in the books about nature he tried to explain the way of teaching it, a topic which is appropriate rather to the dialecticians, and nonetheless left it untreated. 12/2, 26. Bodin is only being consistent with this principle, therefore, when he forgoes any meta-level discussion in the text itself. A self-conscious tone, such as we might like to see him take, like Montaigne's, would be a major breach of methodological propriety as far as Bodin is concerned. Instead, Bodin relegates his few reflections on his work, of which in fact this is the principal one, to a separate introduction. In the body of the text he only reiterates the absurdity of wanting to treat a science at the same time as the way of knowing it. 13/7. Point 27. Bodin is deeply attached to the traditional separation of the disciplines, dialectic, mathematics, physics, metaphysics. Each has its own separate subject matter, principles, and place, not only in the university curriculum but also beyond it. Indeed, the theatrum is certainly not a university textbook. Thus physics must not treat of the first principles on which it rests, which are proper to metaphysics, nor with the order in which it should be presented, a topic appropriate for dialectic. As a result, it can never legitimately question the parameters of its practices. For Montaigne, on the contrary, these disciplinary distinctions are part of a blindered scholastic system that he would like to see brought down. In this trade and business of knowledge, we have taken for ready money the statement of Pythagoras, that each expert is to be believed in his craft. 4:38. Each science has its presupposed principles, by which human judgment is bridled on all sides. If you happen to crash this barrier, in which lies the principal error, immediately they have this maxim in their mouth, that there is no arguing against people who deny first principles. 2:12, 540/404. Montaigne's self-reflexivity is thus an explicit attack on the standard classification and separation of the disciplines, which Bodin, who never mentions Montaigne, would have found utterly shocking. Montaigne's willingness to create disorder among the disciplines is a crucial prerequisite to his radical challenge of received knowledge and methods and to his stunningly modern authorial strategy. Conversely, Bodin's insistence on respecting strictly the traditional boundaries between the disciplines, compounded by the format of the theatrum which treats natural philosophy as a long series of separate questions, perpetuates the scholastic tendency to atomize and subdivide knowledge. As Edward Grant has argued, this strategy ensured the long survival of the medieval system of knowledge, through the 16th century and even beyond, by easily accommodating new opinions and observations, including Bodin's humanist interests and anti-Aristotelian explanations, and by keeping in separate categories, and thus invisible, many potential contradictions and logical inconsistencies. 28. Although I may not have finally explained why Montaigne and Bodin are so different despite their similar backgrounds and methods, I hope I have indicated at least how further study of the diversity of positions on the classification of knowledge in the early modern period holds the promise of interesting results. The library as an instrument of discovery. Gabriel Nodé and the uses of history. Paul Nels. Cognitio Librorum. Philology and Curiosity. One of the most valuable guides to the early modern preoccupation with the cultural role of the library in all its forms is the 1627 Advice pour Dresser on Bibliothèque of Gabriel Nodé. In his Advice, Nodé combined a revised Renaissance universalism with an insistence on the unimpassioned judgment of the textual tradition in terms which would continue to animate discussion of the nature and purpose of the library into the 18th century. Nodé articulated a series of historical criteria for determining universality within the library, and argued that these criteria would be best implemented in what was quickly becoming the defining institution of the residential publica literaria, the public library, en bibliothèque dressée pour l'usage du public doit être universel, et Lne put pa ester teli silne conscient tous les principaux autheurs qui ont écrit sur la grande diversité de sujets particuliers, et principalement sur tous les arts et sciences. 1. It comes as no surprise that universality entailed the representation of the encyclopedia of particular disciplines. Predecessors such as Conrad Gessner and Antonio Passivino had made similar claims. The significance of the advice lies in its premise that the function of the library was to guarantee sound foundations for knowledge through the provision of means for the historical criticism of the disciplines. In formulating this view of the library, Naudet was able to draw upon his experience of contemporary Parisian libraries, in particular the collections of René Moreau and Henri de Mesmes. He gave this experience methodological form through a confrontation with Francis Bacon, advancing principles for the organization of scholarship and the library which countered contemporary sceptical criticism of the state of learning. 2. The advice registers an important shift in contemporary experience of the library. It initiated a methodological discussion which supplanted the dominant bibliographical conception of the library as a static repository of existing knowledge with the recognition of the library as an institution actively engaged in the production of new knowledge. The advice bears witness to the ongoing early modern redefinition of the central purpose of the library from one of determining the authority of texts to one of evaluating the validity of sources. In addition, it confronted the most pressing dilemma facing the universalization. 42. Of the library in this period, the need to establish a non-hierarchical classification of knowledge that avoided the charge of arbitrariness but which could yet claim to accurately serve all disciplines of knowledge and provide a stable basis for investigation. Drawing on Renaissance historiographical initiatives launched by Polidori Virgil, Angelo Poliziano, Jean Bodin, and others, Naudet articulated a method of library organization which provided historical foundations for the encyclopedia of disciplines. 3. As the student of the Parisian physician René Moreau, who established one of the best medical libraries in France, and as an intimate of one of the most prominent robe libraries in Paris, that of Henri de Mesmes, Naudet had gained direct experience of a vigorous institutional model of the library as a locus of erudite investigation. 4 Some years later, he would describe the kind of knowledge to be gained in the libraries of de Mesmes, Moreau, the Dupuis, and Jean Descordes as cognitio librorum. Knowledge of the substantive content of books as well as of bibliographical minutiae nomenclatura aut podius economia. It was in fact Naudet who coined the term bibliographia in 1633, in an attempt to characterize the early modern bibliographical enterprise as more of a cognitive than an enumerative undertaking. 5 The advice, though addressed to Naudet's patron, Henri de Mesmes, unlike earlier library treatises is not concerned with ordering a single library, but rather advances a universal method for establishing a library of this type, through recourse to a unique figure, Francis Bacon. 6 Bacon's presence in the advice is complex. While Bacon blatantly rejected cognitio librorum as a valid intellectual instrument, Naudet was nonetheless much indebted to Bacon in formulating his views. With Mersenne, Naudet furnishes early evidence for Bacon's reception in France, and from Mersenne's comments it is evident that Bacon was read critically by the Parisian medical community of which Naudet was a member. 7 Bacon's influence on Naudet has been unduly neglected, and has had a particularly distorting effect. Many of Naudet's much vaunted libertine views turn out to be reformulations of Baconian ideas. Leaving more substantive issues for below, Naudet's relationship with Bacon can be characterized in the following terms. Naudet accepted Bacon's dissection of the world of learning, and he avidly appropriated Bacon's inclusion of the mechanical arts and low sciences in the Encyclopedia of Disciplines. He shared Bacon's conviction that progress in learning was to be had only cautiously, requiring constant vigilance over the projections of the intellect and the supply of helps to the senses. He shared too Bacon's methodological scepticism as well as Bacon's final rejection of radical sceptical conclusions. Both viewed doubt as the temporary suspension of judgment, and held that judgment was valid only when exercised independently of the authority of the object of judgment, whether a book or a philosophical system. Naudet's concern was to establish viable criteria for judging the intellectual validity of texts. 8 Naudet never accepted Bacon's thorough anti-Aristotelianism, and his own approach has more in common with the even-handed survey of the state of learning of De Augmentis than with the vitriolic campaign of the first book of the Novum Organum. I'm 43. Portantly, despite Node's abiding allegiance to natural philosophy, he did not accord it the foundational status envisioned in the Novum Organum, nor did he embrace Bacon's radical division of investigative labor between natural philosophy and the rest of the arts and sciences. Node sought to render the library an instrumentum of learning, in the Baconian sense of an adminiculum or auxilium of inquiry, an institutional safeguard against worshipfulness and credulity, and an apparatus which would correct the weaknesses of the intellect and senses. In De Augmentis, Bacon had described 3 works or acts which advance the state of learning: places of learning, books of learning, understood as libraries and new textual editions, and the persons of the learned. While he looked favorably upon books as imagines ingeniorum, in general Bacon was more disposed to institutions and scholars than he was to books and libraries. Here he compared the library, negatively, to a shrine of relics of the ancient saints, as, I. 483, 48,687. In the Novum Organum, Bacon further observed that though the great variety of books in a library might be widely admired, eventually admiration would turn to astonishment at the poverty of subjects to which the human mind had been directed. 9. Bacon claimed to have abandoned the textual tradition in natural philosophy in 2 ways. First, insofar as he was trying a new method, the contributions of ancient and modern predecessors alike had no bearing upon his work. 10. Second, he had banished the textual practices antiquitates, citations, omnia denici philologicon compilatory method of Renaissance natural history in favor of the aphorism and induction. 11. There was room for only 2 books in Bacon's library, the Book of Nature and his own notebook of aphorisms. Though if Node, like Bacon, had abandoned the late Renaissance Encyclopedia Les Panspermies, Les Cajos et Abysmes de Confusion as he alluded to them in the Advice, 78, whether occult compendia, the Theatra of Anthropological and Natural Phenomena of Zwinger and Bodin, or the Didactic Summary of Keckerman and Alst, unlike Bacon he did not reject encycloptism out of hand. Instead, Node located the library within the rather amorphous contemporary encyclopedic values of Curiosite. The premier point of the Advice advises that on doit ester curios de dresser de bibliotheques, and curios and curiosite are terms which appear frequently and significantly throughout the Advice. Long viewed as an intellectual vice which transgressed the legitimate institutional and divine limits of human knowledge and which indulged rather than guarded against the passions, by the late 16th century curiosity had come to provide a positive investigative model of a libertas inquirandi. 12. In the early 17th century circles which Node frequented, curiosite denoted a cluster of cultural and cognitive values which embraced the totality of knowledge, privileged the observational over the rational, and cultivated and redefined mediating institutions such as the laboratory, cabinet, museum, and library. 13. Node employs the register of curiosity in at least 4 different ways. First, closest to the main subject of the Advice, curios describes books themselves. 44. Denoting rarity or unusualness, livres grandement rares et curios, or more specifically, collections of ephemera, pamphlets, placards, theses, which are quelque fois de plus curieuses pieces d'une bibliothèque, 61, 39, 100. Thus, curios and rare can be evaluations of a book's intellectual worth. Contrast Node's contempt for those who collect books for their physical characteristics, in requis avec toute sorte de mignardises, de luxe et de superfluit. 14. Rarity in this sense is a cognitive rather than a material assessment. In collecting commentaries on classical authors, for example, Node advises that those which are the least common, and consequently plus curios, should not be neglected. Advice, 43. Second, curios designates a rarefied or neglected subject matter, its synonyms being peu commun and non-vulgaire. Curiosity is thus associated with specialized knowledge and arcana, particularly in natural philosophy, and communes et trivia subjects are distinguished from those which are difficiles et pucinas, ibid. 96. Curiosity also constitutes an alternative to both dogmatic learned tradition and common opinion, ibid. 40. The third usage of curios in the advice distinguishes certain material objects of a collection, as were held in the cabinet of the Demesms library itself. Node notes an acquaintance who was curios de medails, painters, statues, comma et autres pieces et jolivettes de cabinet, sounding a high Senecan note. He advised that instead of luxurious and superfluous decoration and furniture, money would be better spent on les instruments de mathématiques, globes, mappemonde, spheres, paintures, animaux, pierres, et autres curiosités tant de l'art que de la nature, 1034, 150. This sense of curiosity grants books parity with non-textual instruments of investigation. The final sense of curios employed in the advice designates the constituency of the public library. From Node's usage it is clear that curios does not yet carry connotations it would acquire later in the century of unamateur, and that doct and curios are almost interchangeable terms, 103. For Node, the principal benefit of a library is that un homme doct, who like Seneca is curios for books not as ornaments but as instrumenta studiorum, might by means of the library become cosmopolite ou habitant de tout le monde, chu il peut tout savoir, tout voir, et ne rien ignorer, and that sans contradict, sans travail et sans peine ils peut instruire, et connaître les particularités plus précises de tout ce qui est, qui fut, et qui peut être en terre, en mer, au plus cache. Désir 15. But what, in Node's view, distinguished curiosity from the excesses of Renaissance polymathy which he elsewhere deplored? The curios is critical, disinterested, and exercises an independent judgment. These are Node's criteria for the librarian in the first pages of the advice. He refers to the trouble and difficulty required. De s'acquérir une connaissance superficielle de tous les arts et sciences, de se délivrer de la servitude et esclavage de certaines opinions qui nous font régler et parler de toutes choses à notre fantaisie, et de juger à propos et sans passion du mérite et de la qualité autheurs. 16. 45. Curiosity for Node is manifestly not wonder. Node's allegiance is rather to a Ciceronian, erudite and sceptical model of curiosity, a model which entailed the control rather than the indulgence of the passions, and which posited a cautious encycloptism as a general intellectual good. 17. Thus curiosity in the advice as the positive identity of un bibliothèque curieuse encompasses topics of investigation, books valued for their empirical contributions, the physical objects and instruments of a collection, and the encyclopedic and intellectually independent constituency of the library. Such a library type, though it incorporated strong Baconian elements, was as little inclined to banish antiquities, citations, and the philological tradition from natural as it was from historical investigations. 18. It was thus the library as the ecumenical domain of the curios which held its varied intellectual and cultural denominations together. To a large extent, Node confronted Bacon with his own experience of the Parisian library. Together with the libraries of Surlato and especially Pinelli 19, it was the great robe libraries of Dethau, Demesmes, Fontenay, Halley, Jacques Rivière, the Dupuis, and Jean de Cordes which Node summoned as models in the Advice 20. In so doing, Node was led to develop a practical methodology which sought the universalization of the library as an institution of learning on a Baconian model. Occasional reference to his allegiance to le progrès et l'augmentation of both the Demesmes library and the arts and sciences in general is clearly derived from Bacon. 21. Less obviously Baconian, however, is the ordre et method of the advice as a handbook, a method of often disjointed maxims, les préceptes et moyens sur lesquels il est à propos de se régler, a distillation or summary of Node's observations and experience, advice. 11. The 1627 advice is not divided into formal chapters, but instead progresses by a series of considerations of points principes 22. Like Bacon's use of the aphorism, Node's precepts are, he claimed, incapable of being reduced into an art or method on account of their very inexhaustibility, Advis. 9697, more pointedly, they are better put into practice by those qui ont un grande routine de livres, et qui jugent sainement et sans passion de toutes choses than they are deduits et couches par escrit, Ibid. 42. And upon considering means of acquiring manuscripts, Node observed that j'aime laisser à la discrétion de ceux qui en voudront user, que non pas de le prescrire comme en règle générale et nécessaire, Ibid. 122. The constant mediation between precept on the one hand and experience on the other would enable the library to achieve its usage principle, a procedure which validated both Node's model of the librarian and the Advis as a technical handbook. Use is the final criterion. Objects of inquiry are to be judged not according to the opinions of others, but eus gard à leur propre usage et nature, Ibid. 9798. The fin and usage principle of Node's maxims and principles was to consacrer el usage of the domesms library au public, while it was the librarian's function to regular set usage, Ibid. 15152, 156. Node's elevation of use or custom and his anti-systematic procedure constitutes an overt appeal to scepticism. Node advanced neither a 46. Theory of the library nor, as we shall see, a system of library classification and organization. At once challenging and incorporating Baconian methods and ideas, Node sought, through observation and experience, to determine the nature and purpose of those of Bacon's works or acts of the advancement of learning Bacon himself held in lowest regard, in order to render it a valid instrument of discovery. Dispositio Librorum. Scepticism and the Disciplines. Node's incorporation of sceptical elements into a methodological procedure had direct consequences for the organization of a library. Books in the library should be ranges et disposés suivant leurs diverses métiers, ou telle autre façon qu'on les puisse trouver facilement et à point nomme. Without such an ordre et disposition, a heap of books cannot become a library, Ibid. 130. The best order to follow is that which is the easiest, the least puzzling, the most natural and the most commonly used, the order of the disciplines themselves, theology, medicine, jurisprudence, history, philosophy, mathematics, the humanities, and unspecified others. Within each discipline, divisions should be made according to existing subdisciplines, Ibid. 134. Node's proposed categories are not original, and the faculty system was in wide use in Parisian libraries, including the Domesms library itself. This is entirely the point. The most arresting feature of Node's disciplinary approach is that it makes no taxonomical pretensions to completeness or necessity. He does not, for example, claim that it corresponds to either nature or natural reason, nor does he suggest that it represents a true logical or metaphysical system. Still less is it a system of classification. It does not in its own right generate knowledge of the disciplines. Its only natural characteristic is that it already obtains in the scholarly sensus communis. Node's appeal to set ordre qui est le plus usit, Ibid. 139, is an overtly sceptical resolution of the problem. While a traditional hierarchical order of the disciplines thus emerges intact, it is in a much weaker position and cannot itself form the basis of an investigative program. The disciplinary scheme advanced by Node was common enough that there was no need to provide illustrative examples or a validating intellectual genealogy. However, the sole allusion Node makes to any such consideration of the order and relationship of the disciplines of passing reference to Poliziano's Pain-Pastimen reflects tellingly upon the method advanced in the Advis, Ibid. 36. Node's allusion was to Poliziano's procedure of disciplinary enumeration rather than the order of the disciplines detailed in the Pain-Pastimen. Poliziano had proposed a method of reading Aristotle's ethical works which recommended restructuring Aristotle's own epistemological categories. My intention in expounding Aristotle's books on ethics is to undertake, insofar as it is possible, to divide them in such a way so that not only, as they are called, the liberal and mechanical disciplines and arts, but also those mean and manual. 47. Ones which nonetheless life requires, are comprised within the compass of such an arrangement. I will therefore imitate the dissections of the physicians, known as anatomical. I will imitate the reckonings of the accountants. For I shall divide each into nearly all its parts, and bring the whole to account, whereby each part will be easily grasped as well as accurately retained. 23. Poliziano's ironic appeal to anatomical observation, his widening of the disciplinary field to include disciplines normally excluded from the encyclopedia, and his quiet challenge to the Aristotelian hierarchy of the liberal and mechanical arts might equally describe Node's approach to the disciplines. Poliziano proposed a simple inventory of the disciplines rather than a systematic classification which, he claimed, was both straightforward and easy to remember. Node criticized a variety of systems of library organization on the grounds that they failed to satisfy such empirical criteria. He summarily dismissed both the compilatory, commonplace method of Lacroix du Main's Bibliothèque Françoise of 1584, and the image-oriented artificial memory system of Giulio Camillo's L'idea del teatro of 1550. Node charged Renaissance commonplace methods and arts of memory with violating Cicero's injunction that orderly arrangement is essential for good memory, an injunction which figures such as Camillo claimed to have fulfilled. 24 For Node, the professional faculties of theology, medicine, and law, and the disciplines of history, philosophy, and mathematics, arranged according to their disciplinary divisions, function as both lieux de mémoire and lieux communs. He criticized alphabetical or symbolic systems of classification, including those of the Ambrosiana and other libraries where books were arranged in random order, distinguished merely by size and symbols, located only by consulting alphabetical author catalogues, Advis, 13940. Instead Node proposed two catalogues, the first a subject catalogue disposé suivant les diverses métiers et facultés, where one might apprehend in the twinkling of an eye all who had written on a particular subject. A second, author catalogue was also to be kept, though more to avoid buying books twice and to detect missing items than to aid beaucoup de personnes qui sont quelquefois curieuses de lire particulièrement toutes les œuvres de certains auteurs, Ibid, 15859. The subject catalogue was thus the most important, and Node suggested that les tracts particuliers suivant le rang et al disposition que doivent tenir leur métier et sujets dans les arts et sciences. Et. Tous les livres de parole sujet et mesme métier soient précisément réduits et places au lieu qui leur est destin, parce que nce phase nt la mémoire est tellement solage, que il serait facile en un moment de trouver dans une bibliothèque plus grande que n'estoit celle de l'homme, tel livre que en en pourrait coiser au désireur, Ibid, 136. The order of the library should mirror the world of learning itself. This was a universally applicable procedure which could be followed in any discipline and, he argued, would perform essential mnemonic functions. Moreover, it permitted 48. The investigator to follow his own good sense and judgment, and to avoid following la trace et les opinions d'autres, Ibid, 14344. While such a position is heavily Baconian, la trace et les opinions d'autres held considerably more interest for Node than for Bacon. He consequently propounded a method for the retrieval of both. Inventio Librorum. History and discovery. The order of the disciplines thus constituted the natural method of library organization. It did not rigidly enforce a disciplinary hierarchy in the library, and it allowed for the expansion of the Encyclopedia of Disciplines. Node also established historical criteria for the selection of books within each discipline, which sought to harness skeptical objections within a positive investigative program. It was through the implementation of these criteria that the library's universality was to be maintained, and they performed at least 5 functions. 25 First, they reinforced a non-hierarchical arrangement of the disciplines by granting each discipline an autonomous past, validating the utility of even those disciplines whose empirical or theoretical authority had been revoked, such as astrology or alchemy. Second, they allowed for the anti-dogmatic revision of dominant intellectual schools and traditions through provision of unorthodox and non-canonical genealogies. Third, such criteria facilitated the identification and elimination of error as well as the discovery of truth. Already in his 1623 instruction Note had cited Lactantius to this effect, prima sapientiae gratis est falsa intelligur, and the identification of error would remain an ongoing project. 26 Fourth, they allowed for the apprehension of empirical knowledge produced by past practitioners of a discipline, of potential value to contemporary investigations. History thus had an intrinsic investigative role. Fifth, they allowed for the resolution of controversy and debate, both religious and philosophical, through reference to those passages in the sources directly in dispute, or through the investigation of non-controversial areas of shared technical interest. The history of the disciplines was thus crucial to the library's goal of rendering the universality of knowledge accessible. As Christaller has pointed out, Note's vision of the history of learning furnishes a valuable key to an intellectual world where the new science had yet to replace the new learning, and the substantive content as well as the method of Note's history of the disciplines warrants consideration. 27 It is here that the great differences between Note and Bacon emerge in sharp contrast. Though it is difficult to determine the degree to which Note took issue with Bacon directly, two divergent positions on the domain of natural philosophy and human learning are nonetheless distinguishable. While Note's disciplinary method provided almost unlimited lateral scope, history penetrated vertically through each discipline. In addition to arranging a discipline in chronological order, Note advocated the inclusion of the Ma. 49. Jor disputes in the history of a discipline, an approach which Bacon had actively excluded from natural philosophy. Thus Note listed both the good sceptics who had upset all the sciences, Sextus Empiricus, Agrippa, Sanchez, as well as both successful and unsuccessful, sans touts foirine in over ou changer de principes, attacks on particular disciplines, Pico on astrology, Scaliger Père on Cardanus, Casaubon on Baronius, Thomas Erastus on Paracelsus, and Charpentier on Ramus. While this documents the sceptical technique of hearing an argument in utramque partem, Note's purpose was to form rather than suspend judgment, Ily oroit autant de faute alle lire separement, cum adjuger et entendre un parti sans l'autre, ou un contraire sans celui qui lui est opposé. Moreover, this principle effectively reduced scepticism to merely a controversial phase of a discipline's history. 28. Closely associated with scepticism and controversy were the novators, those who had document examined ce que les autres avoyant custom de recevoir comme par tradition. Thus Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo were summoned for astronomy, and Paracelsus, Severinus, Joseph Duchesne and Krall for medicine. The founders of disciplines were also important. La doctrine, like water, never so clear and clean as at its source. Adapting the theme of Polydori Virgil's De Rerum Inventoribus, Note listed Ryuklin on the Hebrew language, Bede on Greek and coins, Cockles on physiognomy, Bodin on politics, and Peter Lombard and Thomas Aquinas on scholastic theology, all of whom, he contested, were better than the many who followed. 29 But Note also considered others who had made less distinguished, often less reputable, but nonetheless original contributions. While acknowledging that the books of the Curiosité non vulgaires such as Cardanus, Pomponazzi, Giordano Bruno, and all those who had written on artificial memory, divination, the Kabbalah, the system of Lull, and the philosopher's stone teach nothing which is not vain et inutile and serve only as stumbling blocks for those who read them, Note argued that one must be as equally familiar with such esprits foibles as with the esprits forts. And again, in order to be refuted, texts needed to be read. Bacon, by contrast, considered Pliny, Cardanus, Albertus Magnus and the Avicennists best forgotten. 30. On the same principle, Cette maxime nous doit faire passer à un autre de pire conséquence, Nodet advocated including heterodox texts. With official license, the works of the principaux hérésiarques ou fouilleurs de religions nouvelles et différentes de la nostra were all to be collected in the library. The early reformers, Nodet argued, had come from among the most learned men of the preceding century, though somehow their religion had gotten in the way of their learning. Pargene quelle fantaisie et trop grand amour de la nouveauté, ils quitoyent leur froc et la bannière de l'église romaine pour s'enrôler sous celle de Luther et Calvin, Advis, 5657. But if sensitive and controversial points were avoided, the vast learning of heterodox authors could be profitably utilized, and Nodet helpfully provided an appropriate heterodox catalogue, Ibid. 5860. Nodet, as had Bacon, excluded extreme enthusiasm for the moderns as well. 50. As extreme veneration of the ancients. But where Bacon had categorically dismissed medieval learning, Nodet sought to re-examine the period of learning extending from late Christian antiquity to the 15th century humanists. 31 valuable, usable contributions had been made in this interval in the fields of philosophy, theology, law, medicine, and astrology. Nodet complained that books of former ages of scholarship had been neglected simply because leur seule impression noire et gothique met dans les dégus de plus délicats étudiants de ce siècle, Advis, 84. In a direct antiseptical charge, Nodet stated that it was toujours l'ordinaire d'esprits who made so much out of disciplinary dispute and change but yet failed to derive any benefit from it. The diversity of sects and disciplinary flux had long served as a sceptical proof of the vanity of learning, employed by Bacon among others. 32 Nodet contended that the result had been disastrous. The majority of authors thus remained abandoned and neglected on the shoals of scholarship, while the nouveaux censeurs ou plagiaires helped themselves liberally to the spoils. He observed that while the philosophy of Suarez and the College of Coimbra was currently in vogue, the works of Albertus Magnus, Agostino Nifo, Pomponazzi and others stood completely neglected, even though contemporary school philosophy pillaged these authors relentlessly. 33 The same, he believed, was true of modern medicine, which had only superficially exploited the contributions of the medieval Latin West and of the Avicenists, who, clumsy and heavy as their Latin might be, had nonetheless tellement pénétré les fonds de la médecine. Bacon, on the other hand, had ruled out the validity of both Arabic and scholastic traditions in natural philosophy. 34. The serious consideration Nodet gave non-Galenic medicine, Avicenna, Paracelsus, in the Advis, the interest exhibited in memory systems, natural magic, the occult, alchemy, and vain or ineffectual philosophy constitutes a significant difference with Bacon on the value of the history of learning. While Nodet and Bacon both valued 16th century novators for their double assault on ancient tradition and received opinion, Nodet welcomed vain philosophy for exactly the same reason. As we have seen, Bacon's position was quite different, though he did not reject historical procedures from natural philosophy out of hand. In De Augmentis, Bacon had proposed to compile a collection of Placida Antiquorum Philosophorum, an evaluation of both ancient and modern philosophical systems. The tenor of Bacon's proposal is anti-Aristotelian, and it is strictly an evaluation of first principles. Empirical problems were to be inventoried in a non-historical survey of Problemata Naturalia, or a calendarium dubitationum, as I, 56,162. Among the moderns to be considered were Paracelsus, Severinus, Telesio, Patrizzi, and Gilbert. Paracelsus aside, the inclusion of Gilbert is significant, for together with the alchemists, Gilbert was Bacon's favorite example of doomed progression from laudable empirical investigation to unwarranted speculation and ill-founded natural philosophy. 35. However, Bacon considered both the calendarium and the Placida as appendices to natural philosophy. Such projects were central for Nodet. Where B.A. 51. Con turned to the history of philosophy for a survey of philosophical systems, Node maintained a revised Renaissance position that a critical examination of the history of philosophy could yield useful empirical knowledge, regardless of theoretical orientation. The priority Bacon accorded theoretical criteria effectively ruled out a role for history in empirical investigations as, unlike in Node, false theoretical assumptions discredited the validity of empirical findings. And while Bacon directly denied the possibility of obtaining veritas aliquoporia from the Placida, Node stressed that even unsuccessful efforts could, in the right hands, produce unexpected results. Ils certain que la connoissance de ces livres est tellement utile et fructueuse à celui qui skate faire réflexion et tire profit de tout ce tu il voit, tu el lui fournit un milliers d'oviches et de nouvelles conceptions, lesquelles estans reçues dans un esprit docile, universal et desgage de tout interests, nullius addictus irari in verbo magistri, els le font parler à propos de toutes choses, lui ostent l'admiration, qui est le vrai signe de nostre faiblesse, et le facinant à raisonner sur tout ce qui est présent avec beaucoup plus de jugement, prévoyance et résolution, que ne fait pas le commun d'autres personnes de lettres et de mérite. 36. The value of considering weak or even spurious contributions in natural philosophy for Node is that once properly evaluated, they would potentially be capable of producing new, effective knowledge. But more interesting is Node's suggestion that the effort required to achieve such an evaluation is itself propedeutic, as it requires a constant mental vigilance and instills a routine incredulity. The emphasis on observation, universality, disinterestedness, and the specific attack on admiration, wonder, while reminiscent of Bacon, is to be deployed in the sort of assessment of tradition Bacon explicitly excludes from the normal practice of natural philosophy. The movement of Node's argument from vain philosophy, to occultism to heterodoxy is important. In all instances he actively supplanted a notion of the determined authority, or lack of it, of a text with the criterion of its usefulness as a source. While Node had nothing but disdain for the magical and chemical worldviews, he was nonetheless interested in their empirical achievements. He suggested a similar approach to theology, patristic scholarship, and ecclesiastical history, arguing that heterodox challenges, especially in the domains of the textual criticism of the Bible and patristic scholarship, had affected disciplinary renewal and driven scholars on both sides of the confessional divide to investigate hitherto neglected aspects of the Christian tradition. Advis. 8586. A similar process of change and renewal had occurred in all the disciplines. Ibid. 87. If anywhere, Node's own achievement lies here. History provided a means of prying valid knowledge from discredited and invalid systems of thought and belief. He ultimately stopped short, however, of arguing directly that a methodical scepticism would secure new foundations for knowledge. All of this had direct consequences for collecting. In addition to acquiring bulky multi-volume works in a given subject, brief, less well-known, physically 52. Smaller, and, he argued, often more incisive, treatments of subjects should also be purchased. Ibid. 7678, 80. Moreover, the library should play a positive, active role in editorial scholarship by ferreting out unedited manuscripts of neglected authors. Thus Node took the common run of textual scholars to task. How unseemly to follow the caprice and fantasies of ces nouveaux censeurs et grammairiens who had spent a lifetime, Node quipped, forging conjectures. Ibid. 92. Meanwhile, the manuscripts of an infinite number of scholars who had toiled and devoted their entire lives to discovering that which was formerly unknown or to the clarification of some useful subject lie mouldering in the hands of ignorant collectors. Ibid. 9293. And while it was fully within the discretion of the library to amass a great number of manuscripts, only manuscripts of actual cognitive worth should be actively collected, obtained with the help of bibliographical aids such as Gessner's Bibliotheca Universalis and library catalogues. Manuscripts of works already in print were of little concern. Ibid. 9495, as were manuscripts prized solely for their antiquity, decoration, or autre foibles considerations, Ibid. 116. Nodé argued straightforwardly for the extension of editorial scholarship into periods and domains of human learning which had hitherto been excluded from this process of historical evaluation, and for which there was an abundance of material. Nothing that was of potential use for the advancement of any discipline could be neglected. This indeed is the dominant concern of the Advisles Bibliothèques ne sont dressées New York estimes chu en considération du service et de l'utilité qu'elle en peut recevoir, Ibid. 11516. The significance of the Advice lies in its articulation of an institutionalized practice of the history of scholarship, a concept of the function of the library which would become increasingly important as the library came to be seen as a locus for the public verification of scholarship. At the very end of the Advice, Nodé had proposed to write, in pursuit of le progrès et augmentation of the Demesmes library, a Bibliotheca Memiana, which would be CEQUILYASI longtemps qu'elle en soit scavoir, l'histoire très ample et particulière de lettres et de livres, le jugement et censure de autheurs, le nom de milers et plus nécessaires en chaque faculté, le fléau de plagiaires, le progrès de sciences, la diversité de sexes, la révolution de arts et disciplines, la décadence de anciens, les divers principes de novateurs, et le bon droit de pyrrh onions fond sur l'ignorance de tous les hommes. 37. As Rudolf Bloom reminded us many years ago, Nodé had taken the idea of such a history of learning from Bacon's De Augmenta Scientiarum, where Bacon, finding the historiography of learning in as poor condition as the patient itself, called for a just and universal history of learning, giving full expression to the concept of Historia Literarum. The argument of which is none other than to recover out of the records what doctrines and arts flourished in which regions and ages of the world. Therein. 53. Antiquities, progress, and peregrinations to the various parts of the earth, for knowledge also migrates, just as do peoples, and their reversals, oblivions, and renewals should be commemorated. At the same time the occasion and origin of the invention of each art should be observed, its manner and method of transmission, the method and order of its cultivation and exercise. The sex should also be considered, and the most celebrated controversies conducted by the learned, the calumnies they suffered, the praises and honors with which they have been rewarded. The most distinguished authors and outstanding books should be noted, schools, successions, academies, societies, colleges, the orders, and finally everything else which bears upon the condition of learning. 38. Although in practice Nodé and Bacon held widely divergent views on the nature and purpose of the history of learning, Nodé's evocation of Historia Literaria is nonetheless one of the strongest Baconian elements of the Advice. The projected Bibliotheca Memiana effectively disarmed sceptical criticisms of the state of learning by proposing to write a critical history of them. Just as for Bacon Historia Naturalis put nature to the test, so for Nodé Historia Literaria put all of knowledge to the test. Nodé very early recognized the potential of historical Pyrrhonism as a methodological safeguard against radical sceptical attacks upon the textual foundations and transmission of knowledge. The library emerged as the institutional domain of Historia Literaria. While the common order of the disciplines performed the traditional encyclopedic task of arranging knowledge, the historical principles expounded by Nodé allowed for the discovery of a discipline's potential through the propedeutic evaluation of its own past and that of related disciplines. More than this, history broke down traditional disciplinary hierarchies and allowed for the expansion of the encyclopedia of disciplines, a problem which encyclopedias with logical, metaphysical, or theological foundations did not pretend to address. Though building on Bacon's achievement, in identifying the library with the history of learning, Nodé rendered the library the apotheosis of a Renaissance historiographical tradition long intent upon the recovery of the Monumenta Literarum. Perhaps more importantly, in so doing he secured intellectual and methodological foundations for the library which would last a century and more. The final, resounding joke of the Advice is that it itself constitutes a histoire traceabrègue of the proposed Bibliotheca Memiana, an autre catalogue fort exact of the arts and sciences to accompany Poliziano's Pain Pastimen. As the library emerged as an autonomous institution of learning over the course of the next century, Historia Literaria would be refined to fulfill Node's double injunction that the method of the library adequately reflect the world of scholarship in addition to ordering the library itself. 39. Part 2. Philosophy and History. 61. Thales Philosophus. The beginning of philosophy as a discipline. 1. Constance Blackwell. By the mid-18th century, a history of philosophy too was agreed upon which claimed that Thales was the first real philosopher. This had not always been thought to be true, indeed that philosophy began in the Middle East with the Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Hebrews was almost universally maintained until well into the 17th century and was Newton's belief. 3. A careful reading of early 18th century histories of philosophy and in particular the work of Johann Jacob Brucker reveals that the shift of the origins of philosophy from the East to Greece was not merely due to new philological evidence which questions. Dating Hermetic texts to the time of Moses, the process of rethinking philosophy's past was a long and complex one, drawing on critiques taken from both historians of law and medicine as well as from the philologists. The result not only redefined philosophy's history, but identified what topics could be included within the discipline. This is a complex story which needs telling at this time when the question of the origins of philosophy and Western civilization are beginning to be debated again, in part because of the publication of Black Athena. 5 in 1992. Part of an issue of ISIS 6 devoted substantial space to the debate. The philological critique of the Priscahiologia and rewriting the history of scholarship. The first version of the history of philosophy based on Diogenes Laertius' Lives of the Philosophers in the Renaissance appears in Giovanni Tortoli's De Orthographia, 1448-1452, under the word Philosophia, where the definition includes themes that remain with the definition of philosophy until Brucker's Historia Critica Philosophiae in 1742, that the first philosophers were called magi or in Egypt sacerdotes or propheti, and that philosophy first arose among the Persians. 7 Tortelli reworked the text of Diogenes Laertius' preface freely. He could certainly read that Diogenes Laertius' preface did not say that philosophy originated in the East but merely that some had said so. 8 Tortelli organized the information chronologically and began philosophy with Zoroaster. Tortelli's simple chronological exercise rewrote the history of philosophy so that it said that both the priest and the philosopher could practice philosophy and that philosophy had been part of civilization from the beginning of time. A distinction between the methods for discovering truth by the priest and the philosopher. 62. Was only definitively articulated when Jacob Brucker distinguished between religious knowledge gained by inspiration by the patriarchs and philosophical knowledge acquired through reason by the Greeks after Thales. 9. The best-known tradition that philosophy began in the East has been associated with the Florentine Neoplatonists and their tradition of Priscatheologia. The term was used and popularized by Pletho X and then incorporated into the writings of Marsilio Ficino XI and Pico della Mirandola XII, who also accepted the authenticity of the newly translated texts which had been attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. The tradition got another impetus with the work of Francesco Patrizzi. 13 But it was not just the Neoplatonists who held that philosophy began with either Zoroaster or Moses. A survey of all the historians of philosophy discussed in the first volume of Santinello's The Models of the History of Philosophy, 66,100, reveals that with a few exceptions, most of them 14 accepted the idea of some sort of Priscatheologia. For example, the Jesuit Aristotelian, Pereira, took up the theme and quoted references from Plato and Aristotle which supported the view that philosophy began in the East. 15 His fellow Jesuit, Francisco de Toledo, hinted that there was a dispute about this question, and that Epicurus had said that the Greeks invented philosophy while others had claimed that it arose from Adam to Noah and the patriarchs, then to the Egyptians, from whom it came to Greece. At this point Toledo refuses to discuss the point further. 16. Also like the Neoplatonists, these Aristotelians equated philosophia with sapientia, drawing on classical precedents. Throughout Pereira's discussion, philosophia and sapientia are synonymous. He describes Anaxagoras, Thales, and other early Greek philosophers as sapients who sought divine knowledge, not knowledge which was useful to human beings. 17 Toledo specifically denies that philosophy is about one branch of knowledge or only about being, claiming it is universal, including a variety of sciences within it. Philosophy is the likeness to God, Toledo said, as much as that is possible for us. That is, philosophy is a double type of activity. For in God there are two types of actions, the knowledge of things, in as much as he reflects about everything, and the other is the activity by which he governs. 18. The view that the Hermetic texts were contemporaneous with Moses was challenged by Isaac Casaubon 19, who asserted that they were 3rd century AD forgeries. This had a decisive effect on certain 17th and 18th century historians of philosophy, Jonesius, 1624-1659, Morhoff, 1636-1691, and Brucker, 1696-1770. They set out not only to criticize the notion of aprisca theologia but to write it out of the history of scholarship. The earliest survey of previous histories of philosophy was by Johannes Jonesius, 1624-1659, point 20. In the first chapter of the De Scripturibus Historiae Philosophiae 21 he clearly establishes that the words philosophus and sapiens have identical meanings and include within their purview the whole encyclopedia of knowledge, the contemplative, active, and affective sciences. Point 22. Although Jonesius identifies philosophia with sapientia and does not distinguish philosophia from theologia, he does not 63. Accept the evidence which ascribed ancient philosophy or theology to Hermes or Zoroaster. Indeed, one can almost say that with Jonesius the tradition of eliminating these texts from the history of philosophy begins. Books 1 through 3 on ancient philosophy include no mention of either Hermes or Zoroaster. Pletho is mentioned only in connection with the Aristotle-Plato controversy, Ficino for his praise of Plato, 23. Although they had introduced the Prisca theologia to Italy, and while Jonesius commends Patrizzi's scholarly diligence, he writes that Patrizzi was audacious in support of the Prisca theologia tradition. Point 24. Toward the end of the 1680s, George Daniel Morhoff 25 surveyed the field of the history of philosophy in his massive bibliography cum History of the Disciplines, the Polyhistoire. Volume 2, Book 1 of the Philosophico Historicus begins with De Historia Philosophiae in Genera ac in Specie, Barbarici, Populorum Orientalium et Septentrionalium, where Morhoff surveys and comments on histories of philosophy. Here again the tradition of Prisca theologia is rejected or either directly or indirectly criticized. For example, Morhoff criticizes Hornius's Historia Philosophica for its lack of historical accuracy and Gale's Philosophia Generalis for taking material from Stuccio, whom Morhoff does not even include among the historians of philosophy, and for attributing to the Hebrews what had originated in other nations. Point 26. Morhoff's most devastating criticism comes in his discussion of Patrizzi. Morhoff comments, all is obscure and of uncertain evidence, as many barbarian texts had been mutilated, interpolated, or were plainly false, and he ends his section on Hermes with a pointed criticism of Patrizzi and with blanket caution about the validity of texts claiming to be on barbarian philosophy. 27. He was equally doubtful about the claims concerning the antiquity of Zoroaster because the evidence came from the recent Platonists 28 who corrupted their sources. Morhoff then adds a new theme when he criticizes the syncretism of certain Neoplatonists from the 15th, 16th and 17th centuries. He particularly objected to their belief that the doctrine of the Trinity had been known in a primitive form to certain pagans, a view that had been introduced by Pletho when he claimed to find the Trinity 29 in the sayings of Zoroaster. 30. The attempt to make Zoroaster's writings contain the Trinity in writings was reason enough for suspicion that it was a pious fraud to make people think that the Gentiles had been saved. 31. While Morhoff may have given space to the position that philosophy started in the East, he implies that those who held it either were not good scholars, or worse, corrupted the texts to prove their case. In 1742 the most complete survey of historians of philosophy until recent studies in the 20th century was published in the Dissertatio Praeliminaris 32 to the Historia Critica Philosophiae by the German Lutheran minister, Jacob Brucker. 33 Brucker was influenced by the philosophy of Locke in his youth. 34 and by Christian Wolff later on. 35 and studied at Jena under two eclectic philosophers, J.F. Budius and J.J. Sribius. 36 The Dissertatio Praeliminaris begins with praise for two general bibliographical works, Jonesius de Scripturibus Historiae Philosophici and Fabricius Bibliotheca Graeca. 37 Brucker then names ancient. 64. Histories of philosophy beginning with Diogenes Laertius, whom he chastises for not getting into the minds of the philosophers but praises for preserving important information found nowhere else. 38 After mentioning Plutarch's De Placidis Philosophorum and Galen, he commends Sextus Empiricus for demonstrating the uncertainty of scientific proof, and the necessity of doubting and suspending judgment in the history of philosophy, as well as for defining the principal doctrines of the philosophers. 39 Among the Church Fathers, while he praises Saint Epiphanius's epitomes against heretics and Pseudo-Origen's Philosophum in Veterum, he does not include either Clement of Alexandria 40 or Philo, both of whom also believed in versions of the Prisca Theologia. 41. Brucker begins his list of later historians of philosophy with scornful comments about Walter Burley's ignorance. 42 and praise for Lodovico Vives' attack on scholastic learning. 43 Given that Brucker had not included Clement of Alexandria or Philo among his ancient sources of the history of philosophy, it is perhaps not surprising that he, like Morhoff, does not mention Steuco's Philosophia Perennis. 44 Perhaps even more significantly, when Brucker came to publish his additional notes in 1767, he added Gassendi's name to the historians of philosophy, praising his vast Syntagma Philosophicum not only for including important philosophical doctrines but also because it ascribed the invention of philosophy to the Greeks when all others attributed it to the barbarians. 45 Brucker includes some works with which he does not agree, saying about Hornius that he lacked judgment and used confused evidence and fallacious etymologies. 46 And of Gerard Vossius de Philosophia et Philosophorum Sectis that it showed great learning although it did follow the eclectic method of Potamon and made barbarian philosophy equal to Greek. 47 He also thought Gale used too much Octoritatis Praeudiciama of ancient sources. 48 Brucker's praise for Thomas Stanley's Historia Philosophia is for a work rather different from the original English version printed in 1655. The Latin translation by Olearius incorporated Jean L. E. Clerk's critical notes, which questioned the dating of texts attributed to Zoroaster. 49 Brucker ends with his fellow Germans Christian Thomasius 50, Hieronymus Gundling 51 and Christoph August Heumann 52. While none of the men was fanatically anti-Catholic, each taught a decidedly Protestant version of the history of philosophy. The critique taken from the history of medicine and law. The rejection of Prisca Theologia was followed by the rejection of the related belief in Prisca Sapientia. 53 which held that natural philosophy was begun by the ancients and was well developed before the time of the Greeks. These rejections not only changed the interpretation of the history of philosophy, but how the history of Western and Middle Eastern civilization has been told. It must be borne in mind that a belief in Prisca Theologia went hand in hand with the assumption that there was one all-encompassing truth which did not change. 54 As Rossi has remarked of Kircher. 65. History is not growth, development, or progress. Progress lay in a return, truth, and the way to truth required the retrieval of a truth that had long lain buried. 55 However, the motivations for the concept of a Prisca Sapientia were more complex, for it was created in part to bolster support for contemporary scientific innovation by maintaining that new concepts had ancient precedents. The formula was used in particular by the anti-Aristotelian philosophers who held that matter was made from atoms, and by non-Galenic Paracelsian medical doctors who supported herbal medicine. Brucker knew and criticized Baricius's De Ortu et Progresso Chemia Dissertationi, 1668, 56, where the latter claimed that chemistry began with Tubal-Cain, who is identified with Vulcan, Psalm 11, that Genesis provides evidence that it was known how to make gold, and that the story of the Golden Fleece was evidence of knowledge of chemistry. 57 This concept of Prisca Sapientia was maintained by some and questioned or discredited by others during the course of the 17th and 18th Centuries. 58 Others like Cudworth and Mosheim 59, the later translated the intellectual system into Latin, adding extensive critical notes to the text, believed that the Hermetic texts should be studied for evidence of Egyptian culture. 60 The big question then became how to assess this evidence. The most important initial text criticizing Egyptian science was De Hermetica Medicina, a Galenic Aristotelian attack on Kircher and the Paracelsians by Hermann Conring, 1606-1681. 61 Kircher 62 had claimed that the Egyptians invented chemistry, which Conring rejected, arguing that Egyptian philosophy and science 63 did not have advanced knowledge in mathematics and natural philosophy because, first, the Egyptians were superstitious and followed their priests, not their reason, second, their script of symbolic or allegorical hieroglyphs was unsuited to thinking natural philosophy, third, Egyptian doctors did not use demonstration to verify their scientific discoveries, 64 and fourth, using the Aristotelian distinction between practical and theoretical knowledge, Conring rejects Egyptian mathematics and medicine as merely the practical arts. He explains it was not enough to be able to measure in geometry, but knowledge of its subtleties was necessary, and this only happened when Archimedes and Apollonius Pergaeus developed mathematics. 65 The argument was rephrased by Daniel L. E. Clerk, 1652-1728, 66 to conform with late 17th century scientific practice advocated by his brother, Jean L. E. Clerk as well. L. E. Clerk wrote a history of medicine which established that there had been 3 stages of development in medicine. The first level was natural medicine which used experience as its guide, the second was attained when observations were collected which made it possible to make rules identify illnesses by rules that had been developed, and the third level was reached when the rules and observations were tested by physics. 67 which happened only in Greece with Hippocrates. Brucker incorporated aspects of both critiques into his survey of barbarian philosophy. Brucker made an equally important distinction between those he called sapience and those he called philosophy, which he took in part from Christian. 66. Tomasus. 68 Tomasus had an important influence on Brucker, who not only lists him among the important historians of philosophy but places among his philosophical stars the eclectic philosophers in Volume 5, along with Bacon, Descartes, Hobbes, and Leibniz. 69 Brucker read Tomasus carefully, indeed, we can see him at work underlining his own copy of Thomasius' dissertation on Pierre Poiret's De Erudition Solita, Superficiaria et Falsa 70, where he marked the distinctions that Tomasus made between the method used to acquire knowledge through natural reason, the correct method for philosophy and law 71, and the method used by religion which was by divine light. 72 Brucker applied these distinctions to philosophy and established that the method for reaching truth in theology was incompatible with the philosophical method. These 3 traditions, the philological critique of ancient texts, the critique from the history of medicine, and the narrower definition of philosophy which grew out of the history of law, were brought together by Brucker to establish a coherent definition of philosophy which identified it with the current approved inductive of reasoning used in natural philosophy. Gundling's view on the origins of philosophy. The first attempt known to me to bring these 3 traditions together was made by Nicolaus Hieronymus Gundling, 1671-1729. 73 Gundling's Historia Philosophiae Moralis attacked the notion of Prisca Sapientia and the biblical origin of philosophy. He argued from both religious and scientific historical grounds, developing some of the more general arguments of Conring, L. E. Clerk and Tomasus. Like Morhoff, he claimed it idolatry to say that the first Egyptians maintained the idea of the Trinity, as Kircher had said, or that there had been books of divine contemplation in Egyptian writings as Iamblichus claimed. 74 Gundling goes on to condemn 2 editions of Hermes Trismegistus 75 and Kriegsmann's association of Hermes Trismegistus with the early German 76, and demolishes the claim that the Chaldeans had wisdom by first quoting Pico's letter to Ficino that Pletho's Zoroastrian oracles had come from the Chaldeans. He questions whether such evidence ever existed, noting that on Pico's death, the text on which Pico had based his evidence Ficino found to be completely unreadable. Gundling exclaims, "Reader, look at the audacity of these men." 77. Gundling then redefines philosophia and sapientia, a redefinition which Brucker was to develop. He explains that the confusion between two words, sapientia and doctrina. 78 arose because those who identified philosophy with sapientia grouped wise men with philosophers, while those who understood what doctrina was knew the difference. Doctrina was scientia, that is, logic, chemistry and mathematics. At this point a notion of scientific progress comes into the discussion. Drawing on Daniel L. E. Clerk's Histoire de la Médecine, Gundling points out that while L. E. Clerk had written that Adam may have learned how to treat some illnesses, the treatment had been based on his own personal experience and not on scientific experiment. 79 This argument is then applied to 67. The medical knowledge available to Moses in Egypt. While Gundling acknowledges that Moses may have been instructed by the Pharaoh's daughter, the Egyptians, like Adam, based their medicine on custom, not experiment. While the Egyptians included the triangle in their hieroglyphs, used numbers, and knew certain methods for the improvement of health, Gundling maintains that what they knew could not be defined as chemistry or theoretical knowledge. 80 Not surprisingly, Gundling takes a dim view of the Kabbalah and those who supported it as a source of ancient wisdom, criticizing Pico della Mirandola, Ryuklin, Henry Moore, and Nor van Rosenroth. 81 Gundling ends the book with a curious fudge. As Ulrich Schneider has pointed out, 82 it is one which was used off and on until the 19th century. On the one hand, he criticizes Diogenes Laertius for saying that the Greeks invented philosophy, and on the other, he admits that early men inquired into the nature of things, but states that they did this without intellectual subtlety, chemistry, and scientific instruments. Brucker took up this theme and developed it into a clear historical and philosophical distinction between knowledge gained by religious inspiration and that gained through the senses and through imperfect reason, and applied it to the history of philosophy. The result was a clear rejection that the barbarians had true philosophy and proof that the Greeks with Thales developed theoretical knowledge. While Brucker did not deny the barbarians a hearing, and, as Schneider has pointed out, barbarian civilization was discussed into the 19th century, after Brucker it was judged that their thought could not be considered to be truly philosophical. Brucker's classical sources for the new history of philosophy. After Brucker listed his sources for the history of philosophy, in which he eliminated texts supporting the Prisca Theologia, in his Dissertatio Praeliminaris, he wrote an introduction to the main body of his work in which he dramatically reworked material from Clement of Alexandria, who supported the claim that philosophy arose in the East at the beginning of time, and turned him into a supporter for the position that philosophy began with the Greeks. This intellectual sleight of hand was done by selecting a quotation which noted that when Clement divided philosophy between the barbarians and the Greeks, he said that one tradition must be selected which most freed the soul from ignorance. This, Clement admitted, was the Greek tradition, which used an artificiosa philosophandi methodus, while in contrast the barbarians used a way of speaking unsuited to philosophy. 83 In the additional notes, Brucker also adds references to Gassendi, Lactantius and Diogenes Laertius, all of whom also held that philosophy began with the Greeks. 84 He concludes with a telling remark that while Aristotle was not the first philosopher, he was one of the first who set out a systematic method of philosophizing. 85 Brucker then proceeded to write a history of philosophy which identified which philosophers should be included in the canon, and all those selected were like Aristotle in the sense. 68 They set out complete philosophical systems. These were philosophers and not wise men. As Brucker said, the beginning of philosophy must be separated from the increase of learning that came from habit. 86 And an accurate method for determining causes and principles had to be segregated from the sapientia, including the wisdom of the Bible, handed down through the authority of parents and masters. However, while there is nothing in the scripture that can shed light on how to philosophize, it can identify important issues in ecclesiastical history and the history of heresy. These topics Brucker did not hesitate to include in his work, interweaving it with discussions of atheism, Gnosticism, and Spinozism. Brucker then tells his version of the cultural evolution of knowledge. With Adam only, the first rudiments of philosophy are understood only by using a method of meditation and from experience, or as empirical philosophy, as a learned man human said 87. The vocabulary that Brucker uses here is important. Experience, as Leclerc had said, was not enough for science. Real science only came after the knowledge about the natural world was collected and tested through the methods of natural philosophy. Brucker maintained that Adam after the fall had sapientia, a notion of God, his own happiness and justice which Adam received through divine light. This was religious wisdom but not philosophical knowledge. 88 Brucker denies that the names that Adam gave to the animals were scientific, as the Hebrew names of the animals do not give any indication of their essence, and Brucker also comments that the nature of the original primeval language is uncertain. 89 He also denies Adam had books, since Moses did not mention any, which he certainly would have done, had it been the case. 90 Adam's knowledge of God and his own virtue derived from revelation. He was a prophet and virtuous man, not a philosopher. Brucker goes on to deny that Tubal-Cain was identical to Vulcan as Barichias had maintained. 91 Or that Noah was a philosopher because he built the ark. Brucker was able to write a longer section about Moses' learning, as there was more information about Moses' education from both the Jewish and Christian traditions. 92 He first lists those ancients who supported the assertion that Moses was a philosopher. Both Clement of Alexandria and Philo claimed Moses learned arithmetic, geometry, music and, above all, medicine, from the Egyptians. There was also an old Jewish tradition preserved in Eusebius which held that Moses knew logic. 93 And Barichias, Sennert and Dickinson 94 believed he knew chemistry. Following Conring and Leclerc, Brucker denied that Moses knew chemistry because he smashed the golden calf and mixed its gold with water for the Israelites to drink. Moses was a Vates, or prophet, and who followed the divine light. He had been instructed by God's revelation to form a theocracy, but although he did this he was not truly a moral philosopher, and prophets who followed him also were not, properly speaking, philosophers. 95 Brucker ends the section by quoting from Thomas Burnet to back up his view. 96 When he comes to discuss Egyptian philosophy, Brucker shifts his emphasis, focusing his critique on the extent and method of Egyptian scientific learning. 69 Taking his lead from Cudworth that there might have been something of value in the Hermetic writings, but following the line of thinking further, he paraphrases Mosheim's comment 97 with approval, and maintains that if one is to take the Hermetic books as valid, it has to be proved that the Egyptians also treated them as such. However, Brucker notes that the only person who did take these texts seriously was Iamblichus, whose critical judgment Brucker questions. At that time of Iamblichus the whole of Egyptian philosophy had degenerated from its early form and constitution and had become greatly corrupted by the philosophers who, as was their wont, used foul syncretism and mingled together Oriental, Egyptian, and Platonic doctrine. It is very likely that syncretism was from the activity of these men, most delinquent and ingenious in foisting books at great men of a former age, gave birth to such a false offspring, especially where the Christians allowed themselves to be deceived by them and rather incautiously fell into their nets. 98 Despite this criticism, he does read critically what evidence there was about ancient Egypt in the Hermetic texts. The poor Egyptians do not get off lightly. Fundamental to Brucker's argument is his assessment of the level of learning attained by the three men called Hermes. The first used symbolic language rather like Jesus, a type of symbolic language Brucker approved of, but after the first Hermes' death floods and decay ensued, and the pillars 99 on which he wrote his knowledge were scattered. Although the second Hermes ordered the pillars to be collected and housed in temples, the knowledge they contained became corrupted. After that there were floods and wars in Egypt and almost all knowledge was lost. Then the third Hermes appeared who looked for the key to the hieroglyphs, developed knowledge and increased the colleges of priests. He was called Hermes Trismegistus. Brucker took these stories and constructed a history of a corrupt, or barbaric, civilization. For example, the religion was corrupt because stories about the early kings were retold as stories about gods by the priest who wanted to keep the truth from the common people. 100 Brucker, well aware that the Greeks recognized Egyptian learning, attributes this to Orpheus' influence, since Orpheus brought aspects of Egyptian religion to Greece by creating Greek mythology. But mythology was not the stuff of philosophy for Brucker. 101. Brucker, like Conring and Le Clerc before him, goes on to question the development of advanced mathematics among the Egyptians. He notes that it was said that they could measure fields, calculate the movement of stars, and practice herbal medicine. Taking his argument from Conring and Le Clerc and imposing the Aristotelian classification of practical and theoretical science on the Egyptians, Brucker devalues what the Egyptians were said to have known by classifying it as practical or empirical knowledge and therefore not the matter of philosophy. Brucker held that geometry was a theoretical discipline and used in philosophical reasoning, while arithmetic was not. Thus Brucker noted that while Egyptians may have measured the stars, Thales predicted the eclipse, which indicated that Thales understood the geometric theory behind astronomy. 70. Egyptians measured the fields using only arithmetic, while Thales taught them how to measure a pyramid. This meant Thales knew the theory behind geometry. This association of Thales with theoretical geometry was set out clearly by Thomas Stanley in his discussion of Thales when he refers to Proclus' commentary on Euclid as evidence of the Greeks' awareness of the theoretical basis of geometry and unhistorically attributes this to Thales. 102. It should also be noted that the same hierarchy in mathematics was maintained by the contemporary philosopher whom Brucker so admired, Christian Wolff. 103. Brucker then used the same arguments as Conring and Le Clerc when he criticized Egyptian medicine for being based on herbal medicine learned through custom and chance, and not by demonstration and scientific method. 104. It then is with Thales then, not the earlier Greeks, Orpheus, or Homer that philosophy begins. Brucker rejected Orpheus as a philosopher, because the knowledge which he brought from Egypt was secret and told in allegorical or symbolic fables which were methodologically like hieroglyphs and thus unsuited for open investigation of nature. 105. While he admits that Orpheus' fables may have helped to civilize the rude Greeks and supply them with the basic ingredients of their religion, these fables were not the matter of philosophy. Brucker opens Book 2 with the bold statement that it was with the Secta Ionica that the human ingenium began to develop philosophy by using the correct approach toward the truth of things divine and human by employing meditation and reflective reasoning. 106. Taking his lead from Diogenes Laertius and from later works by Scipio Aquiliano 107 and Thomas Burnet, Brucker says that while information is incomplete about early Greek philosophy 108 it is with Thales and especially with Thales' student Anaximander, that the scientific method was introduced to Greece and philosophy was initiated. 109. Thales may have been the first real philosopher but as such was not able to philosophize as completely as later philosophers. A very real concept of scientific progress developed not only among such medical historians as Daniel Le Clerc but also among historians of philosophy like Humann, who in 1723 made a measured and historically acute assessment of Thales's knowledge of mathematical science. 110. Brucker wrote his own version of Thales, describing him as a philosopher who had not made a complete break with the mythological works on the Theogonies because Thales held that the beginning was from water, while the doctrine on the immortality of the soul may have come from the Egyptians. 111. Brucker was also rather unfairly critical of Thales' belief that the floods of the Nile were caused by the wind. Brucker notes that they were really caused by floods in Ethiopia. 112. The fact is that it was still unclear in the early 18th century what caused the floods on the Nile. He also objected to the unhistorical claim by Plutarch that Thales said bodies could not be infinitely divided, but would divide into atoms. Brucker believed that atoms had not been discovered by Thales' time. 113. Brucker's interest in classifying levels of intellectual sophistication led him to overestimate the superiority of Thales' mathematical and astronomical knowledge. 71. In this Brucker followed those who gave a particularly high place to mathematical reasoning, like Descartes and Wolff. He argued that when Thales went to Memphis in Egypt to study mathematics, he came with a better philosophical training than the Egyptians, which is further proved by the fact that Thales also knew how to bisect a circle and understood the principles of an equilateral triangle. In astronomy he divided the sky into 5 zones, divided the year into 365 days and 4 seasons and forecast the eclipse of the sun. Although Thales left no system of moral philosophy, but merely a few sayings, Greek philosophy developed from that time forward because he initiated philosophy as an open field of inquiry with facts which could be openly arrived at and tested. Thales' student, Anaximander, opened a philosophical school and taught others publicly what he had learned privately from Thales and wrote the first book on natural philosophy. 114 Finally Brucker rejected his teacher Buddeus' claim that Thales was an atheist, and maintained that Thales took his idea that God was the soul of the world from the Egyptians and Greek theogonies. 115. Brucker's definition of philosophy and with it Greek philosophy as a rational pursuit is not dissimilar to recent thinking by such historians of Greek philosophy as Geoffrey Lloyd. 116 Should we group Brucker then with the current historians of Greek science and philosophy whom David Pingree claims are gripped by Hellenophilia? When Brucker was writing, History of Philosophy in Germany served as introductory chapters to a course in natural philosophy, ethics, and logic. For example, Jean L. E. Clerk's Physica opened with a quick survey of the history of physics from Thales to Copernicus. 117 While Buddeus' Elementa Philosophiae was written as an introduction to his philosophy text which included sections on logic, ethics, and natural philosophy and only appeared as a discrete volume after his death. 118 These works were designed not to be objective surveys of all philosophical culture but as background to current philosophical problems in natural philosophy, ethics, metaphysics and logic. David Pingree 119 rightly points out that while for his own research on early Babylonian, Iranian and Indian science, he includes not only various forms of astronomy and mathematics, but astral omens, astrology, law, medicine, and magic, a modern scientist doing research would be correct to exclude most of these fields from their investigation. Given the assessment of the trustworthiness of non-Greek texts and the model of scientific thought he was heir to, Brucker could not help but engage in a kind of Hellenophilia. His notion of scientific method, which was an amalgam of earlier Aristotelian demonstration, contemporary classification about levels of mathematical complexity and the inductive methods taken from Locke and Boyle, came from both his sources and his school tests. Brucker was not original, but instead a genius at turning disparate traditions into a coherent story. Nevertheless, the result of his methodological bias should be pointed out. Pingree's own vision has Babylonian astronomy and mathematics as the taproot of science and mathematics, linking Egypt, Greece, Syria, Iran, and India. 72. It is a tradition in which he sees great and fertile variation. 120 Brucker's view severely criticizes the philosophies of the ancient Middle East, the Kabbalah, and the Neoplatonists and all those Renaissance and 17th century philosophers who revived these traditions. For Brucker there is one correct method of thought, the model of inductive reasoning as he understood it. Those philosophical systems which did not use it were excluded from his canon. It has not been until the 1960s that the Hermetic tradition and with it the relationship between magic and philosophy has been studied in Renaissance and 17th century philosophies, and much still needs to be done. The question of whether knowledge started in the East is alive as it was in the 17th century, but for different reasons. Today many scholars are interested in how thinking in natural philosophy developed, and seek to investigate this by examining how the various philosophers thought rather than by imposing what is considered the correct logical method on the texts. This interest includes Cardano and Campanella, who were interested in magic, the late Aristotelian tradition and its interest in scientific method, as well as Brucker's eclectic philosophers. Clearly how philosophy and correct reasoning in philosophy is defined have determined which philosophies have been included in the canon of philosophy. Pulagius, Mentio Aegis Multa, and Magna Apud Antiquos Autores Fama. Sic recensenter passum ap. Platonum, and Platonicus, Praecipu recenti oras, quod suspicionum alicugus corruptiones arguat, Aegis sententii. Ha sententii, undicunque collecti, uno volumen editi fuerunt superior seculo in Gallia. Sexaginta enim oracula, a Juliano quodum Caldeo Gris facta, Parisius excusa sunt anno circ it here 1530, in quibus ipsapine Christiana fides, mysterium qui Trinitatis proponitor, quam ob causam suspicati fuerunt multi, pia quadam fraude actum fuis, and supposita quidam Christianis ad convincendo Gentiles. Clario enim illic trinitatis notitia, quam in ipso vi testamento. 83. Eclecticism and the History of Philosophy. Ulrich Johannes Schneider. Antiportus. Eclecticism has only recently been identified as a philosophy preferred by many thinkers, many of them German, in the last 2 decades of the 17th and the first 3 decades of the 18th century. Among historians of philosophy, philosophical eclecticism has been recognized as an important phenomenon of the early Enlightenment, Frühaufklärung, and interpreted in the context of the critique of prejudice. One eclecticism has been found behind the injunction to think for oneself too, and has been also thought of as related to conceptions of certainty and judgment, Eudicium. Point 3. A larger context has been opened up by interpreting eclecticism as an early modern Philosophia Christiana. Point 4. Where 20 years ago little was known about eclectic philosophy. 5. Today we know almost too much, as witnessed by the recently published comprehensive inventory of texts which use the term. 6. It is quite stunning how a whole new world of thought has emerged and been interpreted by historians of philosophy, terra incognita discovered. It is possible, however, that the new historical knowledge about eclecticism has adapted too rapidly to the traditional conception of the history of philosophy. There is a common assumption that every ism indicates some position, and eclecticism is consequently understood as a rather weak philosophical position which existed only for a very limited period, possibly a period of crisis. Point 7. In this perspective, eclecticism was held to disappear when contradicted and superseded by systematic philosophy. Even after its discovery today, historians of philosophy will insist that eclecticism lacked any raison d'être and was therefore never again taken up as a part of a philosophical program, with the single exception of that of Victor Cousin. Point 8. Even in the 18th century, Christian Wolff and Johann Gottlieb Fichte accused eclecticism of being a philosophy without foundation. Point 9. Not much later, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel tried to discern the principles implied in every philosophical system, and called eclecticism altogether meaningless and inconsequent, which was as much as to say, no philosophy at all. Point 10. This philosophical verdict on eclecticism persists in today's histories of philosophy. Eclecticism is presented as something to feel sorry about, and eclectic thinkers have difficulty in winning the respect of historians of philosophy. Point 11. Most of them still find it all too easy to sympathize with the way the early claims of eclecticism were ignored by systematic thinkers such as Christian 84. Wolff or Immanuel Kant, and they also feel that Victor Cousin's self-proclaimed eclecticism was obviously weaker than Hegelianism. This understanding rests on distinctions between important figures in the history of philosophy and minor ones, between thoughts which last and ones which do not, between the peaks and the valleys in the landscape of thought. In order to achieve historical understanding, however, one has to be careful not to apply these distinctions to explicit opinions only. To think of the history of philosophy in terms of conflicting positions or in terms of a hierarchy of ideas means thinking of it as a kind of intellectual battleground, which of course it was, and is. But still there is a danger of missing the relevant point at issue, and in the case of eclecticism, this includes the idea of not having a philosophical position at all. 12. In medias res. In 1745, when Hieronymus Georg Gloeckner, professor of Weltweisheit at Leipzig, started to question the existence of the philosopher Potamon of Alexandria, he practically concluded a debate which had been going on for nearly 60 years. Many German academics, including some important ones, had participated in a debate about the eclectic philosophy, whose founding father Potamon was thought to be. Gloeckner had one of his students defend a dissertation in which he tried to reconstruct the so-called Younger Platonic philosophy, using material mainly drawn from Johann Jacob Brucker's monumental History of Philosophy, then just published. The aim of Gloeckner's dissertation was to establish whether Potamon was indeed a Neoplatonic thinker. Gloeckner tried to solve the problem by examining the available sources. There were no surviving writings by Potamon himself, and Gloeckner quickly determined that Diogenes Laertius had provided the most reliable account. 13. This account, however, turns out to be very brief indeed. Diogenes Laertius called Potamon the founder of a sect which professed no particular doctrine, but chose whatever it pleased from other sections. 14 Diogenes Laertius considered the emphasis on choice to be the distinctive feature in Potamon's philosophy and consequently called him a chooser in Greek, eklektikos, in Latin, electivus or eclecticus. Diogenes, writing at the end of the 3rd century AD, added that the eclectic sect was a recent phenomenon and therefore did not go into detail. The source thus provided not so much information as a blank space. It was this space a bare indication of the existence of a new and special sect that was transmitted by Diogenes for more than 1,000 years along with other miscellaneous information about ancient philosophers. As we can see from humanist editions of Diogenes Laertius and commentaries on him, no one paid much attention to it till the end of the 17th century. 15 In the middle of the 18th century, scholars like Gloeckner inaugurated a new period of indifference, pushing Potamon back into oblivion again. In between these dates, however, eclecticism flourished as a fervently professed and debated philosophy. All was started off by the little note in Diogenes Laertius. 85. Secta Eclectica. Early in the 17th century, Justus Lipsius, a famous scholar from Leiden University, added a little commentary to the reference in Diogenes Laertius, saying that he liked the eclectic section. 16 Half a century later, in 1657, another great Dutch scholar, Gerhard Johannes Vossius, published a new version of Diogenes Laertius, which devoted the whole final chapter to the eclectic sect, whereas Diogenes had mentioned it only in his preface. After all the sects comes, for Vossius, a sect which is not itself another sect, but which regards them all as its sources. Vossius, like Lipsius, praises this philosophy and seems to include himself among its followers, by concluding that one should indeed choose the best from all existing sections. 17. It is of course true that if Vossius had had time to continue his history of philosophy, the eclectic sect would have become one episode amongst others, so losing its privileged place at the end. 18 Another history of philosophy, published almost at the same time by Vossius's colleague George Horne, illustrates this point. When modern philosophy was included, the eclectic sect lost its prominence. 19 Vossius probably had a different opinion of modernity in that he still clung to the prejudice of antiquity, not granting much originality to later thought. But it is precisely in this perspective that his appraisal of eclecticism becomes important, as can be seen in reference to yet another contemporary history of philosophy, by the Englishman Thomas Stanley. Stanley confined his history to ancient philosophy, but never even mentioned the eclectic section. 20 In stressing the active and methodical character of eclecticism, Vossius was clearly attempting to justify his own work as an historian who no longer believes in the possibility of importing the knowledge of things past into the present, but who takes responsibility for representing and interpreting the past using his own judgment. In the eclectic sect, Vossius recognized a philosophy that might justify the work of an historian. 21. It was with a similar intention that Gottfried Olearius, philologist and professor for theology at the University of Leipzig, translated Stanley's History of Philosophy into Latin in 1711, adding a new concluding chapter on the eclectic philosophy. Olearius too wanted to show that the eclectic manner of philosophizing represents a decisive step away from the sectarianism of ancient philosophy. Olearius's way of recommending the eclectic method to his contemporaries may also be understood as a reflection on the task of an historian. He highlights specific eclectic virtues such as modesty, justice, caution, and courage. 22 And seeks to avoid scepticism by means of the simple eclectic maxim to investigate carefully the propositions and opinions of the philosophers, and to discern the principles and guidelines in which they agree. 23 So in describing the eclectic sect, the historian was indirectly explaining his general relationship to his object, past thought. When in 1690 a second and enlarged edition of Vossius's Little History of Philosophical Sects was printed, more than 30 years after the first, the book became part of an already vivid debate about eclecticism. 24 The fascination was 86. Not confined to scholars. In 1686 Johann Christoph Sturm, professor of physics at the University of Altdorf, published a series of dissertations defending eclecticism in an overtly programmatic way. 25 In 1688, there came the philosophy of the court, Philosophia Aulica, of Christian Thomasius, a professor of law first in Leipzig, and then, from 1690, in Halle. Thomasius too unmistakably advocated eclecticism. The heated debate triggered off by Vossius, Sturm, and Thomasius was to last well into the 18th century, and important new contributors included Arnold Wessenfeld, professor of ethics, logic, and metaphysics at Frankfurt, Oder, and Johann Franz Budde, professor first at Halle and then, from 1705, professor of theology at Jena. 26. The debate over eclecticism was connected with some wider issues at the time: freedom of teaching and research, independence from authority, both political and theological, and the conditions for forming responsible judgments and reasonable forms of discussion. To the eclectics, membership of a sect meant repeating opinions without examination or understanding, and they welcomed eclecticism as an additional weapon in the fight against prejudice. Even without knowing much about eclecticism, the general idea of an unprejudiced selection of the best opinions suited the purpose of enlightened thinkers. So the claim to be eclectic was associated unproblematically with the plea for a more rational, moral, and juridical style of philosophy, as put forward for instance by Christian Thomasius. 27 In many ways the urge for sect-free philosophizing was linked to the critique of prejudices, discussed at great length around the same time by the same people. 28. At first glance, then, it seems that Vossius did no more than hand over the term eclectic to the philosophers. And indeed the theoretical significance of the idea of eclectic thinking as superseding sectarianism was not lost on enlightened intellectuals among the German academics, who were happy to march under the banner of eclecticism. However, the historical meaning of eclecticism never quite disappeared, and in the period 1680 to 1740 it was present in all contemporary writings on eclectic philosophy. The idea of the eclectic sect as nourishing itself from others was always at work even in the philosophical debate, and was indeed at the very heart of the modern fascination with eclecticism. Eclecticism is not equivalent to enlightenment, and although many enlightened thinkers cherished eclecticism, they would use the term to epitomize their claims. The critique of pedantry or Aristotelianism, of prejudices in general, could dispense with all reference to eclecticism. Wherever this reference is made, however, an historical problem becomes evident in terms of the relation of present and past, modernity and antiquity, as well as in terms of the present reflection on past doctrines. Viewed from an eclectic perspective, any critique of sectarianism or authoritarianism is a position which must come at the end of a history of opinions and arguments. At the same time, one has to realize from this privileged final position that present opinions are not fundamentally different from opinions of the past, and that consequently it is no use simply to 87. Reject the past. Rather, present thinking must relate positively to the past if it is to avoid repeating it. If the present is a consequence of history, and if historical understanding is a mediation for the present, then the philosopher and the historian are not very different one from another anymore. 29. So behind the philosophical debate about eclecticism lies something like a problematization of the burden of history, and it is probably through this debate that, in the period around 1700, this problematization became a concern for philosophers. From the eclectic position, the historical existence of philosophy is a positive phenomenon, even though this may not mean much more than having a past, being contingent, and taking many different forms. The field opened up by eclecticism was different of course from any 19th century dialectics of spirit and time, rather it comprised all the handed-down facts about philosophy and philosophers, the mass of miscellaneous information about their life and opinions. In itself, the idea of representing tradition was not of interest for any 17th century philosopher, but every radically modern philosopher finds himself indirectly concerned with it, since tradition proves all former philosophers to have failed. This is precisely the meaning of the term sect, an unsuccessful philosophy of interest only to a few followers. Eclecticism is a permanent discussion of sects and sectarianism, and thus allows for enlightened thinkers to rethink their proper aim. By way of respecting the historical multitude of philosophical intentions, philosophers may find themselves related to historical reality, not opposed to it. In this view, 17th-century eclecticism represents within the history of modern European philosophy a first and fundamental recognition of the relevance of historical knowledge to philosophy, without yet developing a proper historical interest. The historiography of philosophy remained, up to Hegel, a scholarly enterprise. Even Leibniz, a philosopher and a scholar, only projected the writing of a history of philosophy. 30. Philosophia Eclectica. There appears to be an important analogy in the debate about eclecticism in Germany between the 1680s and the 1740s concerning eclecticism as a sect which once existed, and eclecticism as involved in the formulation of every great philosophy. 31 The transition from secta eclectica to philosophia eclectica marks the point of actual philosophical interest at the time. Furthermore, many concluded not only from the existence of an eclectic sect to the possibility of an eclectic philosophy, but also to the identity of eclecticism and philosophy itself. The transition from the historical secta eclectica to the theoretical assumption of a philosophia eclectica can be found even in histories of philosophy, as for instance in the mid-18th century history of philosophy by Johann Jacob Brucker, scholar and pastor in Augsburg and member of the Berlin Academy of Sciences. 32 Brucker's history, published in Latin from 1742 onwards. 88. Bears witness to the generalization of the phenomenon. In his view, eclecticism is at work everywhere in history, not of course labeled as such, but in terms of what it stands for. Long before Brucker, Sturm had been the first to argue that Aristotle was an eclectic, taking Aristotle's constant critique of predecessors as proof. 33 This retrospective ubiquity of eclecticism can also be found in many dissertations on eclecticism, as for instance in Johann Heinrich Zopf, master at the University of Jena, who included Thales, Pythagoras, Socrates, and Plato among eclectic thinkers, as well as Zeno and Epicurus, concluding the series of the Old Eclectics. 34. Other authors had yet other lists of names in order to prove that basically every great thinker of the past had been an eclectic. 35 These interpretations all turn on the idea that these thinkers had predecessors whom they could not ignore. On this view, philosophers who made reference, critical or affirmative, to other philosophers formed the history of philosophy into a series of different inventions, each inaugurated by a new thought. It is this view which is fully integrated in the work of Brucker. 36 While dealing with schools and sects, Brucker was always concerned with underlining the achievements of individual authors. The formation of schools and sects thus represents forms of decadence or deviation from original intentions. 37 At any rate, the authentic moment of philosophical thinking is identified exclusively with the distance taken towards the ideas and thoughts of predecessors. The generalization of eclecticism is of course not so much an historical insight as a philosophical claim. Enlightened thinkers were not historians of philosophy. They interpreted the history of philosophy as the history of honest heretics, as Human said. 38 Only exceptionally did they believe that eclectic philosophy might comprise nothing but the history of philosophy, an opinion held by the Jena moral philosopher Ephraim Gerhard. 39 When Human designates Aristotle, Luther, and Descartes as great eclectics, he does not state historical facts, but deliberately points to these philosophers as examples. 40 There are trivial forms of this attitude, as when Protestantism is identified with the revolutionary struggle against authority. The schoolmaster Johann Heinrich Stuss of Gotha declared Luther an arch-eclectic, since he overthrew the greatest authorities of his time, Aristotle, and the Pope. 41 The title eclectic serves here as an index for revolutionary intentions behind major historical changes. This intentionality of implicit eclecticism points to the supposed radically of eclecticism radically attributed to it as a method. For Arnold Wessenfeld, the fascination of the Alexandrian philosopher Potamen stemmed from the fact that he had recommended just a method and, consequently, that he professed no doctrines of his own. 42. The lack of information about Potaman was thus turned into a positive argument. This is a quite radical point of view. The eclectic character of true philosophy consists in disrupting the dogmatic tradition and attempting to organize it anew. The moment of disruption and reorganization is described by some as meditatio, buddy, by others as examination, teller, tomasus, or as fruitful doubting, fuggerlin. It is the moment the philosopher appears as somebody who uses 89. His own eyes instead of those of others, as Tomasus put it. 43. It remains however a paradox that intellectual independence, whether claimed in the present or attributed to the past, cannot itself have a tradition except the one from which it tries to disrupt or emancipate itself, the tradition of philosophical doctrines. In this way, radical implicit eclecticism was thought to be identical to philosophical method. Buddy called meditatio the exact and diligent accommodation of thoughts to laws in order to find the truth. 44. Meditatio should be involved in every operation of the mind. Buddy's pupil, the genotheology professor Johann George Walsh, defines meditatio as the examination of truth. 45. Teller calls it, following Cicero, examination by free judgment. 46. An examination which subjects all existing philosophies to test in the light of the eternal search for truth. 47. Sturm extends his definition of eclecticism as a method into a whole scientific research program, to which all scholars and scientists should subscribe if they want to grasp the truth freely and be purified in their judgments. 48. Wessenfeld takes up this scientific formulation and writes that the eclectic must recognize truth in tradition, through reading, as well as in nature itself, through observation. 49. It is clear from these statements that the definition of eclecticism as a method cannot establish a concrete working program, as put forward by German writers of around 1700. Eclecticism is primarily an intellectual activity. Only the really active mind is protected against sectarianism, Human says 50, and accordingly the real strength of a philosophy called eclectic depends entirely on the way of disrupting and reorganizing knowledge, constituted by tradition and experience. On the one hand, eclecticism is self-determined thinking, but on the other, this self-determination is always endangered by parroting followers. Many contributors to the debate about eclecticism tried to encompass both sides of the phenomenon, both affirming the ideal and recognizing the inevitability of losing it time and again. The ideal was formulated for instance by Christian Tomasus, who held that philosophy cannot be conceived as being dogmatically fixed. 51. To explain why this ideal was constantly betrayed, and philosophy perverted into dogma, he turns back to the history of philosophical doctrines. It seems to be no coincidence that these analyses, undertaken by many writers, are often rather lengthy reflections on what today we might call the dialectical moment inherent in every formulation of philosophy. Arnold Wessenfeld dealt with this problem most diligently in the longest essay ever written on eclecticism. His 4 dissertations fill 170 pages in small quarto, an essay which for some reason did not find any echo in his time. Wessenfeld's main point is that there can only be relative freedom from sectarianism, never absolute. In other words, eclecticism cannot dissipate sectarianism, and has to admit the historical possibility of it at any time, just as it presupposes its own possibility at any time in history. As a consequence of admitting that eclecticism and sectarianism are both ubiquitous, the question arises how to relate one to the other. 4. 90. The modern radical eclectic. The problem was how to interpret sects and sectarians once their existence has been accepted not only as unavoidable, but as constituting the history of philosophy itself. This problem is primarily a hermeneutical one. Interpretation of philosophy. As soon as eclecticism is defined as a method of thinking, of philosophy, the difference between scholarship and philosophy begins to melt away. Philosophizing in an eclectic way means maintaining constant discussion with already formulated philosophical systems and thoughts, and thinking against their very formulation. Mistrusting the dogmatic character of philosophical propositions is simply the reverse of the conviction that all great philosophers have been eclectics. In order to transform this conviction into a practical attitude, a way of dealing with traditional philosophy has to be found, if skepticism is to be avoided. Buddy says at one point that the philosopher is forced to play the role of the historian. 52 He therefore has to have rules. Of course, the eclectic attitude towards other philosophies does not lead to a fully historical conception of philosophy. It does not turn present philosophy into the historiography of philosophy. Even in the case of Brucker, eclecticism is not the main motive for historical work. However, the eclectic attitude can lead to a limited acceptance of past philosophies without ending in despair about philosophy's fate and without being paralyzed by the multitude of forms it is expressed in. A typically eclectic interpretation would be not reproductive, but productive. In all late 17th and early 18th century dissertations dealing with eclecticism, rules of interpretation are put forward. These are only basic rules, even in a dissertation as long as Wessenfeld's, and fall well short of the hermeneutical considerations included in logical treatises of the time. 53 In most cases, the often quoted motto from Horace, not to swear on any master's words, serves as an explanation of what selecting exactly means, providing some sort of positive version of the quotation in form of general precautions. Freedom from prejudices and freedom of judgment are said to be one and the same. Wessenfeld sees the main evil of sectarian philosophizing in the hasty formation of opinion, influenced by contempt or adoration. On the other hand, perfection in philosophy would be to know how to select with reason. 54. The expression "to know" in this definition shows that the eclectic selection of the best represents a problem of knowledge and cognition. Consequently, Wessenfeld narrows down his definition in saying that the eclectic method consists in understanding the thoughts and the works of others not as the final result of cognition, but as an instrument for further perfection. 55. What follows from this definition may very well be called a hermeneutical program. Once the general rule is accepted that no result of cognition, no end of thinking, terminum cognitionis, can be stated just because some proposition has been formulated and believed, there is no limit to further interpretation. So eclecticism takes a 91. Vital interest in interpretation, since no selection is possible without it, as Olearius affirms. 56. Eclectics do not stop at single terms or propositions when they realize their selecting relation between present and represented past thinking. This is obvious from the widespread criticism of compilation. The mere putting together of different doctrines and dogmata is not sufficient to ground an independent judgment. There is general acceptance of Vossius's thesis that eclectics cannot be miscellaneous. 57 Wessenfeld attenuates this thesis only insignificantly in saying that although compilations do not constitute understanding, they may serve as its means. 58 So even if the eclectics recognize the pedagogical and even scholarly merit of compilations, they refuse to identify it as their method of selecting. Selection is no exterior procedure, but requires interpretation, since there is always a difference between the original, authentic philosophy and its dogmatic form. Interpretation alone transcends the outward form, and the superiority of the selector resides not in his capacity to subtract or add parts of this or that doctrine, but in his reflection and close analysis of doctrines. Only through interpretation does the work of internal differentiation, selection, and appropriation become possible. The critics of eclecticism always had an easy job dismissing it, as long as they neglected its constitutional interest in interpretation. It would indeed be very simple to think of eclecticism as a pure selection among given things, choosing without reading. However, it is very clear that philosophical eclecticism is from the outset characterized and distinguished by its hermeneutical insight that interpretation is unavoidable, and can only be perfected. Above all, it was their concern with interpretation which led the eclectics to criticize sectarianism. A judgment, iudicium, could become a prejudice, praejudicium, only once it had lost its original force as an authentic reflection and interpretive discussion of alternative opinions, and seems therefore to depend solely on unregulated inclinations and external influences. These are the praejudicia precipitantia et autoritatis. From a sectarian point of view, this observation is impossible to make, it is precisely his incapacity to interpret the judgments of others that prevents the sectarian from regarding judgments as interpretations. The eclectic stance is clear, for instance, from Wessenfeld's response to the Dutch scholar Johannes de Rey, a Cartesian. De Rey had attacked eclectic philosophers, saying that they confused the freedom of thinking with the simple rejection of sectarianism. Wessenfeld replied by saying that philosophical freedom cannot be achieved simply by rejecting sectarian authorities. 59 He says, eclectic thinkers do not by any means hold that free philosophizing is nothing but the renunciation of sects, rather they combine freedom of thinking with respect for the writings and doctrines of the others. 60. Respect is taken here in the literal sense of looking back. Nothing within the tradition should be overlooked that may help to reveal the truth. In this explanation of eclecticism, the philosophical program mutates backwards into the scholarly enterprise which generated the whole debate. And Vossius was well aware that it would require 92. Great industry, industria, intelligence, ingenium, and judgment, iudicium, to attend to a limited number of sects, let alone to all of them. 61 Although it seems utopian, Wessenfeld's program of respecting all sects was probably meant to be applied only to the main rival sects of his time, Aristotelian school philosophy and Cartesianism. But then, how could one respect both of them equally? Conciliatio. Eclecticism does not definitively privilege one doctrine or another. This attitude is often represented as the position of not only, but also 62. In the German writings around 1700 this position is called one of reconciliation, conciliatio, with the exception of Budde and Gottlieb Stahl, professor of philosophy at Jena, both of whom denied eclectic thinkers the title conciliatories. 63 All other authors explicitly included the task of taking seemingly contradictory propositions together within the hermeneutical program of eclecticism. 64 No simple compilation was intended, and no catalogue of what could be reconciled was established. The principle of method was summed up by Olearius when he said that everybody should be heard, omnes audiantur. 65 Tomasus put it differently, declaring that eclectic philosophy is not a partisan philosophy, but extends the same love to everybody. Sturm pleaded that war among philosophers has to end, and no proposition should be rejected out of hand. 66. The reconciliation or mediation involved in conciliatio does not ignore difference, in the contrary. Mediation presupposes a recognition of diversity and devotes itself to searching for a third term to enable the opposing nature of the differences to be relativized. 67 This third term, in which a common measure was to be found, was truth. With respect to truth, the eclectic program of interpretation amounted to a radically simple will to dismember tradition, and put together whatever could be put together. An eclectic course can therefore be designed as an encyclopedia of disciplines, as proposed by Jacob Wilhelm Fuggerlin, professor of logic at Altdorf University. 68 It is however important to realize that there is no proper eclectic canon, but rather a continual examination, as Wessenfeld warns. When eclectics call the truth neither Christian nor pagan, they do not want to define how to approach it, but to indicate what ways are leading towards it, especially what ways out of the past. 69. It was of great importance for the eclectics to find ways to truth in general, and to accept and try those ways others have found, in other times, at other places. Eclecticism may appear to traditional minds as revolutionary, since it does not respect the letter of any doctrine, but at the same time to moderns it will appear as traditional, since it does not share the belief in methodological exclusivity. A fine example is Wessenfeld's treatment of Francis Bacon. Quite often he quotes from Bacon with approval. But sometimes his quotations break off abruptly when Bacon starts to get angry about ancient philosophers and begins to attack the tradition. For instance, Wessenfeld quotes a long passage by Bacon criticizing scholars, but omits the last sentence where Bacon refers to 93. The previous poverty of spirit. Instead, Wessenfeld quotes another passage in Bacon where reference is made only to the poverty of things which have previously occupied the mind of men. 70. The accusation of tradition is transformed into an accusation of a traditional attitude. So when Wessenfeld quotes Bacon mocking the scientific achievements of the ancients, he is leaving out the famous last sentence where Bacon calls truth the daughter of time, veritas filia temporis. Instead, Wessenfeld alludes to the humanist thinker Ludovico Vives and proposes the truly eclectic thesis that time cannot change truth. 71 Of course, such attenuation of criticism of ancient and medieval philosophy did not prevent the eclectic thinkers from identifying with modernity and agreeing with Bacon and Descartes in discarding traditional metaphysics. Eclecticism was, however, very much keen to play down the opposition between ancient and modern science. Wessenfeld did not quote Bacon's opinion that one cannot learn anything from Greek philosophy, but replaced it with his own opinion that one can profit even from the examination of the most abstract scholastic terminology. 72. With respect to its principle that truth has to be freed from hiding in tradition and experience, eclecticism can be understood as part of the Kelley de Anciens et de Modernes. 73. Eclecticism may even count as evidence that this Kelley took place in philosophy as well. However, the eclectic obligation towards truth leads to a certain appeasement, a kind of coexistence of old wisdom with modern scientific rigorism, which eclectics also see as studio sapientiae. 74 It is for this reason that Wessenfeld often refers to Jacob Thomas's. 75 The impartiality of eclecticism is yet again based upon the double feature of philosophy which eclectic thinkers are articulating all along. For them, philosophy as a whole has to be interpreted on the one hand as something prone to dogmatic fixation, sectarianism, and on the other hand as something originally undetermined, libertas sentiendi. In this sense, the recognition of an inner conflict in the secta eclectica as stated by Vossius can be said to have led to a deep reflection of the character of modern philosophy and a problematization of its claims in the light of what might today be called the historicity of reason. Extramuros. There are several other aspects of the role and function of eclecticism within the history of philosophy which have to be explored in order to explain the rapid career of the term. There are perhaps three main areas of interest for an historian of philosophy. Without much doubt, eclecticism has to be considered firstly as a part of the history of philosophical hermeneutics. There is as yet no adequate history of hermeneutics before Schleiermacher. 76 If we think of Schleiermacher's general hermeneutics as making explicit the inarticulate rules presupposed in every process of thinking, then eclecticism could be recognized as an early form of it. Its insight into the fact that one cannot go beyond the structure of prejudices. 94. And that prejudices have practical meanings, makes eclecticism a kind of hermeneutical philosophy quite distinct from other hermeneutical theories of the 17th and 18th centuries, logical ones as in Johannes Clauberg, historical ones as in Martin Cladnius, and biblical ones as in Richard Simon and Baruch Spinoza. 77 The eclecticism of the 17th century should probably be understood as an effort of thinking in a late culture. 78 And therefore a sort of reaction against Aristotelianism and Cartesianism. Secondly, eclecticism belongs to philosophy's Kelley de Anciens et de Modernes. 79. From the study of eclecticism one can conclude that the birth of modernity takes place in the acknowledgement of being related to tradition, or more precisely to antiquity. The very emergence of eclecticism as a philosophical concept, as well as its repeated though sporadic appearance throughout European intellectual history, is one important indication that modernity has a problem with antiquity. The eclectic belief that eclecticism has always been practiced proves the gap between antiquity and modernity to be almost unbridgeable for the moderns themselves. The fact that eclecticism grants older philosophers the right to be heard, and that it bases knowledge on interpretation, indicates the gap which has to be bridged by special efforts. The traces within modern thought of this reflection upon older figures became fully legible only in the 19th century, when the history of philosophy functions as an integral part of philosophy itself, for example in Hegel. But already in the 18th century, when the history of philosophy first emerged as a literary genre, emancipating itself from the erudite restraints of Historia Literaria, the problem of the relation between ancient and modern thought represented a major difficulty. The narrative construction of philosophy as one, single and identical subject, of its own history was then the most successful conciliatio between philosophy and its many historical articulations. 80. Thirdly, eclecticism is opposed to systematic philosophy. Next to scepticism and theology, eclecticism was probably the most important enemy of the philosophical style in thinking and writing inaugurated by Descartes. To a far greater degree than all others, eclectics developed an affinity with the historian's attitude and even with an empirical and historical conception of thought itself. In its empirical conception, eclecticism aims not only at criticizing the weaknesses of the human mind, but also at investigating them in the hope of formulating a theory of the actual process of cognition. In its historical conception, eclecticism tries to transform the critique of sects and doctrines into historical knowledge about tradition, in order eventually to construct a history of philosophy which would be a sort of philosophy of history at the same time. Already very early in the 18th century, such empirical and historical conceptions were clearly contradicted by systematic philosophy, as in Christian Wolff, or, later, Immanuel Kant. 81. However, even if overruled as a model for philosophy, eclecticism belongs in its very anti-systematic intention to the same period the canon of great philosophers labels as the modern times. There are two further ways of exploring eclecticism, both concerned with 95. Extra-philosophical features which might help to explain why its popularity in Germany was restricted mainly to the period around 1700. Fourthly, to start an investigation of eclecticism in terms of intellectual history rather than the history of philosophy, we have to care about the religious and/or theological subtext of the claim for free and independent secular scholarship. To what extent the subtext influenced the interest in eclectic concerns may be learned from the philosophy of Leibniz, who did not use the term eclecticism or related ones, and his efforts to reunite all Christian churches. In his early writings, Leibniz insisted on several occasions on the validity of forgotten philosophies. When we penetrate to the foundations of things, we observe more reason in most of the philosophical sects than commonly believed. 82. In his new essays concerning human understanding, he characterizes his own system as a synthesis of Plato with Democritus, Aristotle with Descartes, the scholastics with the moderns, theology and morals with reason, and in his essay on the theodicy he claims to have found that in the case of disputes among men of high merit, there is reason on both sides, albeit with respect to different aspects. 83. Clearly these claims belong to the eclectic vocabulary of the time, and many may find no difficulty in aligning Leibniz with eclecticism. 84. More interesting still is the fact that Leibniz was not only theoretically close to eclecticism but also exercised conciliatio in practice, as witness his project of uniting the Protestant and Catholic churches, which he based on his insight into the insignificance of most controversies between Protestants and Catholics, and for which he argued in his letters to Bossuet. 85. After the failure of this project, he concentrated his efforts on the reunification of the Lutheran and the Reformist churches, again basing himself on the assumption that theological differences were insignificant. The whole philosophy behind Leibniz's Politics for European Peace 86 emphasizes that the sense of philosophical or theological divergence is not simply a matter of having to deal with the history of philosophy and its many sects. It is rather the other way round, and the attention paid to the history of philosophy and its many sects is motivated in Leibniz as well as in eclectic writers by the idea of truth being widely distributed, so that one has to look for it everywhere. The assumption of the ubiquity of truth goes always with the idea of being able to reassemble it and thus to reveal stable ground shared by different dogmatisms, religious as well as philosophical. The example of Leibniz is not intended as a model of how to extend the concept of eclecticism beyond its explicit formulation, but rather to orientate the historian's attention to the political, theological, and religious dimensions of what eclecticism meant around 1700. It is no surprise that Leibniz, never being affiliated to any university after he left Leipzig and Altdorf as a student, could do what no thinker within the university could do, that is, openly attempt to connect theory with practice, philosophy with politics, theology with conciliation of belief. We have to look much closer into the histories of universities. 96. to determine whether there were similar tendencies at work and exactly what part eclectic thinking may have played in them. University teachers might have had another reason for favoring eclecticism, one which stemmed from their very practice of teaching. So the fifth context would be the situation of university teachers at German universities in the late 17th and the early 18th centuries. The philosophical faculty was then considered the lower faculty, and having a university career usually meant moving upwards and getting a professorship at one of the higher faculties, of jurisprudence, of medicine, or of theology. 87 The exact measures every university member had to take in order to be able to make that upward move depended on the churches and on the state where the university was situated. But they also depended on the students, inasmuch as the philosophical faculty was designed to train students in knowledge of a kind which today would be described as philological or historical. Teachers could hardly prevent the students from getting involved in debates. It was, and still is, impossible to teach how different philosophical sects argued about matters of the highest intellectual interest without kindling curiosity and a desire to investigate the differences further or even to settle the disputes. We can indeed observe that eclecticism was especially popular among young academics, that is to say among authors who had not yet reached the end of their career. Most of them later became theologians and never again produced anything eclectic, as for instance Buddy, who became theology professor in Jena in 1705-88. It would be interesting to investigate this question further, and find out more about academic life in Jena, Halle, and Leipzig, where most of the dissertations dealing with eclecticism were produced. It is highly probable that the success of early 18th century eclecticism can at least partly be explained by the structure and the needs of school philosophy as taught in universities. 89. The degree to which historical knowledge was used in the teaching of philosophy at the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th is difficult to determine. At least to the eclectic historians of the early 18th century, eclecticism made it possible to have an attitude of detachment to the contents of every philosophy, yet it made it also necessary to establish what exactly that content was. 90 Thus eclecticism could not fail to affect the method of teaching philosophy, which had to include indications of the origins of current opinions, and reflections upon the differences between them. 91 It is at any rate very important not to disregard the historical situation in which eclecticism was popular and openly affirmed, since this situation could tell us more not only about the motives behind the promulgation of eclecticism, but also about the reasons for its subsequent decline. Gundling vs. Budius. Competing Models of the History of Philosophy. Martin Mulsau. Translated from the German by Charlotte Methuen. A Dialogue in the Kingdom of the Dead. In the years after 1729, a short anonymous work circulated at the universities of Halle and Jena. Its title was Examen rigorosum zwischen Buddy und Gundling im Totenreich. 1. The examen features two professors, both of whom had died in 1729 and both of whom were among the pioneers of the early German Enlightenment. The former had left philosophy to pursue a career in theology, the latter had turned from philosophy to law. The unknown author of this Dialogue of the Dead was employing a genre of text which had regained popularity after the publication of Fontenelle's Nouveaux Dialogues de Morts. David Fabman had been instrumental in encouraging its use in Germany from 1718-2, but his Gespräch in dem Reich der Toten, which appeared prior to 1739, seems to represent only the tip of an iceberg, the greatest part of which is formed by a mass of short, rapidly printed works. The fictitious examen between Gundling and Budius is one of these. Until 1705, Nicolaus Hieronymus Gundling III and Johann Franz Budius IV were colleagues at the University of Halle. As fellow students and colleagues they worked closely with Christian Thomasius. Together they edited the journal Observations Selecti ad Rem Literarium Spectantium. It was, therefore, perfectly reasonable to bring them together in a dialogue of the dead. More problematic, however, was the fact that the differences in the development and tendencies of the two men's thought meant that they represented two wings of the Thomasian school, wings which gradually drifted apart. Gundling had come to Halle in 1699, under Thomasius's influence he had given up his study of theology, turned to law and soon became Thomasius's star pupil, embarking on a career as professor of both eloquence and natural law. This combination of reflection through historia literaria with moral philosophical legal theory is found in the thought of virtually no other. Gundling represents the liberal wing of the Thomasians, which stood for the separation of church from state, of philosophy from theology. Boethius's development was quite different. He had been in Halle since 1693 and was deeply influenced not only by Thomasius but also by the pietist August Hermann Frank. Although he taught moral philosophy in Halle until 1705, theology always remained his primary interest. He used the new impulses of Thomasius's doctrines of reason and of morals to enrich his 104. Theology, drawing also upon the contemporary search for historical origins and on pietist themes. In 1705 Boethius moved to Jena where he became professor for theology and developed a varied and influential course of teaching. Boethius thus represented the theological wing of early Enlightenment thought, a moderate, modern combination of theology and philosophy. Despite their differences, Gundling and Boethius seem to have remained lifelong friends and to have retained a high degree of respect for each other's views. It is, therefore, tempting to ignore or at least to underestimate the tensions in the early Enlightenment which are thrown into relief by the differences between their theories, for these hardly ever erupted into open conflict. One reason for this may be that the eclectic ideology shared by many thinkers of the early Enlightenment, a program which aimed to achieve a historically aware philosophy free from dogma, had an inherent tendency to disguise dogmatic differences rather than to emphasize them. 5. Nevertheless, when the arguments of the texts are analyzed in their own contexts and their implicit tactics sought out, it becomes possible to discern the tensions concealed beneath the intentions both of this program and of the unitive spirit of Halle's early Enlightenment. These latent tensions and differences will form the main focus of the reconstruction that follows. In a way it will be a new version of the dialogue between Boethius and Gundling in the Kingdom of the Dead. This reconstruction is intended to make clear the consequences of these tensions and differences for the early phases in the development of just such a critical history of philosophy as that eventually realized by Jacob Brucker. The formative phase of the discipline history of philosophy and with it the first attempts at writing a history of philosophy as the history of a discipline should be seen as taking place during the first decades of the 18th century in Germany. 6. This phase can only be understood in the context of three conditions, each of which had a fundamental role in shaping what was only later to grow into a discipline. The first was the influence of Christian apologetic in the historical research of the 17th century, which had the consequence that the discussion of earlier philosophical ideas initially took place only as part of a Historia Atheismi. Interests centered on identifying which philosophical trends had been the forerunners of dangerous contemporary forms of atheism and differentiating these from the philosophy which could safely be taught in the universities as compatible with Christianity. However, around 1700 this approach began to change and another trend appeared under the influence of thinkers as various as Pierre Bell and Gottfried Arnold. Although this new approach was still theological, it began to rehabilitate thinkers who had previously been outlawed. Instead of condemning them as heretics, it undertook the defense of thinkers who had been falsely branded as atheists, the atheismi falso suspecti. 7. The second important condition was the Historia Literaria. This discipline was very influential in Germany, but the pattern of its influence, like that of Christian apologetic, was beginning to change. Just as Bell in his dictionary had used his refurbishing of the history of human knowledge 105 to identify and criticize the mistakes and prejudices of the past, so too in Germany this history was put through the purifying process of historical scepticism. Earlier attempts to amass encyclopedic knowledge were giving way to the selection of historically tested facts. However, philological and historical criteria were not the only factors which influenced this selection in the early Enlightenment, for the context was shaped too by a third condition, a new concern with natural law and an associated interest in the theory of the passions. Through this concern, psychological and moral considerations also gained in importance. The philosophical past could be read in terms of its moral corruptions, whether in terms of philosophy's contribution to the corruption of Christianity in papism or as a typology of possible philosophical mistakes arising from psychological one-sidedness. The resurrection of the theory of temperaments by Christian Thomasus equipped this historical skepticism about philosophical prejudice with a terminological tool. These were the ingredients from which history of philosophy was brewed. The thinkers of the early German Enlightenment, as represented by the constellation of Gundling and Budius, differed as to the priorities they chose to give the different conditions which shaped the context in which they found themselves. The effect of these differences upon their individual formulations of the history of philosophy needs to be investigated. The discipline was still malleable enough to be bent in different directions according to these differences. In other words, in this early phase it was still worth fighting over the different ways of doing the history of philosophy, for these were both an expression of and a defense for the symbolic capital implicit in the different directions. 8. It was not yet clear what sort of enlightenment would result from this discipline. The task of our investigations is, therefore, to offer a cross-section of the latent tensions within the group of thinkers who made up the early Enlightenment in Germany. This was in no way a homogeneous group, and so we need to inquire which enlightenments were under discussion in this phase in which the definition of the discipline history of philosophy was still open. Adam the pedant and Adam the farmer. In Seneca's treatise De Beneficiis there is a passage which polemizes strongly against philosophers who are so concerned to compare human beings with the gods that they end up hating nature, natura moderant, and unable to appreciate the range of faculties, virtues, and skills, arts, available to humankind. 9 Gundling found it necessary to draw upon the reminder of the ancient Stoic to counter a tendency which was beginning to be widespread in Germany in the early 18th century, reveling in the weakness of the human spirit and in the depths of fallen human nature. Gundling's essay Reflection über den Locum Senecae de Benefic. Lib. 2. Cap. XXIX offers a corrective to this tendency, which was often found in circles which were either sympathetic to or which openly stood for Pietism. Moreover, Gundling's work is in effect a disguised. 106. Review of Budius's work Elementa Philosophiae Instrumentalis, which had appeared in 1703. Contemporary readers would have recognized it as such, for although he never mentions his friend's name, the O quantum est, quod nesimus, cited 3 times by Gundling 10 is at the same time a parody on and an over-obvious echo of the beginning of Budius's chapter on understanding in the Elementa, in which he discusses human ignorance and its consequences in just these terms. 11 Gundling ridicules the cranks who indulge themselves with complaints about the weakness of the human body and the human intellect. He is clearly referring to Budius and to those who shared this opinion, and probably in particular the pietist Joachim Lang, who in his Medicina Mentis, published 1704, had repeated Budius's argument in a more developed form. But not all those who held this view were Pietists. Gundling puts a lament for the fall into the mouths of those against whom he is writing. Adam the first man was truly happy, and had he remained in the state of innocence, so Gundling paraphrases the position of his opponent, she would have brought up only educated children, who would have had needed no preceptor, no orbis pictus, no tirocinius, no portuli seedlius. 12 Thus Gundling enters the field upon which not only theologians but also proponents of natural law fought out the conditio humana. The question of Adam's prelapsarian state and the results of the fall. The first problem is that of the opposite to the unknowing human being, and thus of the state of Adam in paradise. Human ignorance is to be measured against the original perfect human state. Gundling suspects that a fantasy of perfection lies behind these speculations about Adam's original knowledge. Don't get so excited. How would it help you if you knew the essence of all things? He formulates this, in the terminology of the passions, as a suspicion of the vice of avarice, analogous to the speculators who seek the stone of the wise only in order to make more gold. What he is referring to, however, is the wish for an omnipotence which would make it possible to see the innermost secrets of the world. The learned have always been easily seduced by this idea. Just as, according to Gundling, they have a tendency to impose upon their image of God exactly the human characteristics that are of greatest importance to them, so too they see Adam through the lens of the theses of their own narrow world, describing his knowledge in the terms of scholastic disputations and academic disciplines. Gundling's criticism ridicules the pedantry of scholars who see their own problems as the navel of the world. Gundling's comment that in reality there was no faculty in which Adam could have become doctor or baccalaureus shows this more than adequately. Ulrich Huber, professor in Franeker, whose Oratio de Pedantismo had been printed by Christian Thomasus in an appendix to his Hof philosophy as an example of a manifesto for undogmatic thinking, had already ridiculed projections of this kind. 13 For Gundling, the idea of Adam as a pedant or a scholastic portrayed an Adam who was purely simply the projection of pedants and was consequently quite absurd. Although he does not say so explicitly, Gundling's discussions of the things which would not have been necessary to Adam's children had he remained in 107. The state of innocence envisaged by Gundling's opponents are a gloss upon the Study de Scholiis Antediluvianis, published anonymously by Christian Thomasus in the Observations Selecti in 1700. Thomasius's intention had been to distance himself from the ideas of Adamist or antediluvian schools. 14 Gundling's parody of 17th-century school books, in which every picture of an object is allotted the appropriate designation, plays on Adam's assumed competence to name every individual thing. It pours scorn upon the view, then common in Lutheran orthodoxy, that the first schools and academies had been founded directly after the fall, complete with books and catechisms for the teaching of divine doctrine. 15 Thomasus criticized this view as a pious but irresponsible projection by theologians upon the first human beings. The theologians wished simply to find their own catechism at the beginning of time. Gundling's attack can thus only be understood as innuendo against the Lutheran theologians as a whole, and Buddius's circle, whom he is really addressing here, is simply drawn into the feud. The background to this invective is probably to be found in the tense situation in which proponents of natural law such as Gundling and Thomasus found themselves ranged against the theologians on the question of the fall. Pufendorf, the founder of the school of natural law upon which the professors at Halle built their arguments, had indeed developed a theory about the natural human condition, according to which human beings were originally characterized by a weakness and simplicity which drove them to socialize. This theory served as a hypothesis for the establishment of legal norms. But he had couched this theory in the theological language of prelapsarian humanity and the effects of the fall. Lutheran orthodoxy saw this theory as competition. Here was a doctrine of human natura corrupta which not only made no reference to the text of Revelation, but which associated it with social relationships and subjective rights in such a way as to undermine the Christian tradition. The resulting disputes were, therefore, thoroughly predictable. 16 This model of the fall continued to be of great importance in the thought of Thomasus and his followers. Its importance was, however, based in the fact that it presented a useful foundation for their understanding of natural law together with an anthropology which found in its thesis of the weakness of the human will a means of psychological moral criticism. 17 In this theory the fall is seen as affecting only the human will, not human intelligence. 18 For Gundling and Thomasus, therefore, the model of the fall retains its full force in the sphere of the will. In the fall, the will, originally correctly oriented, is transformed into its own opposite so that it acts against what the intellect has already recognized to be correct. 19 In this respect the model of the fall appeared indispensable, since it made it possible to place the ethical norm and the correct state of mind in this world, even if only as projections back into an ideal state. Ethical perfection was not, of course, included in the accusations of pedantry, and so it seemed possible to restrict the criticism of fantasies of perfection and projections to the cognitive sphere. 108. For Gundling, however, such criticism was absolutely essential in that sphere. He mustered a whole range of arguments against those of Buddius and his like-minded colleagues, who saw the effects of the fall not only as having an adverse affect upon the will but also as a darkening of the intellect. Gundling's arguments include Seneca's reminder, but also the strategy of subsuming the arguments of Buddhius's group into Lutheran Orthodoxy's fantasies about antediluvian schools. The arguments and counter-ideas employed by Gundling are thus of an extremely disparate nature. The convincing strength of his position is, however, to be found in precisely this combination of different arguments. First, the wisdom which must be attributed to the biblical patriarchs is not identical to erudition. As Gundling notes, this had been recognized even by the Socinians. 20. He agrees with Christian Thomasus that Adam was equipped with a simplicitas sapientis prudentiae. 21. However, it is interesting that the difference between the prelapsarian and postlapsarian Adam, elsewhere of great importance, has here been smoothed out. Gundling draws a picture of an Adam who possessed a simple wisdom, who knew as much about things as was necessary to him, and who was happy because he attempted to achieve nothing that was out of his reach. The cognitive aspect of this human being could belong as well to the time after the fall as to the time before. This observation is congruent with the simplification of the image of the fall implicit in the new understanding of natural law as taught by Pufendorf. Adam in paradise must, therefore, be seen as a simple man. After the fall his intellect is affected only secondarily, in as far as it is injured by the impairment of the will. 22. This is the crucial point of Gundling's criticism of Buddhius. The habitus of the intellect, which does not change, is that it learns only with difficulty and on the basis of experience. Gundling indicates an interpretation of the relationship between simplicity and wisdom, between knowledge and the struggle to attain it, which makes possible two ways forward, the road to empirical philosophy and the road to an ethic of self-sufficiency. To begin with the latter, in the text against Buddhius it is striking how often Gundling raises the questions of what things are of use and what things bring happiness and of the relation between these. Adam's wisdom 23 can be understood above all as the ability to attain what is necessary to him. 24 The fulfillment of these needs is what makes him happy. Here it is clear that the pragmatic moral concerns of the early Enlightenment's proponents of natural law with their question cui bono? Have undoubtedly produced a counterpart and opponent to the Baroque Adam, the polyhistorian who now appears to be only a pedant. Would you be happier? Is the question posed by Gundling again and again as the criterion for true perfection. The Adam of the early Enlightenment thinkers in Gundling's camp is, therefore, Adam the simple farmer, who is sufficient unto himself. The deciding argument upon which his position hangs can only be seen from the other road that leads from Gundling's understanding of the first human being. This originates in the thought of John Locke and was taken over and developed by Locke's friend Jean Leclerc. In his essay concerning human 109 understanding, Locke visualizes a postlapsarian Adam who, with a good understanding, but in a strange country, is capable of naming things. 25 Adam attributes these designations on the basis of his knowledge of the characteristics of different things. However, because he can never know all these characteristics, this process of designation can be seen to be a process which does not reflect the true essence of the things themselves. Adam differs from later human beings only in that he was the first to name things, but theoretically this naming is possible in every era and for every human being. The possibility that Adam had some kind of direct mystical understanding of real essence is thus excluded. This argument was then developed further by Jean Leclerc first in his Logica 26 and later, and more importantly, in his commentary on Genesis. Gundling argues similarly that one would certainly be misled if one were to believe that Adam knew the essences of all things. 4. Leclerc did not without reason conclude in his logic that one cannot say that one single creature can know the substantias rerum / and it is also not necessary to conclude / that the angels must know it. 27. This latter conclusion draws upon Locke's argument that it is impossible to say anything about the angels' capability for knowledge, since, as human beings, we can only ever imagine rational creatures which have been created along the same lines as ourselves. 28 Therefore, Gundling concludes, it is also impossible to speculate about the possibility of perfect knowledge in angels. Just as in the case of his parodies of antediluvian school books, The impulse for this assimilation of passages from Locke and Leclerc comes once again from Gundling's opposition to the speculations of Lutheran orthodoxy, such as Adam's supposedly natural knowledge of the Trinity, the resurrection, salvation, and other articles of faith. Although Buddhists had no part in it, this was one way in which religious and political legitimation was sought by Lutheran Orthodox theologians. Gundling opposes this trend with a skepticism which can and indeed must distance itself from all philosophical speculation about theology. Leclerc's commentary on Genesis offered a model for the way in which the history of the beginnings of humankind could be told while remaining true to Locke's new epistemology. Here was a story of learning, of searching, and of experiencing. Point 29. Leclerc's interpretation also had the advantage that it could take into account new research into the problem of chronology. It allowed not only for the consequences of the work of John Locke, but also for those of the theories of John Spencer. Point 30. Spencer was one of the first to make possible the Copernican revolution from the model of history as the corruption of a perfect beginning to the model of history as the gradual perfection of a continual accumulation of knowledge. He integrated arguments showing Egyptian civilization to be older than Jewish with the understanding of the Jews' special status as the people of God by understanding the Jews to have been at the outset a simple and ignorant people to whom in the course of history God gave a particular education through their contact with the knowledge of the Egyptians. Underlying this understanding of history is a new doctrine of providence. It may well be re. 110. Referred to as accumulative history, for it assumes, as Gundling put it, that trees do not suddenly become big, they achieve their height only gradually. 31. Thus the way was open for a view of human beginnings which dispensed with the necessity of perfection. This approach did, however, have the effect of conclusively excluding from history all the exegetical arguments based upon biblical statement that Adam gave the animals their names, which seemed to support the hypothesis of a perfect knowledge and the beginnings of learning. The historical philological interpretation developed by the highly idiosyncratic theologian Hermann von der Hart 32 offered itself as a replacement for these arguments, and Gundling gladly seized upon it as offering a solution which could at least be deemed possible. According to von der Hart's interpretation, the scenes described in General 2.1820 are not a process of naming but of gathering the animals by calling their names. The passage can thus be read as a reminder that the ancient Israelites should not seek to communicate with the spirits of the souls of the dead, as was often the custom, but should prefer instead the company of living animals. What was depicted here, then, was a process of gathering animals in order to avoid practicing magic with the dead. Thus it was in no sense a cognitive exercise. Gundling amalgamates this argument with the others and presents a new picture. Its strength is in the many different levels upon which it works, drawing as it does upon exegetical, epistemological, pragmatic, and critical considerations. This view had considerable influence and is to be found in later discussions. In 1715 and the succeeding years, Jacob Wilhelm Feuerlein developed the critical position of Gundling together with that of Riemann further, summarizing them in a number of disputations. 33. After this detour via the understanding of the first man and his skills, we are now in a position to recognize the force of Gundling's implicit criticism of Buddhius's Elementa Philosophiae Instrumentalis. In the closing paragraph of the reflection, Gundling turns directly to those against whom he is writing. Although he does not mention the names of either Buddhius or Lang, he uses the second person singular, so let it be at last / you are wretched / and you know that you are wretched / how will it help you? Listen to what M. Pascal says, and he cites the words of Pascal in which the greatness of humankind is derived from its recognition of its misery. 34. Gundling continues, or if you prefer something else / we still want to remain good friends. For myself I read with pleasure because of its beautiful Latin the book / which Mackenzie has written De Imbecilitate Mentis Humani. May it go well with you. The words have a drastic clarity, brushed with irony, the apparent encouragement, the hand stretched out with the suggestion of reading Mackenzie's book, a text which Lang had printed in an appendix to his Medicina Mentis, are in reality a ruse, for in reading the book it is not the content that is important for Gundling here, but the style. It is amazing that his ridicule was not taken by Budius as exceeding the bounds of friendship. If one can believe that we still want to remain good friends, then it must be said that the relationship be 111. Between the colleagues, at least as far as Gundling's tone here is concerned, leaves nothing to be wished in terms of critical openness. It seems to have been possible for Gundling to include his friend among the cranks and to ridicule him in this way without ever, so far as we know, causing any serious break in their friendship. Moreover, Gundling continued to cite Budius's works with great respect right up until his last lecture. Life in the circle of contributors to the Observations Selecti seems to have been seasoned with a good dose of satire. Nevertheless, behind the satire there is certainly a serious point and a clear difference of opinion between the two friends. But if one takes all of Gundling's arguments together, one can see that he is moving in the direction of what Charles Taylor, speaking of the modern period, has called the affirmation of ordinary life, a recognition of the normal state of humankind as opposed to a supposed state of perfection. 35 Budius, on the other hand, and despite the fact that he was open to many of the new perspectives introduced by Thomasus, is a theological thinker who still stands in a tradition which believes itself to be dependent upon drawing a sharp contrast between the ideal and the fallen condition. Natural law, the fall, and the philosophy of the Hebrews. The new context within which questions about the fall and about the natural state of humankind were raised after the time of Pufendorf made it possible to integrate empirical philosophy and the accumulative theory of history into a simplified model of the first human. Thomasius's study of the antediluvian schools had originated in the context of a movement which aimed to replace the theories of the original human state which had been produced by Lutheran orthodoxy and which had been accepted on the basis of pe fabulae by a doctrine of paradise and the fall which had been accommodated to natural law. His aim was to free Protestantism from such papist relics. Nevertheless, the disagreements about the role of the intellect, which, as has already been mentioned, divided early Enlightenment thought, were carried over into the discussions which took place within this framework and were real and deep. For the moment Budius held fast to his understanding that the fall brought a darkening of the intellect. At this time his lead was also followed by a not insignificant number of his colleagues, by no means all of whom were Pietists. It was scholars such as these, the proponents of historical scepticism and of the so-called historical Pyrrhonism, who saw their epoche in questions of ultimate knowledge as an expression of a docta ignorantia and this in turn as Christian humility and a recognition of human weakness. 36. Historically speaking, any attempt to preserve the Lutheran view of history as the history of corruption required the retention of a view of the development of philosophy which was not very advantageous for philosophy. In the Lutheran view only decline and increasing darkness were possible after the perfect beginning. Convinced Pietists such as Joachim Lang saw philosophy. 112. Therefore, as Philomoria, love of madness. Johann Wilhelm Zierold had earlier placed an even more extreme emphasis upon the deficits of philosophy over and against religion. 37 Gundling wished to dissuade his colleague Budius from keeping company with these and other cranks. Of course the Pietists' anti-Aristotelian, or, more specifically, anti-scholastic, point of view suited the early Enlightenment's criticism of the philosophy of the Orthodox academies well. The interpretation of syllogistic logic as the work of the devil 38 fitted neatly with the propaganda for a practical and simple piety as opposed to the sophism of the time of the confessional wars. But Budius's position is more interesting than the extreme views held by Lang and Zierold. Budius combined Thomasian influence, theological tradition, and historical reinterpretation into a highly original creation of his own which cannot simply be subsumed into this tendency. It was important to him to use the resources of natural theology against the unnatural or, in his view, atheist, tendencies of his era. 39 For this reason philosophy plays an important role in his thought. Indeed, as Gundling once said, even his early theological works were in reality long philosophical digressions. 40 Following Vossius, but also, and perhaps more significantly, Moore and Cudworth, Buddius developed an individual portfolio of interests which searched the writings of the ancient Hebrews for Kabbalist traces of a natural theology, while at the same time seeing European mysticism and the Christian Kabbalah as continuations of these traditions. The first pole is intended to refer to an original theology, while the second is meant to be based upon the moral theological ideal of an original ethic, namely the Christian Simplicitas. In his program, Buddius sets the concept of nature used by natural theology and that used by a natural ethic alongside that of the new natural law. In his early years, Buddius's interests in the history of philosophy were shaped by this program. He consciously sought to consider traditions as a whole. In terms of ethical history, he issued warnings about the morals of the Stoa, for he recognized in Stoic thought the predecessor to Spinozism. 41 He reinstated Kabbalist mystics and in 1702 wrote an introduction to Hebrew philosophy, Introductio ad Historiam Philosophiae Hebraeorum, the first example of a reconstruction of Jewish philosophy as a philosophical sect, as a tradition upon which eclectic philosophy could usefully draw. His De Subratio de Haeresie Valentiniana appeared as an appendix to this work. This took the form of a catalogue of the depraved forms of this thought and thus offered a necessary complement and the completion of his work by enabling the exclusion of the depraved from the choice of useful philosophical forms. Buddius's book begins indeed with the question of Adam's wisdom. 42 He dismisses as uncertain speculations about the foundation of whole disciplines in Adam's time, but remains totally convinced by the idea of perfect knowledge. Later his conviction on this point weakened, and it seems that Gundling's criticism did not pass him by without leaving any trace. 43 Buddius had referred to Locke and Leclerc in his Institutiones Theologiae Moralis, and, in his review of Buddius's work, Gundling comments that this point at least leaves open the 113 possibility of change. It is still not certain whether Adam did not doubt, and had to learn many thousands of things through experience. 44 But in 1702, when the new projects for the history of philosophy were being developed, Buddius still viewed Jewish philosophy as a consequence of Adam's wisdom. Therefore, his selective writing of history is a direct result of his fundamental convictions about natural theology and moral simplicity. Yet both were impulses towards new reforms and developments. In as far as it proceeded electively, Buddius's writing of history could be seen as part of the new critical revisions that official church history and history of philosophy had been undergoing since the time of Gottfried Arnold. This is particularly clear in the case of Buddius's essays in the Observations Selecti, which removed from figures such as Guillaume Postel and Francesco Giorgio Veneto their forgotten and outlawed status. On the other hand, Buddius, like Jacob Thomasus and Bell before him, subjected theories that he himself rejected or viewed as dangerous to historicization, in the sense that he portrayed them as originating from movements in which the current errors were already present. Clear examples of this are Hobbesian materialism and Spinoza's monistic atheism. Nevertheless, it is possible here to recognize a strategy of avoidance frequently used by Christian apologetic to deal with any problems with which it otherwise could not cope. Such historicization is, however, also part of the era's commonly observed tendency to legitimate contemporary aims by drawing upon the past. 45. In the years around 1700, Buddius produced a large number of short works and dissertations on the history of moral philosophy. Gundling's Historia Philosophiae Naturalis, which appeared in 1705, was nothing other than an attempt to destroy Buddius's understanding of history. This work is in many ways both unusual and a new beginning. 46 Here again Gundling follows the pattern which has already been seen in the particular case of Adam's wisdom, by gathering new critical research creatively into a unique whole. Part 1 of this work, the only part to appear, deals with the philosophy of the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Persians, the Arabs, the Indians, the Gauls, and the Teutonics, the Hebrews and the Phoenicians. Drawing upon the chronologies of Marsham and Spencer, Gundling does not begin with the Hebrews, instead he prefers to avoid an order based upon chronological priorities or even upon translation studii. Like Buddius's introduction to Hebrew philosophy, which was meant to be followed by an introduction to other philosophical sects. 47 This first part of Gundling's work remained alone. Each seems to have completed only the part that was dearest to his heart. But while Budius's book achieves a constructive aim, the first part of Gundling's projected work is only a pars des ruins. It is destructive in two senses. Firstly, he argues against any attempt to develop an a priori and geometrical method for moral philosophy, in the way that, for example, the young Christian Wolff had tried to do not so long before. 48 In conjunction with this, Gundling emphasizes the way in which the theory of the passions introduces opaqueness and coloratura which appear in the sphere of the entia moralia established by Pufendorf in the Humanities. 49 For this REA 114. Son, his preferred solution is a historically based moral philosophy, operating with hypotheses but still, in Locke's terminology, capable of being kept stable. 50 All this is still absolutely compatible with Budius's arguments. However, the book is, secondly, destructive in its historical exposition, which is intended to act as a systematic criterion for the electio of the theorems. For Gundling, real philosophy begins only with the Greeks. 51 What he describes in this work is only philosophy's prehistory, or barbaric philosophy. Gundling deals with Hebrew philosophy purely and simply as a part of this barbaric philosophy. He does not concern himself with the distinction between and the contradiction of the Historia Profana and the Historia Sacra. He does so on the basis of a hermeneutic, shaped by his understanding of natural law, by which he argues that all human doctrines, whether those of heathen atheists or those of believers, are determined by the coloratura of their passions. Into this Pufendorfian, Hobbesian framework he introduces also Bell's famous thesis that it is nothing other than prejudice to argue that atheists can only produce bad philosophy and can only lead bad lives. 4. Argues Gundling in addition, they, like all others, are influenced by the urge for self-preservation and the wish to maintain the status quo. 52. From this perspective it seemed right to judge the philosophy of the past with taking account of its own context. 53 With a plethora of footnotes reminiscent of Bell, Gundling prunes back the transmission of different philosophical traditions according to newer historical scepticism. In the light of this contextual process, a history like Budius's, which seeks to construct general lines which lead from the beginnings to the present day, can only be seen as a hermeneutic error and an inadmissible mixture. In the case of Budius, Gundling is fully aware of his reliance upon More and Cudworth. Budius had conquered Sparta anew, so to speak. 54 It may be assumed that Gundling was thinking of his colleague when he accused More of having confused Christian faith and Jewish philosophy, ut nuubum pro iunon sepia riperit, Pythagoricum pro Kabbalah, fidem Christianam pro philosophia iudiorum. 55. Gundling has to reject this way of doing philosophy, for not only does it assume a state of original wisdom, but it draws from a number of different philosophical traditions to create a single mystical, Platonist, Kabbalist theory. Moreover, Gundling observes the problems arising from closeness of the Kabbalah to Spinoza's thought. Johann Georg Wachter had asserted the relationship between Spinoza's teachings and the Kabbalah since the publication of his Spinozismus im Judentum, and Budius had already criticized this thesis in the first essay of the Observations Selecti. 56 But all Budius's efforts to distance himself from Wachter's thought were in vain. Gundling simply said, unum ad hoc circa opinionum Kabbalistarum monendum est, qui mundum hunc per emanationem adeo condidum esse statuant, videndumcon Spinozismi rei. Paragi passant, N-57. He viewed Wachter's thesis as at least tenable, a view which was disastrous for Budius's whole conception, since Buttons was more interested in approving than denigrating the Kabbalah as it originated in the Old Testament. What makes this 115 argument even more forcible is the fact that Gundling's rejection of the more Cudworth tradition has a theoretical basis upon which Budius, like Gundling, can and paradoxically usually does, call. Its basis is the history of philosophy as written by Jacob Thomasius. 58. On the way to a critical history of philosophy. At this point I must avoid the temptation of following the increasingly complex developments of the differences between Gundling and Budius. The name Jacob Thomasus stands with that of Bell for the most important source of the concept of the history of philosophy formulated by thinkers of the early German Enlightenment. Following Thomasus, they believed that the only adequate Christian understanding of the world was that it had been created by God from nothing. Theories which assumed an original uncreated matter were seen as the precursors of Gnosticism and of Spinozism and judged to be extremely dangerous. Budaeus had written a treatise De Spinozismo Anti-Spinozam in 1701, in which he sought the antique and medieval roots of the so-called problem of Spinozism. At first sight, Gundling's essays on the atheism of Plato, Parmenides, and Hippocrates, written a few years later, continue this tradition. 59 However, he was in fact using the same approach to the same problem in such a way as to seriously undermine Budaeus's work, for Gundling complemented Budaeus's work by considering precisely those authors, but especially Plato, whom Budaeus had acquitted of the charge of atheism. The philological, historical basis for Gundling's interpretation are clear: a Neoplatonic, Stoic interpretation of Plato and a Neoplatonic, Kabbalist interpretation of Spinoza are so interwoven with each other in his thought that Plato and Spinoza are brought very close to one another. That this stance intensified Gundling's differences with Budaeus was the result of a double shift in perspective. The assessment of Spinozism as the most immediate danger had two important effects in the thought, first of Bell, but later and more clearly of Gundling. First, Spinoza's thought was now deemed to spring from the same Platonist origins which Jacob Thomasus had identified as the source of the pantheism of the followers of Jacob Boehme. Second, the anti-atheist position developed by Cudworth against Hobbes became irrelevant to the discussion. Indeed, the implied relationship between Platonism and Spinozism meant that it had to be discarded. All this took place against the background of the corruption history of Christianity, in which Platonism was seen as the mainstay of Christianity's dogmatic errors. Therefore, the controversy between Gundling and Budaeus, and later the Zurich theologian Johann Jacob Zimmermann, is roughly equivalent to that between Bell and Leclerc. Bell's anti-Spinozism sought to distinguish itself from Leclerc's defense of Cudworth and of his Platonizing natural theology against the Hobbesians. Gundling seemed at first to be continuing the line of Budaeus's De Spinozismo Anti-Spinozam, but the results make it clear that what he was actually doing was 116. Quite the opposite. He presents the Platonism of the Church Fathers as so closely integrated into the Platonic tradition and to Plato himself that it is impossible to draw any further on Platonism. Budaeus's intended route forward towards a natural theology is thus cut off. These are the results. The motives for Gundling's work and the direction of his sometimes radical interpretations are more difficult to identify. Nevertheless, the closeness of his work to Souverain's Platonisme devoile allow us to suspect that, going beyond the differences in interpretation, the moving force leading Gundling to his philosophical convictions could have been a skepticism about theological questions which was not far removed from an anti-Trinitarianism. His work Hobbes of Atheismo Liberatus demonstrates that Gundling's background, like Bell's, may be taken to have been a sceptical fideism. 60 Here Hobbes's comments about the corporeality of God are removed from the context of his polemic against incorporeal spirits and interpreted in the framework of a sceptical reserve about theological discussion. From this it can be seen that Gundling cannot be counted a member of the group of heretic hunters, Ketzermacher, but that he is concerned to protect from their theological critics authors such as Hobbes, who had previously been outlawed despite his importance for contemporary understandings of natural law. Gundling's discourse still contains strategic accusations of atheism, but these are reserved exclusively for antique authors whom the present charge no longer harms. 61. Let us draw all this to a conclusion. For the early Enlightenment in Germany it was necessary for scholars to work through the issues of the late 17th century once again before they could come to any sort of final conclusions about the way in which the history of philosophy was to be written or how this history was to be disciplined. Gundling was instrumental in causing the reappearance in Germany of the debate between Hobbes and the Cambridge Platonists, between Bell and Leclerc and others. Once there it was integrated into the specific context of the discussion of natural law. As Jacob Friedrich Riemann has said so well, Gundling was able to say clearly and to the point many a thing quod alii musitando indicarent, that is, that others only dared to mention quietly if at all. 62 Although Jacob Brucker was a student of Buddhius and not of Gundling, this did not stop him from drawing his own conclusions from the different positions held by Buddhius and Gundling in this debate. Moreover, Brucker was influenced by Christoph August Herrmann, who had developed and clarified some of Gundling's ideas. In conclusion, therefore, I wish to try to identify the typical characteristics of the differences which have become clear in this study. In order to prevent us from being misled by the language on the surface of the discussion, it seems appropriate to differentiate between 4 levels of the controversy. These levels only become clear from an analysis of the pragmatic content of the argument, such as that which has been undertaken here. 1. The debates begin in the language of accusation, or of its opposite, rehabilitation. This is a result of the growth of the history of philosophy out 117. Of Christian apologetic. The rescue of past thinkers who had been unjustly condemned was very important in Germany of the 18th century. 63 However, the controversies show clearly that opposition to this did not necessarily arise from conflict between orthodox heretic hunters on the one hand and liberal or radical Enlightenment thinkers on the other. It was often more the case that there were disagreements within the different groups of the Enlightenment. Gundling slid into the role of the accuser of atheism, albeit with a certain amount of calculation. It was, however, possible to functionalize the language of the defender and of rescue above all other. The emphases of this language, popular in Protestant circles, could serve those who wished to find in the different forms support for their own direction, for no thinker in the early Enlightenment wanted to have anything to do with the orthodox heretic hunters. 2. The controversy centers on the interpretations of the thought of a number of different philosophers, but the choice of these philosophers seems also to belong to a superficial level of the debate. They are the pretext for a particular debate, rather than being an interest per se. Plato is taken to stand for questions of the Trinity, Hippocrates for the relationship between Christianity and natural science. Henry More can be drawn into the debate in order to ally him with Hobbes. The pretext is, therefore, not simply coincidental, for these positions can be recognized as a kind of shorthand which could, on the whole, be deciphered immediately by contemporaries. History was simply the favored field upon which the issues of the age were decided. 3. Behind the pretexts are concealed the real dangers which were seen as existing in contemporary problems such as, for example, Spinozism, scientific materialism, the loss of a solid foundation for Christian dogma, the potential aggression of confessional polemic, or the structures of authority in an established church. But the pretexts disguise also the possibilities which were seen in the development of a simpler Christianity, a Gallerton republic free from prejudice, or of a secular civil society. For the motives upon which these opinions are constructed do not appear explicitly in the discussion, but must be deduced from it. Nevertheless, it is possible to find confirmation for certain suspicions in the search for coherence in these works. For instance, it is possible to argue convincingly that Gundling's thought centered upon his use of septical arguments through which he ensured a conclusive distinction between religious claims and those based upon the law of reason. The Hallansians' juridical propensities for a civil society were not only the product of their open antagonism towards ecclesiastical orthodoxy, but also of a latent internal distrust of Reform theologians, whose conception of natural religion was the perfect vehicle for the restriction of the lawyer's impulses towards secularization. On the other hand, one of Buddhius's primary motives seems to have been the necessity of giving religion a rational, demonstrable basis. He saw any process of secularization that abandoned the fundamental Protestant traditions as disintegrating into ethical scepticism, the destruction of moral values and loss of all tradition. 118. Since these different levels may stand in very different relationships to one another, it is difficult, indeed virtually impossible, to speak here in terms of radical, conservative, or modern. An appreciation of the differences between the Newtonian Enlightenment and the Radical Enlightenment, often applied in the last few years to the situation of the early Enlightenment in England, may give an indication of what might be involved here. The conservative Enlightenment 64 in the sense of the established Christian Newtonians, for whom science offered a support for religion and sociability a synonym for commerce, may be taken to include the North German physico-theologians and the patriots in the circle around Johann Albert Fabricius, and later also a broad section of popular philosophical movements. This description does not, however, apply to the situation in Halle. The radical Enlightenment, made up of politically critical, philosophically materialist or deist thinkers, did exist in Germany, but only as a marginal group made up of a few persecuted spirits and what was probably a larger number of extremist students. The positions which have been discussed here lie in the spectrum between these extremes. Both Buddhius and Gundling are part of movement for reform which finds a consensus in a certain degree of moderacy. The only disagreement is over the direction this reform should take. Their philosophy is certainly anti-scholastic, but this does not mean that Gundling cannot, for instance, employ scholastic, Aristotelian distinctions to serve his anti-Platonism. In the sensualist epistemology there is also a fluid transition between Aristotle and Locke. In the other corner, where Buddhius is to be found, it is possible to find coalitions of pietist theologians with positions sceptical of the power of the human intellect. Here too the Platonist tradition is played off against the Aristotelian while at the same time Platonism is rejected as the ruin of Christianity. These fluctuating coalitions make it difficult to bring the picture into focus. It might be argued that Gundling is in fact taking the more radical position through his defense of Hobbes, of freedom of thought and of Bell's scepticism. But elements of the conservative Enlightenment can also be found in his thought in that the coexistence of church and philosophy are not affected by the latent fideism of his position, or in as far as his anti-Platonism is at one with the conservatives' warning about the enthusiasts, that is, the fanatical Platonists. In contrast, Buddhius is prepared to support some of the modernizing tendencies against the orthodox theologians, such as, for instance, his attempts to introduce the theorems of Christian Thomasus or Cudworth's natural theology of the Trinity. What seems to be constant is the fundamental decision as to whether the modern way is to be sought in the unification or in the separation of religion and reason. Whether the first position, that of Buddhius, then takes the more pietist direction of Poiret and Lang or a more rationalist road with Leclerc, and whether the second then tends more to anti-religious scepticism or to fideism is only a secondary consideration, one which is not an explicit theme of the discourse. It is not sufficient to respond to the complexity of the situation with the 119. Comment that we are dealing with a period of transition. The epoch prior to the influential appearance of Wolff has its own signature and this must be read. Moreover, it has now been recognized that decisions with great importance for the Enlightenment did not only begin to be made later, but were already being made in the time around 1700, the era of the Christ de la conscience Européenne. 65 One thing at least is clear, the German intellectuals were an integral part of the tapestry of international discussion. The German Enlightenment did not go its own special way, it stood in the middle of the European debates of its time. But it was precisely the German Enlightenment's unique appropriation of this wider discussion, and the consequent emergence in Germany of a particular approach to history, that made it possible for the Germans to lead the way in the writing of the history of philosophy. Many elements of this process are still unclear. Too little is known of the further effects of Buddhius's influential teaching in Jena, of the reception of Leclerc in Germany, of the coalitions between different trends in pietist historicizing, such as that of Gottfried Arnold and that of the followers of Christian Thomasus, of the mutual influences between the interpretation of the antique world or of the early church and early modern thought. It can however be concluded that the contours of this picture were fixed by the 1720s or 1730s, and that these were extremely influential well into the 18th century. Johann Lorenz Mosheim's treatise De Turbata per Recenti Oris Platonicus Ecclesia, published in 1725, is the first attempt at a full picture of the interactions between Neoplatonism and early Christianity. 66 Although his position is close to that of Buddhius, Mosheim's latitudinarian theology can cope better with anti-Platonism. 67 In his work, Mosheim attempts to draw a differentiated historical picture which avoids the one-sidedness to be found in the works of both Souverain and Baltus. Despite his efforts, the result has a clearly anti-Platonic tenor. Nevertheless, his approach was that adopted by Jacob Brucker in his Historia Critica Philosophiae. 68 Riemann's Historia Universalis Atheismi et adherum falso et merito suspectorum 69 published, like Mosheim's work, in 1725, offers what is effectively a summary of the debates about atheism and about the innocence of all the philosophers whose legitimacy had earlier been discussed with such passion. Mosheim's critical comments on Cudworth's intentions of establishing a Prisca Sapientia, found in his translation of and commentary to Cudworth's works published in 1733, are also symptomatic of the end of the phase of strict opposition. The need of assimilation had now been overtaken, the Platonic text and the anti-Platonic criticism have been united into a single whole. 70. In the 1720s and 1730s the time seemed ripe to leave the pioneering work and the fights over direction found in a Gundling or a Budius and to go on to the search for a full picture. In this picture, the growth of the history of philosophy out of the apologetic discussions about the atheists of past and present, the disciplining of these discussions in the spirit of historical Pyrrhonism and of the new natural law and their distancing of themselves from the myths of human origins had resulted in a first conclusion in which the interests of both 120 Gundling and Budius had been integrated. It would be wrong to ask whether it was Gundling or Budius who had passed the examen rigorosum. Im Totenreich. It is much more the case that their productive arguments had sown the seeds from which the history of philosophy bloomed. 127. No discipline, no history. The case of moral philosophy. J. B. Schneewind. How are we to understand the history and the historiography of moral philosophy? As a number of recent works in ethics show, philosophers think that more than our knowledge of the past is at issue. In these works, interpretations of the history of ethics play an important part in the construction of an acceptable view about morality. McIntyre, Williams, Donegan, Taylor, Irwin, and Onas offer various views about whether moral philosophy has made progress or not. They ask whether we are now doing better at the subject than our predecessors did, and they offer answers, quite different answers, to be sure, but that is no surprise in philosophy. Historians are apt to be uncomfortable with this question. To ask it is to suppose not only that there is some common enterprise engaging earlier and later moral philosophers, but also shared standards by which we may judge improvement or decline. Historians tend to think that such assumptions are not their business, and that in any case they make for Whiggish or triumphalist history. They are thus likely to be uncomfortable with histories of moral philosophy written with such philosophical assumptions. Philosophers are likely to think histories written on any others are irrelevant. In this paper I shall raise some questions about the supposition that there is enough significant continuity in the concerns of moral philosophers to warrant discussions of progress and regress in the discipline. I should like also to indicate why it is not possible to consider the history of moral philosophy seriously without some views that, properly speaking, can be adjudicated, if at all, only within the discipline itself. It seems obvious that if there is no single discipline of moral philosophy there cannot be a history of it. It may seem less obvious that unless you are pretty well versed in, and have views about, moral philosophy, unless you have acquired the discipline you cannot properly study whatever history it may have. The history and the discipline, I shall argue, are inseparable. The version of the history of moral philosophy that is most commonly accepted today goes back at least as far as Xenophon. He tells us that Socrates broke with his predecessors by attending to a new set of issues. He did not dispute, as they did, about the cosmos and the nature of things in general. He 128 asked instead about human affairs. 1 Cicero elaborates on the point. Socrates, he says, was the first to call philosophy down from the heavens and set her in the cities of men, and compel her to ask questions about life and morals and things good and evil too. In the 18th century Thomas Reid taught his pupils that Socrates has always been reckoned the father of moral philosophy. 3 In the opening paragraph of Utilitarianism, 1861, John Stuart Mill calls upon this tradition. From the dawn of philosophy, he says, the question concerning the summum bonum, or the foundation of morality, has been accounted the main problem of speculative thought. And, after more than 2,000 years, the same discussions continue, philosophers are still ranged under the same contending banners, and neither thinkers nor mankind at large seem nearer to being unanimous on the subject than when the youth Socrates listened to the old Protagoras, and asserted the theory of utilitarianism against the popular morality of the so-called sophist. Mill offers a theory to account for the fact that the question of the first principle of morality remains open after so many centuries of inquiry. In all the sciences, he says, much information and many low-level theorems come to light long before the most basic principles are discovered. Mankind learns many more or less general truths from experience, only later does careful analysis enable us to extricate the fundamental concepts and principles of a science from the mass of details. Moral beliefs are like others. Hence it is not surprising that common sense should possess some sound beliefs about moral rules, even though we will not have secure knowledge about morality until we discover its true foundations. Point 4. It is still standard to say that moral philosophy began with Socrates and has been carried on continuously ever since. Thus Bernard Williams begins his important study Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy, 1985, as follows: it is not a trivial question, Socrates said, what we are talking about is how one should live. Or so Plato reports him, in one of the first books written about this subject. The aims of moral philosophy are bound up with the fate of Socrates' question. 1. Although we have not reached agreement about the basis of morality, the Socrates story draws on a clear picture of the tasks that moral philosophers should undertake. We are trying to answer the question Socrates raised, how to live. People have always had opinions on the matter, but it is very hard to get an indubitable answer based on an undeniable foundation. It is so hard that skeptics ask us to doubt that there is an answer, or even a real question. Perhaps, as Mill says, the difficulty exists in all disciplines. Or perhaps, as others think, there are special problems about morality that make the task of developing its theory harder than the tasks facing physics. These problems may account for the fact that we seem not even to have made any generally accepted progress toward the answer, much less found it. Still, the issues are there, and we should continue working on them. If we study earlier moral philosophy, it is because we may gain some insights from our predecessors, or learn at least to avoid their errors. 129. 2. Because the Socrates story is simply taken for granted today, it is important to be aware that it is not the only possible narrative of the history of the subject. For many centuries an alternative view of that history was widely held. Like the Socrates story, it carries with it a distinctive view of the tasks of the discipline. The underlying thesis of the alternate history is that the basic truths of morality are not the last to be discovered. They have been known as long as humans have been living with one another. Whatever moral philosophy is, therefore, it is not a search for hitherto unknown scientific knowledge. The alternative narrative takes two forms, one religious and one secular. The religious version is the older. It gives importance to a question most of us would not naturally ask. We will be inside the story once we see why we might ask it. The question is, was Pythagoras a Jew? The question arises from two assumptions. One is that the biblical narrative provides the unquestionable framework within which all human history must be located. Bossuet's Discourse on Universal History, 1681, is perhaps the greatest modern monument built on this assumption. As Santinello's study of Renaissance histories of philosophies shows, it was long common to assume that all wisdom comes from God. One major task for historians, therefore, was to explain its presence in cultures not directly descended from the Jews. 5. Those who undertook these enterprises believed that philosophy is an important human activity, which must have a providentially assigned role. They had a special problem about morality and its relation to moral philosophy. The truth about morality was revealed very early in human history, and it has not changed. William Law, arguing against Mandeville, gives us a clear 18th century statement of this point. When Noah's family came out of the ark, we presume, they were as well educated in the principles of virtue and moral wisdom, as any people were ever since. There was therefore a time, when all the people in the world were well versed in moral virtue. He therefore that gives a later account of the origin of moral virtue, gives a false account of it. 6. Belief that the Noahide revelation was the origin of moral knowledge itself would make it natural to ask why we have moral philosophy anyway. It would also lead us to wonder about how the Greeks could have been the ones to start it. The answer to the first question lies in human sinfulness. Our nature was damaged by the fall. It not only dimmed our faculties, lessening our ability to become aware of God's commands and understand them. It also unleashed the passions. Evildoers, driven by their lusts, seek to avoid the pangs of conscience, so they blind themselves to its clear dictates. They also strive to veil and confuse the moral thoughts of those whom they wish to entangle in their wicked schemes. 7 Bad reasoning is one of their basic tools. Now reason is one of God's 130 gifts to humanity. Among other things, it enables us to hold on to at least some of the moral knowledge we need, once revelation has ceased. If reason makes moral philosophy possible, pride leads men to try to outdo one another in inventing schemes and systems of morality, and morality itself gets lost in their struggles. Since the causes of the misuse of reason and of bad philosophy are now ingrained in our nature, there will be no final triumph of good philosophy until after the Last Judgment. But the battle must be kept up. Moral philosophy is to be understood as one more arena for the struggle between sin and virtue. As to the Greeks, it may be mysterious why God chose them to be the first to philosophize. We can, however, find out how, lacking the Noahide and the Mosaic revelations and being as corrupt as the rest of mankind, they could have done as well as they did with morality, how well they did being, again, a subject of debate. The first part of the answer is due to a frequently cited remark attributed to Aristotle. In Magna Moralia 1.1 he says that Pythagoras was the first who attempted to treat of virtue. Thomas Stanley, the first English historian of philosophy to write in the vernacular, repeats the claim, citing this source. 8. Given Aristotle's standing as the first historian of ancient thought, it seems that one could hardly ask for more impressive testimony. We can discover the importance of Pythagoras's priority from a parenthetical remark that Scipion Dupleix inserts in his assertion of it. In his Eletic ou Philosophie Morale of 1603 he says that although Socrates is praised for his discussion of the rules delivered by moral philosophy, he was not the first in the field. It is certain that Pythagoras himself, whom the Greeks took for a philosopher of their nation, although Saint Irenaeus assures us that he was Hebrew and had read the books of Moses, had worthily treated of morality before Socrates did. 9 Here as elsewhere Dupleix was unoriginal. Ficino, for example, thought he recalled that Saint Ambrose showed that Pythagoras was born of a Jewish father, and there were others. 10 Thus the problem of transmission is solved. If Pythagoras was the one who initiated moral philosophy among the Greeks, and he was a Jew, it is clear how the Greeks managed to get the subject going. Not everyone thought Pythagoras was actually Jewish, but there were second-best stories. It was a commonplace that the Greeks got much from the Jews. 11 John Selden, who traced our grasp of natural law back to the Noahide commandments, devoted long pages of his De Jure Naturale et Gentium of 1640 to analyzing the testimony of Jewish and Christian writers about the Jewish influence on Pythagoras. He preferred the Greek authorities to the Jewish, as having, he thought, less of a vested doctrinal interest in proving such a debt to the Jews. His conclusion is that the weight of the evidence makes it clear that Pythagoras, the primary teacher of Greek theology and the first to be called a philosopher, to whom some also attribute the first doctrine in Greece concerning the immortality of the soul, and others wish to credit the first disputations about the virtues, that is, The Principles of Moral Philosophy. Consulted and heard the Hebrews. 12. 131. Selden thinks it quite possible that Pythagoras was taught by no less a figure than the prophet Ezekiel. Henry Moore is also explicit about the importance of Greek philosophy's debt to the Jews. Now that Pythagoras drew his knowledge from the Hebrew fountains, is what all writers, sacred and profane, do testify and aver. That Plato took from him the principal part of that knowledge, touching God, the soul's immortality and the conduct of life and good manners, has been doubted by no man. And that it went from him, into the schools of Aristotle, and so derived and diffused almost into the whole world, is in like manner attested by all. 13. We have here the germ of a history of moral philosophy. I do not know how old it is. 14, but I think that some version or other of the Pythagoras story, as I shall call it, must have been assumed, however indistinctly, by a great many philosophers. There is a large amount of room for maneuver within this kind of historical schema. Even the religious version leaves a role for reason while not making revelation superfluous. 15 Locke and Clarke in England, and Crucius in Germany, all concerned to defend the view that morality at present is not dependent on revelation, are still determined to keep revelation historically essential. They replace Pythagoras's Noahide revelation with Christ's, as that through which alone we became able to know the full truth about morality. It seems, Locke says, that 'tis too hard a task for unassisted reason to establish morality in all its parts upon its true foundation. We see how unsuccessful in this the attempts of philosophers were before our Saviour's time. And if, since that, the Christian philosophers have much outdone them, yet we may observe that the first knowledge of the truths they have added is owing to revelation. 16. Now that Christ has revealed the truth, we can see for ourselves the reasonableness of his teaching, and can even turn our knowledge into a demonstrative science. A truth is reasonable and philosophical, Crucius says in 1744, when it can be proven by valid arguments from rational starting points. It does not matter where we first learned it. The duties that the Christian religion imposes on us are grounded in reason. Because our knowledge of them was dimmed by our corruption verd urban, they had to be repeated. We learn the extent of human corruption from the fact that without divine revelation we would not have grasped the most important and most fully grounded rational truths. 17. 3. Neither Locke nor Clarke nor Crucius say anything at all about Noah or the idea that Pythagoras had a Jewish connection. Yet in holding that the Greek philosophers were never able to get very far in figuring out what morality requires. 132. They share with the Pythagoras story the belief that reason without revelation could not discover morality. The Pythagoras story's explanation of the role of moral philosophy is implicit in their work as well. With it in mind, we can see, for instance, that Clarke's standard description of Hobbes as the wicked Mr. Hobbes is not just an incidental expression of personal revulsion. But none of them gives any account of the history that leads up to their own moral theories. 18. Jean Barbeyrac is of great interest because he gives an only partly secularized version of the history embodying the basic philosophical assumption at work in the religious Pythagoras story. 19 Following Pufendorf, Barbeyrac assumes that the basic truths of morality are always readily accessible to human reason. They must therefore have been known in the earliest ages, so that no revelation of morality was necessary. But Barbeyrac also believes, with the religious Pythagoras story, that human sinfulness leads men to try to evade the demands of morality and to use reason in the effort. It is worth looking at some of the details as they are spelled out in his 1706 historical and critical account of the science of morality. 20. Since the first inhabitants of the world lived in the eastern countries, he says, it must have been among them that there originated the most general notions of morality, and the other sciences. The Greeks, he adds, for all their vanity, were forced to own themselves debtors for these notices, to those they called barbarians. As for Pythagoras, he traveled in the East, among the Egyptians, Persians, and Chaldeans, and brought back many of his notions as well as his symbolic and enigmatic way of teaching. Barb. 37,45,47. Barbaric also cites the important sentence of Aristotle, on which the whole tradition hangs, Barb. 50. If he does not explicitly say that Pythagoras was a Jew or studied the books of Moses, he clearly has something like it in mind. The problem that gives the structure to his account shows his divergence from the purely revelational account of the origins of moral knowledge given in the older Pythagoras story. 21. In his first 2 chapters he tells us that the principles of morality are so simple that they are within the reach of everyone. His adherence to Pufendorf's natural law view of morality requires him to add that in thinking of morality we must also be thinking of God, but he finds no problem with this because he thinks it easy to acquire the natural knowledge that God exists and actively governs our lives. Barb. 12. Morality is not only plain and simple, it is also, as Locke showed, demonstrable. Barb. 45. Why, then, has the science of morality remained so backward? And what use are philosophers? Here Barbaric falls back on the older history. Sin provides the answers. Barbaric cites Hierocles significantly. He cites a comment on Pythagoras to say that sinful people can have clear ideas about many things while still being blind to morals. Barb. 6. Not only self-interest, but long-standing custom or tradition can also conceal moral truth from us, as can prejudices acquired in early education. We might think that priests would at least teach morality properly, but it has not been so. Pagan priests had such misguided ideas of the divinity that they could not hope to get morality right. The Jewish 133. Priests were too busy with ceremonial and civil affairs to teach adequately the revelation of which they were the depositaries. Their carnal prejudices, moreover, kept them tied to the letter of the law. Although Christ re-established morals in all their purity, there were false teachers even in the time of the apostles who corrupted his doctrine. Barbaric goes on at great length about the decay that followed and about the awful morals of the Christian fathers. He includes Saint Augustine among those condemned. Did not Augustine write in defense of persecution? Barbaric was a Huguenot, and he could hardly excuse Augustine for this failing. Barb. 24. 4. Although Barbaric cites him as an authority for Pythagoras's priority as student of virtue, Aristotelief indeed it was Aristotle who wrote the Magna Morale does not make a very strong claim about it. 22. The whole of what he says on the matter is this: Pythagoras first attempted to speak about virtue, but not successfully, for by reducing the virtues to numbers he submitted the virtues to a treatment which was not proper to them. 1182 at 1214. Socrates and Plato are also mentioned as having attempted to understand virtue, but with similar lack of success, and we are left with the distinct impression that Aristotle sees himself as the first to succeed in moral philosophy. When Barbaric cites the passage in his text, he omits the words "but not successfully," although he plainly knew they were there. Pythagoras was in any case something of an embarrassment. Little of his writing survives, and that little obscure. He was the subject of fantastic stories. Stanley unquestioningly repeats some of the stories contained in Diogenes Laertius and in the alleged Aristotelian fragments that he showed his golden thigh in public, was in Croton and Metapontum at the very same time, and convinced an ox to stop eating beans forever by whispering in its ear. 23. The lack of clarity in Pythagoras's writings and the other myths that shroud him may have made him ideally suited for construal as the link between God's revelation to the Jews and the ability of the Greeks to have and philosophize about a proper morality. But by the end of the 17th century he was evidently beginning to seem a broken reed. The Pythagoras story, however, still kept its hold. Adam Gleife, a German historian of natural law writing some 30 years after Barbaric, refuses to report on the thought of the Eastern nations because they left no adequate written accounts. But he takes Pythagoras as the first of the Greek thinkers to give serious attention to morality, and after discussing his philosophy remarks that we can see in general from this short summary of Pythagorean morality that, just as this man borrowed much from the Jews and the Egyptians, so also the succeeding Greek philosophers themselves made use of his doctrine. 24. Vico found it necessary to challenge a number of stories about Pythagoras, among them the one about his having learned from the Jews. Quite aside from the difficulty of accepting the tales of Pythagoras's numerous travels, there is 134. The strong probability that, like priests everywhere, the Jewish priests kept their mysteries secret. Vico holds that it was by grace of a most sublime human science that Plato and Pythagoras exalted themselves to some extent to the knowledge of the divine truths which the Hebrews had been taught by the true God. 25. He thus denies the essential presupposition of the Pythagoras story, that knowledge of morality could only have been acquired at first from a divine revelation. Vico was not widely read, and it was not until the end of the 18th century that the Pythagoras story was critically examined and dismissed. In 1786 the German scholar Christoph Meiners published a history of the sciences in which he devoted much space to a critical examination of the alleged Pythagorean writings, dismissing almost all of them as unreliable. 26 An effective positive replacement for the Pythagoras story was not published until 1822, in what I think should be considered the first comprehensive modern history of moral philosophy, Carl Friedrich Staudtlen's Geschichte der Moralphilosophie. 27. Staudtlen opens with a brief remark suggesting that morality arises from the interaction between the native powers and dispositions of the human mind and our situation in the world. Its origins lie so far back in antiquity that there is no use speculating about them. There was morality everywhere before there was philosophizing about it, and there were unsystematic and poetic articulations before anything rational appeared. 28 We are as naturally moved to reflect on our own powers as on the world in which we act, and that reflection, carried far enough, is philosophy. Moral philosophy begins with the Greeks, preeminently with Socrates. 29 Staudtlen gives Pythagoras a chapter, but in it he expresses great admiration for the work done by Meiners, whom on other points he attacks, enabling us to dismiss all the old claims about his importance. Allowing that Pythagoras had some interesting thoughts about morals, he himself is not willing to concede that there is any live issue about a Jewish connection. Yet he notes several recent writers who do, and the amount of effort he devotes to getting rid of the Pythagoras story suggests that it is still a live option. 30. What makes Staudtlen's work modern is not mainly its dismissal of the Pythagoras story and its kin. That, after all, is a scholarly position that might alter. Thus there is a more recent version of the Pythagoras story surely not intended as such, according to which Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, was himself the son of a Jew. Giovanni Reali says that both Zeno and Chrysippus were Jewish and hypothesizes that the Stoic notion of kathekente reflects Zeno's effort to bring Jewish moral categories into Greek philosophy. 31 What makes Staudtlen's work modern is essentially its attitude toward error. He treats error in moral philosophy as like error in any science, no more due to wicked desires or self-aggrandizing tendencies than blunders in mathematics. Error comes not from original sin, but from the great difficulty of the subject. The function of moral philosophy is not to defend God's revelation from sinful and perverse reasoners. Like Kant, Staudtlen holds that it expresses the human tendency to reflect on our own powers and dispositions. The Greeks, Staudtlen thinks, x. 135. Hosted almost all the possibilities and explored almost all the blind allies. Only rarely does a new insight, such as Kant's, enable us to advance. With such insights moral philosophy may increase our grasp of moral principle from time to time, or correct honest mistakes made along the way, and so contribute to the progress of morality as well as of moral philosophy. Staudtlen was a Kantian, and Kant would have agreed with much of his approach. But he would have added that reflection also has an important moral function. He thinks that we have all always known the basic principle of morality. Because of our tendency to selfishness, however, a natural dialectic arises in which we try to convince ourselves that prudential reason is the only practical reason there is. 32 The philosophical reflection that shows the reality of pure practical reason therefore has its own practical importance. Kant has developed his own version of the secularized Pythagoras story. V. Both the Socrates story and the Pythagoras story, in its secular as well as its religious versions, illustrate the interconnections among our conceptions of the aim or task of moral philosophy, the proper understanding of its history, and the nature of morality. The two grand narratives are similar in holding that moral philosophy has essentially a single task, though each assigns it a different one. But the assumption that there is one single aim that is essential to moral philosophy gives rise to difficulties for both views. One difficulty lies in formulating the aim. Perhaps it is plausible to hold that we and Socrates are asking the same question if the central issue is described as Williams describes it. Yet we might wonder whether identifying the question of moral philosophy as how should one live is useful for those interested in the history of the subject. The Socratic question, so stated, is extremely general. To take it as locating the aims of moral philosophy, we must surround it with a number of unspoken assumptions. For instance, we must not take it to be a question about how one should live with respect to health, or income, or eternal well-being. Are we then to take it as a general question about how we should live in order to be happy? We have only to think of Kant's ethics to see that this will not identify an inquiry central to all moral philosophy. The single-aim view seems to rest on a theory about the essences of philosophical disciplines which is itself contestable. If we look historically at what moral philosophers have said they were trying to do, we do not come up with a single aim uniting them all. Compare, for instance, Aristotle's claim that moral philosophy should improve the lives of those who study it with Sidgwick's belief that a desire to edify has impeded the real progress of ethical science. 33. Recall the Stoic aim of finding the way to personal tranquility, Hobbes's aim of stabilizing a society put in danger by religious fanaticism, Bentham's aim of locating a principle to show everyone the need for major political, social and 136. Moral reform, Parfit's aim of developing a new, wholly secular, science of morality. 34. Unless we leave the statement of the aim quite vague, it will be difficult to find one on which these thinkers agree. If we are more definite, then it seems that we will be required to say that anyone not sharing the favored aim is not really doing moral philosophy. Whatever the single aim assigned to the enterprise, we would be forced to deny the status of moral philosopher to many thinkers usually included in the category. Those holding a Pythagoras story version of moral philosophy's single task face some additional difficulties. They must assume that the moral knowledge which is always to be defended can be identified in some way that does not presuppose the truth of any specific theory, and that it is always and everywhere essentially the same. Yet it is implausible to claim that Greek morality, the morality of the Decalogue, and the liberal morality of modern Western democracies are in essence identical. The claim can be made out, if at all, only by proposing as the essence of these moralities some interpretation of them, probably in philosophical terms, which was not available to some or all of those whose moralities are at issue. These objections to single-aim views about moral philosophy are themselves both historical. The historian will have a further problem with the outlook. It implies that since we and past moral philosophers share aims and goals, the best way to understand the work of our predecessors is to look at them in the light of our own view of the truth about morality. Even allowing, as some philosophers do, that our own views may not be the last word, it is still tempting, on a single-aim approach, to suppose that ours is the best word yet, and that therefore no other standpoint is needed for examining what has gone before. The historian will complain that insistence on describing the views of past thinkers in our own terminology forces us into anachronism. If we are interested in what our predecessors were doing and thinking, we must try to understand them in terms they themselves had available. It is obvious that Hume could not even have conceived the aim of anticipating Bentham. But it is just as misleading to describe him as trying to develop a rule utilitarian theory of justice. Although he discovered some of the important differences between the morality of actions within social practices and the morality of independent actions, the idea of utilitarianism as well as the distinction between act and rule versions of it are much later inventions. We may have good reason for thinking of his theory in terms like these, but we are not, in so doing, giving an historical account of it. Worse, we may be overlooking its historical distinctiveness by forcing it into our own molds. 6. We cannot, it seems, write a history of moral philosophy without having some philosophical idea of the aims of the discipline, and we cannot have a well-grounded idea of its aims without having some awareness of its origins and 137. History. The difficulties for the historian arising from this conclusion are not wholly avoidable. But they are less acute if we give up thinking of moral philosophy as having some single essential aim and suppose instead that philosophers at different times were trying to solve different problems. As historians, we can work with a very general concept of morality, taking it vaguely and imprecisely as the norms or values or virtues or principles of behavior that seem to be present in every known society. We will study those who try to reflect philosophically on the matters thus described. No doubt our idea of what counts as philosophical reflection will be marked by our present conception. But we will not try to impose much more uniformity on past efforts than is carried by these two reference points. We will not need to decide whether common sense morality, ancient or modern, is mere opinion or genuine knowledge. We will not, in particular, suppose that everyone who thought about morality in a way we consider philosophical was trying to solve the same problem or answer the same questions. We will think instead that the aims of moral philosophy, problems that moral philosophers thought required reflection, are at least as likely to have changed as to have remained constant through history. Why might there be such alterations in the questions or problems that set the differing aims of philosophical reflection about morality? One answer is that there have been times of upheaval when the norms involved in our common life have been called into question by social, religious, and political changes. The need to blend Christian belief with an inherited culture coming from Greece and Rome is one such case. The problems arising from the disintegration of even the appearance of a unified Christendom was another. Perhaps Parfis' concern to work out a wholly secular morality is another. Perhaps the apparent fact that there is no hope for agreement on conceptions of the good presents another such juncture. The history of moral philosophy, we may think, itself provides important clues to the eras at which the stresses on widely accepted norms and values became overwhelming and change was necessary. If philosophers do little to bring about the strains, they sometimes provide means to diagnose or even to cope with them. If we take this approach, we will be led naturally to ask some kinds of question about the history of moral philosophy that we may overlook if we think the discipline centers on only one question. On the single aim assumption, we will suppose we always know what moral philosophers were trying to do. They were trying to solve the essential problem. Without this assumption, we will need to ask what past philosophers were doing in putting forward the arguments and conclusions and conceptual schemes they favored. We will ask about the point or purpose of using these arguments. The answers will have to be historical. Holding that the answers to such questions may vary from time to time, we will ask just how the thinkers we study differ from earlier thinkers and from those of their contemporaries whose work they knew. What our subjects refuse to ask or assert will matter as much to us as their positive claims. Knowing. 138. The former will enable us, as knowing the latter alone will not, to understand what their aims for moral philosophy were. To know what they refused to include, we must know what they might have included, and did not. Here only historical information, not rational reconstruction of arguments in the best modern terms, will tell us what we need to know. One benefit of this approach is that it gives us a way of checking on our interpretations or readings of past moral philosophy. There is historical evidence about the vocabularies available to our predecessors, and about the issues that mattered to them and to their publics. We may lack documentary evidence about a philosopher's own specific intentions in publishing a given book. But we can assume that he meant to be understood by a living audience, and not just by posterity, and what writers as well as readers could have understood is said to a large extent not wholly be the language they already possessed. Even innovative terms and concepts require some sort of introduction via existing notions. To learn what resources were available to a philosopher, we must look outside his writings, and outside of philosophy. If we do not check our accounts of a past philosopher in this manner, we are in serious danger of mistaking our own fantasies about what he must have meant for what he really did mean. Single-aim theorists may reply that on this view there is no continuing subject of moral philosophy whose history we can try to write. But to say this is to oversimplify. Continuities are quite compatible with the discontinuities that arise from changing problems and aims. It seems highly probable that all societies complex enough to generate philosophical reflection must handle certain problems of social and personal relations. Views about the fair or proper distribution of the necessities of life, or about the relative praise or blameworthiness of individuals, seem always to arise in such societies. Study of different ways of structuring such views is a constant theme that gives moral philosophy some of its identity amidst its differences. Some arguments and insights about what makes for coherent views of morality may carry over from one situation to another. They provide further elements of continuity in the work of moral philosophers. One illustration must suffice. When Cudworth said that good could not be defined as whatever God wills, he turned against Descartes and Hobbes the same kind of argument that Plato's Socrates sketched against Euthyphro. G.E. Moore later presented other arguments against the definability of good. Cudworth was trying to preserve the possibility of a loving relation between God and man that could not have concerned either Socrates or Plato. A century later Diderot appealed to the same argument precisely because it detaches morality from religion. 35 Moore had still other aims in view. One could write a useful history concentrating simply on the question of definability. 36 But to do so would be to ignore historically crucial differences in the uses to which the point was put. I do not wish to minimize the importance of portable arguments. They do indeed provide a major set of linkages between past and present moral philosophies. But 139. They do nothing to support the claims of the single-aim historian. Praxiteles and Brancusi both used chisels, no doubt, but we do not learn much about their art from noticing the fact. Single-aim philosophers will undoubtedly feel that more significance must be assigned to these portable arguments. They will say that such arguments represent what moral philosophy is all about: the discovery of the truth about morality. Plato and Cudworth and Moore all saw the same thing, even if they described somewhat differently what they saw and put their discovery to different uses. They did not discover a mere tool for carrying out some external aim. They themselves say that they are in search of the truth about morality itself, and it is quite possible that they found an important part of it. Progress in moral philosophy, as in science, involves replacing false and one-sided theories with true and comprehensive ones about the designated subject matter of the discipline. History is useful only when philosophical assessment of the arguments of past philosophers helps us with our present projects. Histories of moral philosophy can of course be written on such assumptions, and at the very least it is true that assessment of arguments given in the past is indispensable. The historian needs to know what led to the alteration or abandonment of various views. Since failure to achieve coherence or to produce valid supporting arguments may explain it in some cases, the historian who is not sensitive to such matters will write defective history. If the single-aim view is asserting only that knowledge of the discipline is prerequisite to writing its history, one cannot object to it. But the single-aim view leaves unexplained a great deal that the historian will naturally wish to consider. Why do some theories emerge and flourish and then disappear? Why do some recur? Why is there so little convergence? What does moral philosophy as a practice or discipline do in and for the societies in which it is supported? It is more useful for the historian to turn away from the single-aim view and adopt a variable-aim approach instead. 7. If we take the variable-aim view of the subject, we will not be strongly inclined to make much of the question of progress or regress. We will look at the enterprise of rationally examining norms and virtues as one of the tools that various societies have used to cope with different problems they faced in shaping or preserving or extending a common understanding of the terms on which their members could live with one another. We will not think of moral philosophy as standing apart from and above the moral discourse of a society. We will take it as being simply one voice in the discussion of moral issues. In moral philosophy we will hear the voice that asks us to stand back from current issues and look at them in the most general terms we can call upon or invent. Its hope is that by so doing we can reformulate the problems in more manageable ways. The very stance seems to make it natural to use an atemporal mode of discourse. 140. But the rhetoric of moral philosophy need not conceal the fact that those who use it are located in their own times as well as in a timeless web of abstractions. It is not hard to understand how questions that were of great importance at one time may lose their hold at another. The conditions giving the question's urgency may have altered. Or new and more pressing problems may have emerged. The abandonment of one question and the move to consider a new one may itself be a major kind of progress in moral philosophy. Perhaps only the assessment of questions can keep moral philosophy from the sterility and irrelevance that we sometimes call scholasticism. 143. Vico and the barbarism of reflection. Donald Philip Vereen. In his autobiography published in 1728, Vico presents himself as a lone figure in corrupt times. After describing his near death from a fall at the age of 7, which fractured his cranium and which involved a slow recovery, Vico says that he grew up, from then on, with a melancholy and acrid nature which necessarily belongs to ingenious and profound men, who through ingenuity flash like lightning in acuity, through reflection take no pleasure in witticism and falsity. In the first part of this statement, Vico is echoing Cicero's gloss on Aristotle's view that those who are ingenious and profound have a melancholic temperament. 2 Vico carries this further, and contrasts himself as part of the class of those who are ingenious and profound with those who employ reflection only to achieve witticism and falsity. When Vico goes to Vatola as tutor to the children of the Rocca family, he finds himself wedded to the corrupt style of poetry, i.e., Barocchismo. To cure himself of this corrupt style of modern poetry he devised a special method of reading the masters of the Tuscan tongue, Boccaccio, Dante, and Petrarch, against the Latin masters, Cicero, Virgil, and Horace, pairing them off with each other and reading them in a cycle, on successive days. In this way he completed the process of becoming an autodidact. 3. When he returns from his 9 years of residency at Vatola to reside permanently in Naples, Vico says he found the physics of Descartes at the height of its renown among the established men of letter, and that Aristotle's physics had become a laughingstock. The best thinkers of the 16th century were not revered. Medicine had declined into scepticism and law had suffered a similar fate. Plato was seen as important only for the quotation of an occasional passage. The study of rhetoric, poetry, history, and classical languages and culture generally was no longer pursued. In other words, all those fields that Descartes had found inessential for the search for truth in the discourse were eschewed. Vico felt fortunate that he had sworn allegiance to no teacher and that he could continue to be guided by his good genius. 4. In his continuation of the autobiography, written in 1731, Vico sums up the conditions of his whole career by saying, among the caitiff semi-learned or pseudo-learned, the more shameless called him a fool, or in somewhat more courteous terms they said that he was obscure or eccentric and had odd ideas. 5. Among those who called him a fool would be the author of the false book Notice on the Scienza Nuova, that was sent to and printed in the Leipzig Acta 4. 144. August 1727, in which Vico is described as an abbé of the Vico family and which proceeds maliciously to misdescribe his views and the general contents of the work. To this notice Vico wrote the reply, Vici Vindici. 6. The author of the notice, whom Vico calls an unknown vagabond, would be a prime example of one taking pleasure in witticism and falsity. In his letter of 1726 to Abbé Esperti in Rome, in which he relates the very limited reception that the Scienza Nuova Prima received, Vico says such a work cannot expect universal applause because it goes against the corrupt spirit of the times. 7. He plays upon a line of Tacitus, Corrumpere et corrumpi seculum vocator, in which Tacitus criticizes Roman customs in contraposition to those of the barbaric but virtuous Germans, Germania, 19. Vico employs this in the Scienza Nuova Secunda. He says that Roman emperors, when they wish to give reasons for the ordinances they issue, claim to have been guided by the sect of their times, set dei tempi. Vico says that the customs of the age are the school of princes, to use the term seculum, age, applied by Tacitus to the decayed sect of his own times, where he says, corrumpere et corrumpi seculum vocator, they call it the spirit of the age to seduce and be seduced, as we would now say, the fashion, 979.8. Although this quotation comes from a description by Tacitus of the Germanic customs and attitudes toward marriage, fidelity, and the sexes, the larger meaning of an age in which to corrupt and to be corrupted is the mode is not to be lost on the reader. Vico holds that when the intellectual virtues are corrupted into the fashion of witticism and falsity in thought, this is accompanied by a parallel corruption in social life, in which the moral virtues are corrupted into flattery, soft embraces, and plots against intimates and friends. Vico portrays this corruption of social life in the most impassioned passage of his Scienza Nuova Seconda, 1730 and 1744. He says that there are two types of barbarism, a barbarism of sense and a barbarism of reflection. The barbarism of sense typifies human life in the first stage of the ideal eternal history traversed in time by every nation in its rise, development, maturity, decline, and fall, 245. The barbarism of reflection typifies human life at the point of the nation's decline and final fall. Vico says, but if the peoples are rotting in that ultimate civil disease and cannot agree on a monarch from within, and are not conquered and preserved by better nations from without, then Providence for their extreme ill has its extreme remedy at hand. For such peoples, like so many beasts, have fallen into the custom of each man thinking only of his own private interests, and have reached the extreme of delicacy, or better of pride, in which like wild animals they bristle and lash out at the slightest displeasure. Thus no matter how great the throng and press of their bodies, they live like wild beasts in a deep solitude of spirit and will, scarcely any two being able to agree, since each follows his own pleasure or caprice. By reason of all this, Providence decrees that, through obstinate factions and desperate civil wars, they shall turn their cities into forests and the forests into dens and lairs of men. In this way, through long centuries of barbarism, rust will consume. 145. The misbegotten subtleties of malicious ingenuities ingeni maliziaci that have turned them into beasts made more inhuman by the barbarism of reflection la barbari della riflessione than the first men had been made by the barbarism of sense la barbari del senso. For the latter displayed a generous savagery unfierazza generosa, against which one could defend oneself or take flight or be on one's guard, but the former, with a vile savagery unfierazza vile, under soft words and embraces, plots against the life and fortune of friends and intimates. Hence peoples who have reached this point of reflective malice rifles shiva malizia, when they receive this last remedy of Providence and are thereby stunned and brutalized, are sensible no longer of comforts, delicacies, pleasures, and pomp, but only of the sheer necessities of life. And the few survivors in the midst of an abundance of the things necessary for life naturally become sociable and, returning to the primitive simplicity of the first world of peoples, are again religious, truthful, and faithful. Thus Providence brings back among them the piety, faith, and truth which are the natural foundations of justice as well as the graces and beauties of the eternal order of God. 1106. Vico sees himself as living in an age of the barbarism of reflection. It is an age we share with Vico. Within the great city of the nations, 1107, that is all of human history, in the sense of the Gentile peoples, a divine or providential order prevails in which each nation passes through a threefold cycle that begins in an age of gods, in which all of nature and the functions of communal life are formed in terms of gods, develops through an age of heroes, in which all human virtues and meanings of social institutions are formed in the figures of the heroes, and ends in an age of humans, in which the world is made intelligible in wholly secular and logical terms. The pattern of gods, heroes, and humans is a pattern that is lived out over and over in the courses and recourses of the nations. In Vico's conception of Western history, Homer marks the end of the age of gods and heroes in the first corso. The Iliad and the Odyssey summarize these previous stages, after which comes the age of philosophy and reflection. Upon the fall of the ancient world comes the ricorso of returned barbarism. 9. The first 2 ages of this ricorso are summarized in Dante's Divine Comedy. Vico calls Dante the Tuscan Homer, 786, 817. After Dante comes the third age of the recourse of Western history. The philosophers arrive once again, and this time their thought is built upon the recollection of the philosophy of the earlier corso. By Vico's time, the fruitful powers of Renaissance philosophy have given way to the full powers of reflective thought. The quarrel between the ancients and moderns has begun. The quarrel between the studia humanitatis, that emphasizes the importance of rhetoric and verbum as the basis of human knowledge, and civil wisdom, and the science of the moderni, that emphasizes sensation and experiment as well as mathematical method as the standard of human knowledge. What does Vico mean by the barbarism of reflection? And what is its significance as a description of modern knowledge and the modern condition? 10. Vico produces the term barbarism of reflection in this dramatic passage, in the middle of his compact conclusion to the Scienza Nuova. It is a passage that 146 places Vico's entire project in relation to his own age. 11. Vico's new science is not a form of the barbarism of reflection itself, but stands against this as the condition under which the new science is formed. Vico's work is a counter to such a state of mind and society. Reflection is a modern term. There is no genuine counterpart for it in Greek. Reflectere occurs as a term relating to mental action, in classical Latin, for example, in Cicero and in Virgil, but it has the sense of reversing one's opinion or turning one's mind in the opposite direction. Reflection as a term, distinguished from sensation, has roots in scholastic thought, but not as a major philosophical term. Point 12. The notion of reflection, in the sense of mirroring of images between objects or events in the physical world is, of course, known to the Greeks. Such mirroring can be found in Plato, and Aristotle makes reference to this phenomenon in a number of places. Point 13. Reflection or refraction is part of modern optics. Descartes makes use of the term in this way in his correspondence and in his scientific discussions. Point 14. This is in accord with the basic Latin meaning for reflecto, to turn back, bend back, to divert. The origin of reflection as a philosophical or psychological term describing the internal operation of the mind for modern thought is Locke's An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1690. Point 15. Locke, in describing the origin or our ideas, distinguishes between those from external sensible objects and those from the initial operations of our minds. He says, these two are fountains of knowledge, from whence all the ideas we have, or can naturally have, do spring. I.2.2. He says one source of what is in the mind is due to what the senses convey to it from external objects, example yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet. This great source of most of the ideas we have, depending wholly upon our senses, and derived by them to the understanding, I call sensation. 2.1.3. The other source of ideas is the experience our own mind has of its operations that cannot be had from without, example perception, thinking, doubting, believing, reasoning, knowing, willing. Locke says this source of ideas every man has wholly in himself, and though it be not sense, as having nothing to do with external objects, yet it is very like it, and might properly enough be called internal sense. But as I call the other sensation, so I call this reflection, the ideas it affords being such only as the mind gets by reflecting on its own operations within itself. 2.1.4. The problems of whether Locke's conception of reflection is to be understood intellectually or empirically are well known, and such problems of the internal consistency and viability of Locke's epistemology are not the issue here. Although the term reflection exists in use in various senses in English before Locke, his essay is the source for the use of reflection as a philosophical term having the above meaning. In French the case is similar, in the sense that reflection is derived from the Latin reflectere, and it has similar variations in meaning to the term in English. In French, however, The etymology of reflection in the philosophical sense of the mind's action on itself is traceable to Descartes' use of the term in the fifth part of the Discours de la Méthode. Here. 147. Descartes reaffirms the essentials of his proof of God and the soul as the mind having tested its ideas of them through its doubts, and Descartes uses the phrase, avoir fait essai de réflexion. 16. I believe that Vico intends the terms barbarism of sense, barbarie del senso, and barbarism of reflection, barbarie della riflessione, to refer to Locke's distinction between sensation and reflection in the essay. He may also intend them to have some resonance with Descartes, for although reflection is not a major term in Descartes' philosophy, the act of reflection itself is. Descartes forms his case in the discourse and in the meditations in terms of a general distinction between sense and thought, and, as mentioned above, he pins his proofs of the nature of God and the soul on the mind's successful action of grasping the certainty of its own operations. In Meditation I, Descartes speaks first of the status of his sensation of external things, then of his sensation of bodily state, his example of dreaming, and then of the possibility of doubting the results of the pure operations of his own mind, apart from sensations. His genus species definition of himself as cogito is similar to Locke's inventory of operations that characterize reflection as internal sense. My interest here, as with Locke above, is not with the problems inherent in Descartes' position, nor with its relationships to and distance from Locke's position. For Vico, Descartes and Locke represent the basis of modern philosophy. Vico understands all of modern thought as revolving around two alternatives, Stoic and the Epicurean, the latter of which he also often associates with a sceptical position. There are those who believe in a version of the def necessity, sort necessita, of the Stoics, and those who embrace one version or another of the blind chance, sica fortuna, of the Epicureans. As he states in his autobiography, both of these metaphysics involve a moral philosophy of solidarities. 17 in the passage quoted above, these are examples of that solitude of spirit and will, solitudine di animae e di voleri, that characterize the modern age of barbarism of reflection. 18 The Stoic ideal is a doctrine of the independence of the individual from the social whole, and the Epicurean advocates the peace of the soul through withdrawal into the garden. Both turn their backs on those conceptions of civil wisdom of Plato and Aristotle, and advocate a solitary life that is false to the true nature of the human as social. Vico's principle of providence as the ideal eternal pattern in human history is intended as the basis for a metaphysics that goes between the horns of the dilemma of necessity and chance of the Stoic and the Epicurean metaphysics. Vico's ideal of wisdom speaking, la sapienza che parla, that he takes from the ancients, especially Cicero, and from the humanist tradition, is intended to go between the horns of the Stoic individual who claims to be a whole society unto himself and the Epicurean who withdraws to his own ideal society of the garden, within the larger whole. The rhetorical notion of the connection of sapientia with eloquentia has as its classical third term prudentia, the ideal of thinking, speaking, and acting well as the ideal of human life and human greatness. 19. 148. Vico repeatedly identifies Descartes with the Stoic position, and indeed, Descartes so identified himself. He identifies Locke with the Epicurean and sceptical position because he regards Locke as deriving everything, including God, from the corporeal. This view of Locke's conception of God was not an uncommon one in Vico's time. 20 Vicoin, a short chapter, Reprehension of the Metaphysics of René Descartes, Benedict Spinoza, and John Locke, that he drafted as an addition to the Scienza Nuova Seconda, says that Locke is compelled to offer a God all-body operating by chance. 21. Although Locke believed that he had established God as immaterial, and thus as unknowable and not in conflict with established religion, his thought was subject to the general charge of materialism. In Vico's time, Locke was suspected of having an expanded version of Spinoza's pantheism and holding that there was only one substance and that it was material. Since, on Locke's view, man cannot know with certainty the nature of substance, materiality, and immaterial substance may be the same. That Locke is a materialist and has an untenable conception of God and the soul is the general direction of the polemic taken by Paolo Matteodoria in his Diffida Metafisica degli Antichi Filosofi contro Giovanni Locke ed alcuni moderni autori, 1732.22. In his Reprehension, Vico draws a contrast between these three modern thinkers, who base all metaphysics in a doctrine of substance and metaphysical thinking in the principle of supposition, supposizione, and the thought of the ancients. Especially Plato and Aristotle, who, he claims, derive their metaphysics from being as it is originally captured in the images of the theological poets. Riflessione, as a philosophical term, enters Italian from the work of Locke. 23. Its general use in Italian in various senses parallels that of English and French, and is derived from the Latin original. The essay was translated into Latin in 1701 and into French in 1735. Vico most likely employed the Latin edition, De Intellectu Humano. 24. Moreover, as Vico was a member of various academies that met for discussions in Naples, he was no doubt part of many discussions of Locke's views, as well as of those of Gassendi and the Cartesians. Gustavo Costa, in an essay, Vico e Locke, has explored a number of connections between the Latin translation of Locke's essay and Vico's Scienza Nuova, especially between Locke's description of sensation and his use of the mind of children. 25. Costa holds that, what Locke claims about sensation, Vico reformulates in historical terms regarding the primordial mentality of the first men. Costa sees a parallel between Vico's description of how the first men stretch words to make their imaginative metaphysics by forming the world in terms of their own passions and sensations, 405, and Locke's discussion of the abuse of words, BK 3, ch 10. What is described by Locke in logical and epistemological terms, Vico puts in rhetorical and historical terms. It is not Costa's claim, nor mine, that Vico bases his Scienza Nuova on Locke's essay, but only that there are at certain points Lockean elements and apparent borrowings and transformations of Locke's views within the Scienza Nuova. 149. Vico originally wrote the Scienza Nuova in negative form, Scienza Nuova in forma negativa, as a criticism of the standing philosophies of his time. He arrived at the Scienza Nuova as a complete recasting of the text into positive form, which must have entailed the reformulation of the positive elements of such philosophies into his own account. Seen in this way, we might expect to find that Vico's text is a kind of palimpsest, which, when gazed at closely, can be seen to have the texts of others beneath it, including those he is ultimately against. The more closely we gaze at Vico's text, the more we may see beneath its outlines. In a great act of ingenium, Vico saw that the notion of sensation that was part of the rise of modern empiricism, if understood in historical terms, could become a key to understanding the mind and the metaphysics of the first men. They are the perfect empiricists, the men of sensation, who think with their bodies and are all body, living in a world of bodies. In a corresponding act of ingenium, Vico saw that the notion of reflection held the key to understanding the modern world, that which arrives within the life of any nation in its period of modernity, its third age. Sensation and reflection were both part of the mind, but they were developed by the mind within the process of history. The notion of reflection as the mind's attention to its own operations may have been in the air, and in the discussions of the moderns who met in the various academies of Naples. But through Locke, and probably also as a feature of Descartes' rationalist procedure of thought, Vico saw prophetically the significance of reflection as the basis of modern philosophy and, in fact, of modern life, for with reflection also comes a form of language and speech that dominates society. There is a reflective way of thinking and there is a reflective way of speaking and of acting. These are replacements for the humanist ideals of wisdom, eloquence, and prudence, as I wish to show now. What is the significance of the barbarism of reflection for our conception of modern knowledge and modern life? Throughout his works, from at least the study methods, through the attack on Descartes in the Ancient Wisdom, and within the autobiography and the two versions of the New Science, as well as elsewhere, in his letters and orations, Vico is claiming that something is wrong with modern thought and with modern education. He states this directly in terms of human education in the study methods, in which he asks for a balance between the approach of the moderns and that of the ancients, and advocates that students be first educated in the art of topics in memory, imagination, metaphor, and in plane geometry, because it employs figures and should only later be introduced to the abstract methods of scientific reasoning, analytic geometry, and metaphysics. To do otherwise is to make the adult mind sterile, unable to find the beginning points of thought and unable to grasp the ways of thinking and speaking that are necessary to civil wisdom. 26. As he says in the ancient wisdom, anyone who would make a speech or live a life by means of the geometrical method engages in a form of rational madness. 27. I think that most of Vico's criticism of modern philosophy, modern education, 150, and the conception of modern knowledge generally, is caught up in his term, barbarism of reflection. It is no accident that he springs this term on the reader just at the end of the Scienza Nuova. Vico thinks like a poet. This means that he is oriented to give forth his ultimate point in the ultimate lines. His final line of the work is, that this science carries with it the study of piety, and that he who is not pious cannot be truly wise. 1112. This thought, as I wish to show, is closely connected with his conception of the barbarism of reflection. The barbarism of reflection is, above all, the loss of the ancient idea of piety. But to make this clear we must consider briefly how much Vico was right about the dominance of reflection as the preoccupation of modern thought and how reflection is connected with the idea of the understanding as the basis of human knowledge. 28. It is Kant who establishes the firm connection between reflection and the nature of the understanding. Kant, in the Critique of Pure Reason, criticizes both Locke and Leibniz on the basis of his conception of transcendental reflection. Kant states, "The act by which I confront the comparison of representations with the cognitive faculty to which it belongs, and by means of which I distinguish whether it is as belonging to the pure understanding or to sensible intuition that they are to be compared with each other, I call transcendental reflection." 29. Both Locke and Leibniz, in Kant's view, lack a transcendental conception of reflection by which they would be able to sort out what belongs rightfully to the pure understanding and what is given in appearance by sensibility. Locke would reduce all objects to what appears in the sensibility, and Leibniz would attempt to obtain the inner nature of things by comparing all objects to the understanding. Transcendental reflection, then, is the proper operation of the understanding of the knowing subject, delineating the conditions of its own knowing so that its powers to sense the object are kept in relation to its powers to form logically what is sensed. The subject reflects on its own operations sensible and conceptual and grasps the conditions under which it has an object that it knows. My aim here is not the interpretation of the complexities of Kant's amphiboly of the concepts of reflection, Amphibolieder Reflexionsbegriff, but on the prominent place reflection is given in Kant's conception of knowledge. Reflection becomes the inner form of the understanding. Transcendental reflection is a synonym for critique itself. Critique or criticism is the reflection of the knower on the very conditions of the possibility of the object known. The project of philosophy is thus defined as the encounter of the mind with its own operations, to be able to say with certainty how the phenomenal object can be known by the knower. It is Hegel who recognizes the error of basing philosophy in reflection. He says that ancient metaphysics believed that thought could achieve a true knowledge of things, aber der reflektierende Verstand bemächtigt sich der Philosophie, but reflective understanding took possession of philosophy. 30. Hegel says that philosophy is essentially reflective has become a slogan. 31. The understanding, Verstand, of critical philosophy can only give us a table of 151 contents of experience in which sense perceptions fill up the concepts of thought with content. In Hegel's view only reason, Vernunft, which is by nature dialectical, can produce the inner form of what is actual in thought. For Hegel the true is always the whole, and this whole is achieved first by consciousness and then thought coming to know its own nature by grasping all of the forms of its own activity in a total account. After Vico, Hegel is the one philosopher to identify reflection as contrary to the proper search for philosophical truth. 32. Reflection is barbarous as a philosophical doctrine because it substitutes the idea of self-reflection for the ancient project of self-knowledge. By self-knowledge I mean the dictum attributed to various of the seven sages, of nothesiouton know thyself, and the goal of Socratic thinking that the purpose of philosophy is to examine life and the nature of the polis. Philosophy is to take place in a civic fashion in the agora, not in the chamber or pole that is established as the solitary model of Descartes. Ancient philosophy begins in wonder, and the object of wonder is being, not substanceth being that the poets originally form as Jove and the pantheon of gods. Substance does not invoke wonder. Modern philosophy begins in the closet, in the philosopher's private thoughts based in doubt and suspicion that result in a quest for certainty. As Vico points out against Descartes, in the ancient wisdom, to arrive at the proof that we can with certainty know what we think we know is a different project than the quest for truth. The quest for truth is to know per causes, to know the cause of things. This cannot be achieved by thought reflecting on its own operations. Only critical perspective can result when thought is carried to the level of transcendental reflection. The principles that thought must necessarily employ can be established, but a knowledge of the causes of the object known are left behind, a knowledge of things in themselves. Kant with his notion of transcendental reflection simply carries on the Cartesian project of critical philosophy and the quest for certainty. Reflection is the act of knowing coming to know itself, that is, thought turns back upon itself and assesses how it knows what it knows. This at first glance can appear to be self-knowledge, because it is an action of the knower on the knower's own operations as opposed to sensation, that is, the notion of the knower's relation to what is in some sense external or is appearance. By the point that reflection has developed in modern philosophy, reflection and its companion, the understanding, appear to be the very basis of the world of the self. This is a cruel joke thought has played on itself, because the self has been left behind, as little more than the Kantian I think. The ancient conception of self-knowledge is based on the notion of wisdom, and wisdom, as Cicero defines it and as Vico accepts it, is a knowledge of things human and divine, Tusk. 4.26.57, Daf. 2.2.5, the distinction that is tied to the original definition of philosophy by Pythagoras and present in Socrates' speech in the Apology, 23a. In the modern conception of reflection, the self as that reality that falls between the human and the divine is lost. The ancient conception of self. 152. Knowledge has a natural bond with topical philosophy as opposed to critical philosophy. For the self is the topos from which the speech on any topic can and must be brought forth. The self's being is what it is in terms of its apprehension of the divine being, the other reality that Vico's first men experience in the phenomenon of Jove, and although originally only felt with the senses, later, at the hands of the ancient philosophers, it becomes a guidepost of thought. The faculties upon which self-knowledge depends are memory, imagination, and ingenuity, and these are also the faculties upon which rhetoric and eloquence depend. Vico's first public statement is his inaugural oration of 1699, which has the title, that self-knowledge is the greatest incentive to the study of the cycle of fields of knowledge in the shortest possible time. And his last public statement, the oration he gave on philosophy and eloquence to the Academy of Oziosi in 1737, was an endorsement of the Socratic approach to philosophy and the need for wisdom to be joined to language as the perfecter of human nature. At the end of his autobiography, Vico compares himself to the ideal of Socrates. In his oration on the heroic mind, Vico exhorts the students to give their minds and their studies a heroic shape. It is not possible in a barbaric age actually to be a hero, to be the living embodiment of virtue. Heroes are not present in our world, not once the heroic age has passed in the course of any nation. The actual presence of virtue in the deeds and being of the hero is lost, replaced by moral philosophy. 33. In the age dominated by reflection, we can aspire to be more than critical thinkers and orient our studies and learning to accord with the highest in our natures. Education, for Vico, is based in the ideal of self-knowledge. In the Scienza Nuova, Vico refers to the dictum of the seven sages, Know Thyself, 414, and describes how this ideal is first present in the fables of Aesop and later in the reasoning of Socrates. As Vico states in his passage on the two barbarisms, quoted in full at the outset of this essay, the barbarism of reflection is not simply the result of abstract thinking that is cut off from the reality of the self, and the self's relation to the divinite is a condition of society as well as a condition of thought. Vico speaks of the barbarism of reflection as containing a vile savagery that under soft words and embraces, plots against the life and fortune of friends and intimates. This line echoes Dante's Sins of the Lonza, the lowest region of the Inferno, in which the social fabric of humanity is eroded by fraud, by treacheries against guests and hosts, friends and associates, and relatives. Reflection and the understanding are not sources for moral philosophy, as is the ideal of self-knowledge. Once thought gives up its relationship to wisdom as a knowledge of things human and divine and becomes critique, that is, an activity of reflection on its own operations of the understanding, piety is no longer relevant. Language can become simply the instrument of desire, and language becomes a form of praxis, not a form of phronesis or prudence, but a practice that is connected to wisdom. Thus rhetoric is not held together with dialectic in a bond, as strophe to antistrophe, as Aristotle defines it in the first sentence. 153. Of the rhetoric, but rhetoric became strictly an instrument for using speech to play upon the passions and to fulfill desire. Reflective thinking can offer us a means but not an end. It cannot be the product of virtue because there is no critical basis for virtue. Virtue requires the self to be in relation to an order that is more than itself. This is one way to see why Kant in his Ethics insists that persons must be treated as ends and not means. He holds his philosophical heart in the right place, but in the end can offer no real basis for so treating persons, because he has given up the doctrine of virtue when he gave up the doctrine of self-knowledge for the critical philosophy of reflection and the forms of the understanding. The correlate to reflection, in modern life, is the belief in the reality of the individual, coupled with the paradox of the uniformity of the social mass. This is the view that the individual can guide his life by introspection, coupled with the desire for applied ethics and decision procedure. Reflection makes the individual's personality the source of his existence, and at the same time, because of its emphasis on the purity of the universal form, reflection encourages the individual to face civil life as an arena of problems, methods, and programs. The line of philosophy from Locke and Descartes to Kant has removed judgment from its connection with virtue and placed it in connection with form. Thus there are forms of judgment, and judgment itself is essentially the establishment of form. The term barbarism of reflection puts together a Latin word, reflection, with a Greek word, barbarism. Barbarism by some accounts is thought to have its origin in onomatopoeia, to imitate the seeming babbling of foreign tongues. Later, in the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance, barbarism is associated with the conception of language as barbarous, in its incorporation of foreign words and expressions. Barbarism is originally an incomprehensible speech that later becomes a dishonest or suspect form of speech, a speech that abandons honesty and true eloquence. It is a synonym for a false and affected way of the expression of thoughts. Barbarous speech violates the Socratic ideal that Vico endorses in his oration to the Academy of Oziosi, where he says, "Right thinking is the first principle and source of writing, because there is no eloquence without truth and dignity, of these two parts wisdom is composed." Socratic writings will direct you in the choice of subjects, that is, the study of morals, which principally informs the wisdom of man, to which more than in the other parts of philosophy Socrates divinely applied himself, whence of him it was said, Socrates recalled moral philosophy from the heavens. 34. In his autobiography, Vico describes the thesis of his oration on the study methods, saying that its purpose is to weigh and balance the advantages of the ancient and modern conceptions of knowledge. He says that by adding only a Plato, for example, to what we possess beyond the ancients, we should have a complete university of today, to the end that all divine and human wisdom should everywhere reign with one spirit and cohere in all parts, so that the sciences lend each other a helping hand and none is a hindrance to any other. 35. 154. In the study methods, Vico says that the whole is the flower of wisdom. Self-knowledge, unlike reflective knowledge, is the quest not for certainty but for the whole. Vico's answer to this, in terms of philosophy, is his attempt to join philosophy to philology. Philosophy naturally tends to the formation of abstract sentences and to saying what ought to be the case. Vico's method of the new science is to have philosophy undertake to examine philology, understanding philology to be the doctrine of all the things that depend upon human choice, for example, all the histories of languages, customs, and deeds of peoples in war and peace. 7. By following such a method of thinking through the whole of the human world, Vico hopes to have a philosophy that can act against the barbarism of reflection. This would be a philosophy based in heroic mind or heroic thinking, a form of thinking that joins wisdom and piety. Vico identifies philosophy as we understand it as the creation of the third age of any nation's life and thought with reflection. When, at the hands of Socrates, philosophy enters the stage of the first course of Western history, after Homer's summation of the forms of fantasia of the ages of gods and of heroes, it arrives in the form of self-knowledge, but this eventually dissolves into the critical thinking of the schools of the Stoics, Epicureans, and the Sceptics. Philosophy finally dissolves itself into logic and solitude and becomes an activity of abstract language, separate from civil life. Following Dante, the Tuscan Homer, philosophy recreates itself in the Renaissance, with the ideal of self-knowledge in the orations on moral philosophy of Pico della Mirandola, Ficino, Vives, and others. But this moves toward the specific doctrine of critical philosophy forged by the moderns at the hands of Descartes and Locke, and, beyond Vico's time, with Condillac, the Enlightenment, and Kant, to the philosophy of the understanding and reflection. At various points throughout his new science, Vico uses reflection as a term identified with philosophy and with philosophical reasoning, and he does this in a positive way, or seemingly positive. But when the philosophers arrive in any nation's course of ideal eternal history, it is the beginning of the end. The reader of the new science should never forget this. Vico has a cyclic, not progressive, conception of history. Each new recourse is based upon the memory of what has gone before, to the extent that it can be remembered, but the recourse is not a kind of spiral or advance. History, like all human events, operates in cycles. What we find in history is not novelty but repetition, at least if we have an eye good enough to see the analogies between things, if we have the combined powers of memory, fantasia, and ingenium. What does Vico offer us, as readers of his new science, in the face of the third age of barbarism? Vico's counter to reflection as the basis of philosophy is meditation and narration, the two acts upon which he claims rests the proof that governs his new science. The combination of meditation and narration, as Vico understands them, is not open to the understanding. Here Vico has in mind Descartes, who gives the reader a feigned narration of the order of his thoughts, and consequently, a feigned meditation. 36 Vico in describing his proof. 155. To the reader, says that the reader is to narrate and meditate the new science to himself, by that principle that it had, has, and will have to be. 349. In saying this, Vico is quoting the power assigned to the Muses, the daughters of memory who govern the arts of humanity. 37. Vico's new science is a museum, in which all the arts of humanity are brought together and put on orderly display. It is the autobiography of humanity for the reader to pass through the museum in its natural order of development of course and recourse, stopping at each place to meditate on the nature of what is seen. In this way the reader educates himself in the whole. It is a complete wisdom that is absorbed. It is self-knowledge because the reader who remakes the new science through his powers of memory, fantasia, and ingenium confronts not only the world of human things but also the divine, because what is seen is not simply history but the circular, providential order of all events. Thus wisdom is achieved, accompanied by piety. Moreover, two other things are achieved in Vico's proof, that cannot be achieved by reflective understanding, eloquence and prudence. The museum exists only as an oration in words. Like the poets, the philosopher produces in words his knowledge of things human and divine. Thus Vico's new science is itself not an essay but an oration, in which all things human are spoken of according to their natural and providential order of causes, their causes human and divine. What is the nature of this oration? It is an oration on moral philosophy. Its point is to display a doctrine of providence, the divine order of history. In this sense, the new science is intended to convey the basis for practical wisdom. In Latin, providentia and prudentia are synonyms. Vico's doctrine of prudence is based, not on the traditional conception of the study of the actions of great men in history, but on the study of the actions of history itself. To understand the providential order of events and how they are related to authority and to human choice is to discover the model of prudence, or the wisdom of human actions. It is a guide for life in barbaric times, something that reflection cannot supply. In summary, one way to comprehend the truth that Vico has attempted to convey against the barbarism of reflection, is to bring to mind the image of Raphael's school of Athens, in the center of which stands Plato, who holds the Timaeus in his hand, and beside him is Aristotle, who holds in his hand the Ethics. Arranged throughout the rest of the painting are figures who founded or mastered all the other fields of human knowledge. In the Scienza Nuova, Vico has taken the most crucial feature of the Timaeus, the demiurge, and moved it from the process of nature onto the processes of history, and recast it in the role of providence. He has then joined this with the Ethics, from which he has taken the notion of human nature acting in accordance with virtue, and the phronesis that is required to accomplish this. This is to take the Socratic ideal of self-knowledge, the ideal that is as old as philosophy itself, and as old as Western moral thought itself, and to place it within the dialectic between Plato and Aristotle. 156. It is an inviting speech, full of fortitude to face the flattery and soft embrace of the reflective language of the understanding. But the philosopher who would cross its threshold can expect no better or worse than Vico got, which was, among the caitiff semi-learned or pseudo-learned, the more shameless called him a fool, or in somewhat more courteous terms they said that he was obscure or eccentric and had odd ideas. And he might later have said, with Rousseau, quoting Ovid, "Here I am the barbarian because no one understands me." 161. Part 3. Human Sciences. 163. An antiquary between philology and history. Pyresque and the Samaritans 1. Peter N. Miller. Once upon a time, when the world of learning was smaller and its prospects were grander, antiquaries prowled the landscape collecting, describing, comparing, ordering, and reordering all that could be known of the world's history. Their questions and practices have since been lost to posterity with the subsequent partition of that homeland where philology, philosophy, anthropology, and archaeology once met and mingled. The antiquary worked with antiquities, what Bacon called history defaced, or remnants of history which have casually escaped the shipwreck of time. Indeed, it is Bacon who has left us one of the most evocative and perspicuous accounts of this practice. Antiquities, or remnants of histories, are, as was said, like the spars of a shipwreck, when, though the memory of things be decayed and almost lost, yet acute and industrious persons, by a certain perseverance and scrupulous diligence, contrive out of genealogies, annals, titles, monuments, coins, proper names, and styles, etymologies of words, proverbs, traditions, archives, and instruments as well public as private, fragments of histories scattered about in books not historical contrive, I say, from all these things or some of them, to recover somewhat from the deluge of time, a work laborious indeed, but agreeable to men, and joined with a kind of reverence, and well worthy to supersede the fabulous accounts of the origins of nations. And to be substituted for fictions of that kind. Point 2. New interest in the history of early modern scholarship and in the history of art and archaeology has served to focus attention on antiquarianism. Point 3. The classic work on the subject by Arnaldo Momigliano IV has begun to be revisited, and the present essay, a sketch of a particular antiquary's interest in a circumscribed subject that turns out to have far-ranging implications, is a contribution to this deepening engagement. Why Piresque? Nicolas Claude Fabry de Piresque, 15801637, 5 was one of the most famous Europeans of his generation, hailed by Momigliano as that archetype of all antiquarians and celebrated in Tristram Shandy as an indefatigable laborer. Out of love for the sciences. In the Polyhistoire, Daniel Morhoff singled out Gassendi's Vita Piresci as the exemplary scholarly life, and Guez de Balzac merged person and practice when he identified Piresque, in an echo of Bacon, as himself a piece of the shipwreck of antiquity and relic of the golden. 164. H. 6. Looking carefully at how he worked can help us understand the antiquary's place in the history of scholarship. Theirs is a story that branches off from the main line that runs from Scaliger and Casaubon to Bentley and veers towards the foundation of that edifice to be built, later, by Gibbon, Burckhardt, and Huizinga. It is by studying texts and objects with equal seriousness, and seeking to augment their quantity by catalyzing a wide-ranging intellectual network that extended from England to Ethiopia, and which included the planning of scholarly expeditions, that Piresque presents a striking example of an intellectual practice that stands poised between philology and cultural history. Like many of the antiquaries, Piresque was also a polymath. His studies of antiquities took place alongside dissections and telescopated observation of, among other items, the Medicean planets and the first nebula, in the constellation Orion, which he discovered. Contemporaries recognized that what was being constructed was Votre Encyclopédie 7. No man, claimed Gassendi in his biography of Piresque, was more desirous than he, to run through the famous Encyclopedia, or whole circle of arts, celebra illud liberalium disciplinarum coronamentum. Jean-Jacques Bouchard, too, in his funeral oration, praised Piresque's letters as so crammed with all sorts of learning that he might have been said to have gone through the whole encyclopedia or perfect orb of all learning and liberal arts, universum omnium doctrinarum et liberalium disciplinarum orbum. 8. Much of the interest in people like Piresque is derived from an ongoing effort to understand better early modern encyclopedism, including of course, the volume in which this appears. Our encyclopedia, however, looks very different, and as it began to crystallize in the later 17th century, people like Piresque ceased to fit and ceased to matter. Why the Samaritans? They re-emerged onto the scholarly map in the 17th century for the first time since late antiquity because they offered an alternative version of Judaism to an age obsessed by the beginnings of Christianity. 9. But they also represented a link in the transmission of culture from east to west, since their alphabet was shared by both ancient Jews and Greeks. Scaliger was the first to perceive that these two stories coincided in the history of the Samaritans, and Piresque seized on the implications of this for understanding the relationship between biblical and classical history. With this step, 3 important developments in the early modern history of scholarship hove into view. First, the antiquary's study of the ancient Near East marks the extension to the extra-European world of the recognition that past and present were discontinuous that was the fruit of Renaissance historical thought. Second, the way in which the Bible's account of the ancient Levant could now be fit into the received history of the classical world succeeded, finally, in making the Bible into history. It was this very success in making the sacred historical that was to render it vulnerable to all the skepticisms that beset the study of the human past. Third, the antiquary's researches provided a means of forging a common narrative that could integrate the classical and the extra-classical, or 165 non-European worlds, with all of the obvious implications for what counted as the ecumene and its natural forms of morality, religion, and society. References to Joseph Scaliger in Piresque's work mark this trail from philology to the broader study of culture. It was, typically, in Italy that the 20-year-old from Aix first came into contact with Scaliger, a French exile in Leiden. Equally typically, this contact was epistolary. The letters they exchanged prior to Scaliger's death in 1609 show Piresque continually striking the pose of client, protesting his willingness and desire to serve Scaliger's interests. These included the acquisition of Hebrew books and coins and information concerning Della Scala family history. In addition, he took upon himself the task of seeing to the recovery of Scaliger's newly acquired Samaritan Pentateuch that was lost with the foundering of the Saint Victor. I will employ all my friends in Marseilles who trade with the Levant to endeavor to recover it. All that I desire in this world is to have occasions to render such service. 10. What was the intellectual legacy of Scaliger for Piaresque? As Anthony Grafton has shown, Scaliger applied philological methods to texts and artifacts of the non-classical East that were communicated to him by both scholarly travelers and well-informed natives. 11. It was precisely this approach that led him to the breakthrough in historical chronology constituted by De Emendatione Temporum, 1583, and Thesaurus Temporum, 1606. Chronology itself, as he envisioned it, was a discipline whose essence was synthetic. Time was the same for the Babylonians, Chinese, Egyptians, Jews, Greeks, and Christians. 12. Since their local narratives ought, then, to fit together, chronology could be projected as the foundation for a universal history or a new encyclopedia. 13. Scaliger classified etymology as pseudoscience. 14. But recognized that a historically informed comparative linguistics could provide rich results. 15. Scaliger offered a model that a young admirer like Piaresque could emulate. Although lacking the technical skills and intuition that enabled Scaliger to work through the chronological material, Piaresque pursued the insight that classical philology together with Oriental studies could yield a new history of civilization. As Momigliano has argued, Gibbon's decline and fall was the eventual fruit of this insight. 16. Piaresque's synthetic approach to questions of ancient metrology and comparative linguistics pushed at the limit between classical and non-classical history and fed on a constant flow of new materials relayed from residents of the extra-European world and travelers he kit out and dispatched with shopping lists. What La Poplinier, in his famous letter to Scaliger of January 4, 1604, theorized as the next and necessary step towards the perfection of history, namely scholarly travel, Piaresque took as a given. 17. Piaresque also understood the relationship between chronology and universal history. In a letter of 1632 he politely refused to loan out his copy of the Thesaurus Temporum because it was covered with marginal comments for my use in diverse places. 18. Piaresque was, as Grafton has noted, an imitator whose interests and approach 166, even if broader and more diffuse than Scaliger's, nevertheless constituted the true continuation of his work. 19. Perhaps nowhere is this clearer than in Samaritan studies. Scaliger had been drawn to them because of their calendar. 20. This, in turn, drew him into a much wider investigation of Second Temple and Rabbinic Judaism. 21. In response to a letter accompanying their calendar in 1584, Scaliger addressed a series of questions about their rituals to leaders of the Samaritan community. Their replies of 1590 never reached him, but they were eventually recovered by Piaresque in 1629 and sent to Paris to help Jean Morin with his work on the Samaritan Pentateuch. 22. Copies of the Latin translation in Piaresque's hand are annotated in his customary fashion of underscoring passages of interest. 23. He paid closest attention to geography, the Samaritan temple on Mt. Gerizim, rituals, observance of Sabbath, Passover, and circumcision, and, in particular, the institution of the priesthood, and the tradition which linked the first high priest, Aaron, with the current one, Eleazar, the letter writer himself. In addition, Piaresque underlined those questions addressed by the Samaritans to Scaliger and which were precisely the sort that Piaresque included in the instructions that he drew up for travelers to alien lands. What language do you speak? Where do you live? Who is your ruler? What is your law? Who are your priests? 24. In Scaliger's questions, the Samaritans' answers, and Piaresque's annotations, it is already clear that the scholarly study of the Bible could be shaped by the antiquary's practice. Texts were illuminated by a context that could be literary, material, or living, and in the best case, as with the Samaritans, all three. but Scaliger also grew interested in the Samaritans because they conserved the ancient Hebrew alphabet that was shared with the Phoenicians. In a much reworked passage in the Thesaurus Temporum, Scaliger argued for the Phoenician derivation of the Ionic alphabet. Anthony Grafton has noted the importance attached to this argument by its author and a friendly reader, Isaac K. Saban, who commented simply, Digresio de Literis Ionicis, Admirandi Eruditionis 25. In a late letter to Richard Thomson, September 23, 1607, Scaliger extended this same argument backward in time, observing that Phoenician letters were used in Canaan at the time of Abraham and served as the script of the ancient Jews. After the alphabet shift they remained in use solely among Samaritans. 26 Hence the implied claim that study of the Samaritan language could shed much light on the crucial Phoenician link between biblical and classical history. In Jacques Lechassier's 15501625, memoir preserved in Piresque's Oriental Register, see below, both passages in which Scaliger makes the Phoenician argument are recorded. Indeed, this same theme dominates Lechassier's letter to Piresque of 10 May 1610.27. Piresque was, then, clearly aware of the importance contemporaries were beginning to attach to the Samaritans in the construction of a new world history. Piresque's interest in the Samaritans was fired by word received from Girolamo Aleandro in Rome in the late spring of 1628 of plans to publish their Pentateuch in the Paris Polyglot Bible. 28 Aleandro had received the news in a letter from 167. The prospective editor and translator, Jean Morin of the Oratory, who had just published a new edition of the Septuagint with a preface stressing the utility of the Samaritan Pentateuch for biblical scholarship. Morin had written to inquire about the existence of ancient shekel coins bearing Samaritan inscriptions. In reply, Aleandro mentioned that 2 additional Samaritan Pentateuchs could be found in Rome, one obtained by Scipione Cobaluzzi, Cardinal of Sta. Susanna, and the other by Pietro della Valle, the famed aristocratic traveler. Scaliger dominated Piresque's involvement in Co-Samaritan, and his posthumous authority was especially relied upon in the early stages when Piresque needed to motivate others to work on his behalf. On the heels of Aleandro's letter, Piresque informed Pierre Dupuy that there existed in Rome a Samaritan text which I would esteem much more than all the rest. It would be worth undertaking an edition containing both. The late M. della Scala would have desired to see this with an extreme passion. 29 A week later, on May 27, Piresque wrote to Aleandro acknowledging his desire to help accelerate the appearance of Morin's edition of the Pentateuch. Piresque agreed that if it were possible to include Della Valle's text in the true Samaritan language, Samaritan Aramaic as opposed to Hebrew in Samaritan characters, this ought to be done without depriving him of the original. What had captured his imagination was word that Della Valle possessed a Bible that was written in Egyptian with the Arabic version on the facing page, which, Piresque adds, I esteem a treasure, among the richest and most noble of all antiquity. 30 Piresque's repeated conjunction of Samaritan and Egyptian, really Coptic, reflects his working hypothesis that comparative linguistics held the key to discovering, and rigorously establishing, the connection between the ancient Eastern Mediterranean societies. Piresque's letters of autumn 1628 to his chief intellectual contacts in the Barberini court, Lucas Holstenius and Aleandro, are full with questions and theories about the relationship between Greek, Coptic, and Samaritan. Holstenius is asked to examine the Egyptian fragments and advise him on the language and characters in which they were written. 31 In a letter to Holstenius of November 10, Piresque applauds his effort to familiarize himself with the Oriental languages from which derive the most notable origins of antiquity. In particular, he suggests that Holstenius make the acquaintance of Della Valle and view his collection of manuscript books retrieved from the Levant and especially the Samaritan and Egyptian. 32. Writing to Paris on the 22nd, Piresque notes the arrival of letters from Rome, including one from Della Valle, whose Samaritan and Egyptian books are exquisite pieces that the late Mr. de la Scale would have found perfectly to his taste. 33. Finally, writing directly to the famed traveler Pietro della Valle, Piresque acknowledges his great pleasure in learning about these books. He agrees on the necessity of supplying a Latin translation, which he thought Morin could fashion. Piresque does, however, admit that it would be difficult to persuade me that one can rely on the diligence of Morin for such a task, given his complete absence of familiarity with the Levant or with Samaritans. Piresque's comments. 168. Here shed some light on how he believed rare languages ought to be learned. Travel and immersion were one option, while living with a group of native language speakers in Europe was another. Both of these could be accomplished through the initiative and philanthropy of a great prince. Morin had done neither, and so his learning was less than the best. Nevertheless, Piresque believed that it was necessary to keep him involved, so long as he worked with dispatch. 34. The great Scaliger, Piresque wrote, who so carefully studied Oriental languages, had had such a great desire to penetrate into the Samaritan traditions in order to read a Computus that he spared no effort to acquire Samaritan texts. How did Scaliger learn the language? Since a psalter was all he possessed, he read it alongside the Latin so as to master the vocabulary and form a grammar which he showed me several times. Scaliger's unfulfilled desire was to acquire a Pentateuch which would substantially further his knowledge of the language. Piresque declared that it was for love of him for this purpose only that he himself had written to the Levant to locate and purchase such a volume. Though his subsequent success was thwarted by shipwreck, Della Valle's acquisition would give greater ease to the literati and practitioners of Oriental languages who could extract from it a grammar and finish the work that Scaliger had only begun. 35. In another letter to Della Valle, this of October 1630, Piresque turned to the question of the link between pronunciation and provenance. While Piresque's newly acquired Samaritan Targum, or paraphrase, came from Damascus, he recalled that Aleandro had mentioned that Della Valle's was brought back from Persia. He speculated that differences between them in spelling and pronunciation reflected cultural factors, whether a harshness more common in the Eastern Samaritan dialect, or the influence of Coptic on the Samaritan spoken in Egypt. Piresque was wrong both in the particular. Della Valle's Pentateuch was also purchased in Damascus, and in the general there is no acknowledged differentiation between Eastern and Western Samaritan. But there was already, thanks to Scaliger, an awareness that there were Aramaic dialects that varied from Jerusalem to Antioch to Babylon, and one sees Piresque applying something of this distinction as well as contemporary platitudes about the influence of climate on speech. 36 Piresque was later to invite Morin to view his collection of medals with Phoenician and Punic legends. He had just received an inscription recovered from off the African coast written in Punic characters which merited closer inspection, and principally those which could have some relationship to the shape of some of the ancient Hebrew characters, or the modern Samaritan. 37. Piresque's support for Samuel Petit reflects the same intellectual commitment to the value of the Samaritans as a bridge between the classical and biblical worlds. In a letter to Pierre Dupuy of July 1629, Piresque introduced Petit, a Protestant minister from Nîmes, who had shown him a small work he had written on the Samaritan Computus which drew on material unknown to 169. Scaliger. 38. In a later letter to Lucas Holst News, Piresque described Petit as a translator of Punic who was trying to establish the rules governing the relationship between it and Oriental languages. 39. Piresque tried to find for Petit a position in the group of scholars working on the Paris polyglot and praised him to his friends. 40. How seriously did Piresque treat the study of Samaritan? Was he, for example, able to read it? 41. His file on Oriental languages in the Bibliothèque Nationale preserves a short Samaritan grammar entitled Lashon Shamrata, Lingua Samaritica, written by one Christopher Creinsius, professor of public theology at Altdorf and author of a Syriac grammar and several works on comparative Semitics. The text is more of a brief history of the origins of the language than a proper grammar. Its entry into Piresque's collection can be precisely dated. In a letter of March 20, 1629, Jacques Dupuy, after acknowledging receipt of Della Valle's book on Persia, notes that the book entitled Lingua Samaritana was no longer available and that he believed there were never more than 4 or 5 exemplars printed. he was sending Piresque the copy he had obtained. 42 In the return letter of April 14, Piresque observes that he did not find in this discourse on the Samaritan language what I expected, at least from the author's contribution. 43. In the early letters to Delavalliere, Piresque wished most of all to understand the relationship of the Samaritan language to Hebrew, Syriac, and Aramaic. Was it dependent on one or the other of these, or, rather, a pastiche in which all participated? 44 In a subsequent letter, Piresque emphasized the importance of philological collation. And the comparison would make it easier to choose what would be more appropriate and more conforming to the Hebrew text. After requesting a sample from Deuteronomy, Piresque repeated that his criterion for choosing amongst the variants was that it be the most proportionate and most conforming to the most ancient Hebrew. 45. Piresque did indeed compare the passage with that in his own Samaritan Targum. A memoir preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale records his comments, see Appendix 1. The document shows Piresque's ability to navigate the Samaritan alphabet and exactly how a 17th-century antiquary set about the task of comparison. It also illustrates how Piresque's particular multilingualism, fluent in French, Italian, and Provençal, enabled him to perceive immediately how language changed over time within families across dialect lines. Hence, differences between Samaritan texts from different locations could be assimilated to those between Gascon and Provençal. A fascinating exchange of letters with Denis de Sailly, prior of the Charterhouse in Aix, revisits the family relationship between languages now called Semitic in a model of the antiquary's comparative method. De Sailly's first letter, July 3, was prompted by Piresque's gift of Morin's Exercitations Biblici, 1631. It was precisely Morin's historical argument that the ancient Hebrew script abandoned by the Jews in the time of Ezra was retained by the Samaritans that elicited de Sailly's response. How could the Jews have exchanged the 170 letters with which God himself wrote the Ten Commandments for those of the Assyrians, their idolatrous enemies? Morin had argued that the existence of ancient Judean coins bearing inscriptions resembling the modern Samaritan demonstrated that at a certain point the alphabet was shared. De Sailly's response, underlined by Piresque as part of his filing system along with the earlier mention of R.P. Morin and characters Descultes SS Servi Esdras, is that this showed that the Jews employed two alphabets, one for sacred writing and the other for profane. 46. This Egyptianizing argument, since it followed from the contemporary view of the hieroglyphs as sacred letters, could accommodate the appearance of the Assyrian script while minimizing the importance of the Samaritans as a privileged source solely because they used this alphabet. De Sailly asked to borrow Piresque's copy of Simon de Meux's work, a bitter critic of Morin's thesis, and to have his opinion on these matters. 47. Piresque's long response of July 6, a clean copy of which he retained under the filing title De Samaritanorum Characteribus, Appendix 2, indicating its importance as his statement on the subject, takes as its point of departure the nature of change in a culture, here its alphabet over time. It was, he thought, no more difficult to imagine the Jews abandoning the script in which God wrote on the tablets than Moses shattering them by his own initiative. Second, and much more central to Piresque's answer, since comparison of the ancient and modern Chaldee and Syriac scripts showed signs of change, why could the same process not have affected Hebrew? His own collection of ancient and more recent Hebrew manuscripts revealed just such a variation. Moreover, reflection on the historical development of the European vernacular scripts offered a third proof of the ease with which alphabets could alter in very short periods of time. In any event, conclusive argument depended upon the presentation of contemporary evidence. 48. Scaliger had sought out Jews to learn Hebrew, Maronites to learn Syriac, and Samaritans to learn Samaritan. A generation later, Piresque could rely on printed grammars like Creinsius's. His initiative was in recognizing the broad intellectual implications of Scaliger's scattered scholarly intuitions and turning them into research projects. If the difference between Scaliger's interest in the Samaritans and that of his teacher Guillaume Postel 49 marks one transition in the history of humanist Orientalism, that between Scaliger and his disciple Piresque marks another. This is perfectly illustrated in a memoir preserved in Piresque's volume of Oriental manuscripts in the Bibliothèque Nationale. It has been the subject of a fascinating article by J.G. Fraser, and while both the specific authorship and dating of the text remain somewhat uncertain, the import is clear. 50 Scaliger's interests in Semitic epigraphy, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and religious practices are reflected in excerpts from his writings. Separate headings are then annotated to reflect the current state of evidence. This material ranges chronologically from Jerome through Scaliger to Claude Duret, Threser de l'Histoire de Langues de cet Univers, 1613. The final heading, listing books to be recovered, seems exactly the sort of practical extrapolation typical of 171. Piresque. As Fraser notes, this last list closely resembles the memorandum prepared for Théophile Menotti on the eve of his expedition in 1629. While fascinated by the historical connections that the comparative study of objects and languages facilitated, Piresque frequently put his tentative conclusions to the test. Would further research bear them out? Not content to wait and depend on what others brought back to Europe for scholarly scrutiny, he established his own independent network of diplomats, merchants, and missionaries who were given background briefings and lists of questions before departing, and were often debriefed in Provence upon their return. These provided a steady stream of raw material for his philological observations. In a long letter to Dupuy of November 7, 1629, for example, Piresque announced the impending arrival in Marseilles of a Samaritan grammar and a Pentateuch in 3 columns, all in Samaritan script, but each in a different language, Hebrew, Samaritan Aramaic, and an ancient vulgar that some judged to be Arabic and others Syriac. 51. The Samaritan grammar was actually a nearly complete dictionary in 10 notebooks. Each word was defined in 3 different languages, leading Piresque to surmise that the dictionary was meant to accompany the Samaritan triglot and that its languages were Hebrew, Samaritan, and either Syriac or Old Arabic, about which, Piresque declared, he understood nothing or almost nothing. There were, in addition, some 7 or 8 other notebooks each containing fragments of a grammar. 52. The great Scaliger, Piresque hastened to add, would have been able to draw some valuable observations from even these fragments, since he himself had gone through the agony of fabricating a sort of grammar in this language. Piresque suggested inquiring of his executor, Daniel Heinsius, if Scaliger had left any unpublished materials which could be of use to Morin in drawing something more solid from these remaining fragments. As for himself, Piresque believed that these 2 versions of the Pentateuch would greatly assist in the study of the Samaritan language and the content of its literature. In the meantime, Piresque would have his agents continue their search for Samaritan materials. He concluded, characteristically, that it was necessary to see if he could succeed in either the one or the other and aid the public in every way possible. 53. Among all those who did Piresque's bidding in the East, Théophile Menotti, the Minim monk, was given the most detailed instruction. He was furnished by Piresque with a list of contacts in Constantinople, Aleppo, Jerusalem, and Cairo, and with a series of memoranda designed to guide acquisitions. In the Memoires sur les médailles et pierres précieuses graves, qui se pouvant rechercher et recouvrir en Levant, Piresque stressed that he was interested in Greek coins, but above all those which are found written in characters resembling the Samaritan, of whatever sort of metal. In the event that any were found, sketches were immediately to be made so that these could serve as instruction, at least for those who are doing research. Moreover, since the Samaritans are of greater curiosity than the others, if their owners refused to sell, then Menotti was to 172. Press for permission to have lead or plaster casts made of the metals. Piresque urged Menotti to look for engraved gems, especially those with inscriptions in Greek, Latin, and Samaritan. Whatever quantity could be acquired at a price bien modéré was to be purchased, but, he added, principally those in which one could recognize Samaritan characters. 54. That 6 of the 8 paragraphs concerning procurement gave priority to Samaritan things is, surely, a reflection on Piresque's thinking in the year 1629, the year of his deepening involvement with de la Valle and Lej. A contemporary document, the Memoir pour les Indes prepared for the trip of Ferrand Nunez and Manuel de Costa Cáceres to Goa, includes the same sort of instruction. Medals with Greek, Latin, or Arabic inscriptions were to be purchased, but special care was to be taken above all with those where there are Samaritan characters, or those which resemble them. 55. Copper coins in Greek or Samaritan or those closely resembling Samaritan were specifically mentioned. Just as the conjunction of Samaritan and Egyptian in the letters to de la Valle reflects Piresque's effort to place Egypt in the history of Oriental languages, that of Samaritan and Greek points towards Piresque's view of Samaritan as a fossilized form of Phoenician that could help explain the origins of the Greek alphabet in the ancient Levant. A comprehensive inquiry pursued along these lines would yield a history of the encounter between the Levant, Egypt, and Greece that was the subject of so much contemporary romance and scholarship. A fragmentary memo that seems to date from this period addresses the question of language families and their historical development. Envoyer en Eschantalon de trois langues, et de prières, et de epistres, pour faire déterminer ce qui est du vrai language de chacun soit Hebrew, Syriac, Arabe, ou Copte, ou Samaritain. 56. Menotti was also charged with the acquisition of books. This is detailed in a fragmentary autograph note preserved at the Bibliothèque Médians in Aix, Les Livres de Samaritains Chouan Desire Avoir du Levant, see Appendix 3. At the top of the list was the Pentateuch in Samaritan Hebrew, which Piresque describes as Touts divers de caractères Hebreus vulgaires. In terms of priorities, Piresque was, as usual, exactingly clear. Alongside the first entry was a cross, and at the bottom of the page Piresque explained that one desires principally the first of these books which is crossed. And for the others, if they could be had easily then they should be acquired, but if not, one will be content with the first 57. On the verso, the memoir concernant les livres Samaritains Chouan Desire Avoir du Levant contextualizes what had been presented schematically. It begins by describing the Samaritans as a sect of Jews found mostly in Palestine in the area around Mt. Gerizim who had preserved many books in Hebrew and Samaritan. Of which I desire to have as many as could easily be recovered, Piresque writes, but principally the 5 books of Moses. At this point, more than half the text on each line is lost, but enough remains to indicate that Piresque went on to mention the presence of Samaritan communities in Egypt. 173. And the advisability of inquiring there for the range of books listed on the reverse. Fortunately, still another memoir prepared for Menotti illustrates Piresque's knowledge of the Samaritan diaspora in Egypt, entitled Juifs, Samaritans, Juifs de la Colombe au Caire. In Cairo, it begins, all the Jews are constrained to live in a single quarter that is not far from that of the French. There are 3 sorts, namely, those who adore the dove, who are the Samaritains, and who never exceeded the number of 9 persons. In the margin Piresque has noted that the Capucin Gilles de Loche reported that there are not 12 families of Samaritains in the entire Levant. The note describes the other types of Jews as ordinary and those called Karans Karaites, who have more than 60 synagogues in Cairo and hold the Pentateuch alone sacred. 58. These memoranda that Piresque retained offer a glimpse of his intellectual practice. They show how he sought to apply book learning to experience and thereby create a deeper and more secure foundation for knowledge. The scholarly travel that he organized and the collection that he amassed reflect the seriousness with which he pursued, in the world, questions raised in ancient and modern texts. In the context of this quest for better texts and more documentation of a wider sort, new questions were being asked about the peoples of the Levant. Piresque's goal, as it was that of Scaliger and Selden, and would be of Montfaucon and Kreutzer, was to provide a documentable account of the origins of European civilization. 174. Appendix 1, Paris, Bibl Nat. Ms. Neuve. Ec. Fr. Neuve. FF 2324. 23 R. Samaritan Aurum Dialectus. Notes sur le spécimen du Samaritain du Sr. Pietro della Valle de Rome Envoy Parlep Morin de Paris 1. Xver.1.cap.15. Les points de distinction ne sont point après la troisième parole en seulement après la onzième tout la quatrième parole en la non en la huitième fort distinctement exprime par un dalet. Xver.27 and 28.cap.12. La lettre aleph en la quatrième parole ne semble point abusivement insérée, car elle est parallèlement répétée en la neuvième 3 pour dire sanguisilon le language syriaque. En la parole antipenultième du on a fort bien reconnu il voit avoir fault ou équivoque du copiste, qui avoit obmis quelque lettre, OUNN avoit passer bien distinguer les figures. Car au lieu de la lettre met pour la seconde, dans mon MSIL y a du lettre for bahajuth, OU inconspectu. Ce qui prend bien le sens, tant del Hébreu in oculis, que de l'arabe, coram. La troisième parole du 28 me verset nese trouve point véritablement dans le texte hébraïque de Juifs. Mais elle est dans le hébraïque de Samaritains, comme dans les 70. Et dans leurs deux versions vulgaires, tant arabique que syriaque ou samaritain. Il est vrai qu'il y a cette différence, que dans mon msou syriaque ou samaritain, il y a un lettre tau de plus que en l'exemplaire du sister Pietro della Valle de Rome après la première lettre va, et sy dire, et facies, comme en la prect anti et deuxième parole, il insère un autre tau, après le va, pour dire et audis. Etc pour mieux exprimer el Hébreu de Samaritains qui use de mots. La neuvième n'est pas non plus dans el Hébreu de Juifs, ni dans les septanti, mais elle n'est pas obmise en mon ms. En toutes les trois langues pour dire hoti. Il est vrai qu'il y a cette différence que au lieu que dans les mis de Rome il finit par la lettre mine y a un lettre. 175. 23 v. En la seconde parole du 27 me verset, dans mon mis y a un lettre de plus qui est un devant la dernière lettre, qui change la signification du singulier au pluriel, et répond beaucoup mieux au texte hébraïque tant de Juifs et samaritains que de septanti, qui signifie holocauste, au lieu que celui de Rome vaudroit dire holocaustum, au singulier qui nese trouve nulle part. Et possible nsce tu en obmission du copiste. Les points de distinction sont mal après la sixième parole du 27 me verset, au lieu que il doit ester après la huitième comme il est dans mon ms. Ouil aussi bien à propos un autre point de distinction après la xvime domini dei tui au lieu que dans lems de Rome el est mis or de place usquis après le premier mot du 28 me verset, ce qui monstre que sile mis de Rome est inzi punctu, il fall chu il vien d'une main bien maladroit, pour ne dire fort incorrect ou ignoranti. Le premier mot du 28 me verset est de trois lettres en mon mis 5 cela du mitten desfliant en celui de Rome, qui en rend le sens ou interpretation un peu plus difficile, et moing s'assurer. En la sixième parole du 28 me la reduplication de deux premiers points en mon ms et rend la prononciation plus dulce, et plus convenable à el Hébreu qui veut dire verbe que celui de Rome dot. Mais cela se poult niant moins tolérer bien que rude, comme un chaldéisme ou coptisme, et pourrait faire inferer que cette version de Rome, just est à l'usage de peuples habités à Égypte. Et de fait sister Pietro della Valle de soit el avoir trouvé en Perse, et le nostra est de la Palestine.6. La dixième parole du 28 me verset a en test dans le mis de Rome, en est point omine, et semble surabondant, selon l'usage de langues plus coram pieux, et moins pures. 24 r. En la onzième 7 le mis de Rome entre las et un tau entre les deux jots, qui change de l'actif au passif, bien que el Hébreu ni point de tel passif en usage, etne met pa undalit ki est en mon mis au commencement du mot et qui fait mu la liaison du discours. En cette sorte ut bonum sit tibi. En la xvime de mon mis y un limit de plus au commencement qui fait difference comme qui disoit usqui ethernum au lieu de dire usqui in ethernum et qui poult niant moins passer pour surabondant. 176. En la xixme mon mis a lemot quadpulcrum est, dont les lettres sont transposes en celui de Rome en cette sorte qui est possible unequivoque du copiste. Autrement les sens ny seroit pas bien intelligible sicen est que cette transposition ou corruption du dialecte, plus barber, comme quand les gascons descent crabe pour caber, qui ne signifient pas moins l'un que l'autre, entre les gascons, et provençaux chascon chez soi. Music had been a well-defined and well-established discipline since the Middle Ages. It was among the first fields affected by the extension of humanist methods, including history, into subjects outside the studia humanitatis. In fact, the 16th century debates over the nature of music and its study helped define the humanist studies of philology and history as methods that could be applied to other disciplines. These debates resulted not only in the reclassification of music but also in the development of new ways of classifying subjects more generally, and raised questions about how fields of knowledge related to one another. Thus the field of music and its changes offer an early example of the establishment of new disciplinary definitions and boundaries that occurred during the next 2 centuries. The existence of music as a discipline meant, of course, that the disciplinary term referred not only to music compositions or performances but also to scholarly writings about music. In this respect music differed from subjects later seen as related to it, such as the visual arts. Europeans produced works of art in great numbers long before formal writings about art were undertaken, let alone identified as a field in their own right. Indeed, studying music could and often did mean the reading of texts rather than the production or analysis of musical compositions. Both the existence of a strong classical and post-classical textual tradition and the ephemeral nature of musical performances themselves worked together to give music a unique relationship to historical analysis. For not only did past writings about music exist in abundance, but they were much more accessible to historical study than were past performances. In addition, the discipline of music was closely identified with a particular philosophical tradition, Platonic and Pythagorean, which lay behind its claims that it was a master discipline, one both prior and essential to the study of others. By the late 16th century the scholarly methods of late humanism, rather than Pythagorean mathematics, came instead to serve more and more as the ways to define and study music. This art of music was now distinguished from the closely related science of sound. 1. The introduction of humanist analysis meant that for the first time both musical thought and musical style could be studied historically. Yet in the process music, while still seen as an important arena for scholarship and practice, came to be seen less as a master discipline than as one studied with the tools of other fields. 186. Musical scholarship of the early Renaissance had developed without a break from earlier traditions. Its medieval discourse had been dominated by the universities and the church, as locations for production of texts and the education of the writers. It formed part of the quadrivium, the mathematical portion of the liberal arts, along with arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. The liberal arts themselves predated the universities as a medieval curriculum and persisted despite the scholastic additions of new fields and new classifications. Quadrivial fields were easily labeled as subfields of mathematics. Music, with astronomy, was also often described as an intermediate science, since it was mathematical but, unlike geometry, required physical objects for its full exercise. Music's core textbook was that of the late Roman scholar Boethius, though modern authors might be used in addition. Its subject was mathematical proportions, especially as seen in the lengths of plucked, sounding strings. In a tradition going back to Plato's Timaeus, it saw the ratios of the musical consonances, fourth, fifth, and octave, 2:1, 3:2, 4:3, as the basic order underlying the cosmos. These proportions defined beauty as an objective reality that existed both in the object and in human perceptions of its qualities, because these ratios were present both in the beautiful sound or object and in the human soul. Like other quadrivial fields, it had two parts, theory and practice. A whole treatise de musica would be divided into these two parts, though smaller treatises might focus on part of the practical tradition, such as notation, counterpoint, or plain chant. Practical music applied the mathematical proportions that were the heart of the discipline, and was fully post-classical in origin. Except for their rules for composition, these writings included nothing recognizable to modern readers as stylistic criticism. Even the mention of good composers by name appeared only very late. Aesthetic response to music was explained in terms of the listener's perception of proportions, mainly in pitch but also of rhythm. There was no sense that these standards might be relative to cultural factors; these were absolutes, linked as much to the order of the universe as gravity is in the modern world. The changes in the field began in Italy at the end of the 15th century with writers such as Francino Gaffurio and Giorgio Valla, whom later writers identified as the first scholars of their own era. At this time humanists had begun to broaden their editorial interests to include scientific works. Most of the music treatises they translated, often at the request of musical scholars, were like the writings of Boethius, also Pythagorean in outlook, reinforcing scholarly opinion that the ancients agreed that this was the best philosophical and analytic approach to the subject. During these same years composers were facing rapid changes in style, some of which seemed to contradict musical theory. They looked to ancient sources for answers, hoping to justify their new practices. The importance of such works as Vitruvius's Architecture Treatise, which emphasized the role of musical proportion in buildings, also heightened general scholarly interest in the field. Humanists themselves became interested in 187. Music because they had come to realize that ancient poetry and drama both had been performed with music. They wanted to know about the social settings and other details of ancient music performance, topics not covered by the ancient music treatises. So they turned for assistance to the literature they already knew as humanists. These sources, for example Quintilian, described ancient music as having had dramatic effects on human emotion and even action. Renaissance musicians sought the best ways to duplicate such miraculous effects. Thus the 16th century saw several decades of lively and often acrimonious debate about how to evaluate confusing and conflicting types of evidence and principles of interpretation. It soon became obvious that ancient sources frequently disagreed with one another on terms and definitions and perhaps more, but it was not so easy to find the sources of the disagreements. Part of the solution had to lie in developing better principles for interpreting the sources, principles that would come from humanist textual criticism. But part also came from the use of mathematical analysis and natural philosophy to try and understand the physical behavior of musical instruments. Only after 1550 was there enough accumulated scholarship and a generation of distinguished scholars to begin productive efforts at a new synthesis. This new synthesis developed relatively quickly thanks to such musicians and scholars as Josefo Zarlino and Vincenzo Galilei, and such humanists as Girolamo May. It developed from both humanist study and natural philosophy in similar ways. These scholars historicized the field's philosophic basis in Boethian and Pythagorean thought, and limited its claims. Zarlino, a noted scholar of ancient musical writings, took the first step. He was able to show from textual evidence alone that not only had ancient styles of composition and performance changed over time, but that the modern practices of polyphony and counterpoint were quite unknown in antiquity, a finding soon confirmed with the first discovery of ancient musical manuscripts. Thus the arguments of his contemporaries comparing ancient and modern music needed to be reconsidered. But Zarlino devoted most of his energy to studying music in terms of mathematics and natural philosophy. To do so with precision he came to distinguish two parts to the discipline, historical and methodical. The latter are the timeless and absolute principles of proportion, along with other axiomatic principles; the former are the particulars of musical practice and custom, uso, subject to change over time. Point 4. This distinction opened up a large part of the field to historical analysis. Musical style could now be studied humanistically and historically, as a cultural phenomenon in its own right. Despite this distinction, Zarlino still understood the field as united by universal harmonic principles, but he was quickly challenged on two fronts. One challenge came from the humanists. Girolamo May composed a history of musical modes, the first attempt to compose a historical account of an aspect of musical style. Point 5. He came to realize that the Pythagoreans had not commanded universal agreement among ancient musical scholars. They had been only one of three schools or sects, though they had composed many treatises and found 188 favor with Boethius. Further, one of the rival schools, that of Aristoxenus, had denied any relationship between tuning or musical proportions and the cosmos. May's work suggested that modern musicians and scholars should understand the tradition of Boethius in its historical context rather than accepting its absolute claims to truth. The other challenge came from examining the physical behavior of musical instruments. Vincenzo Galilei found by experiment that he could produce musical intervals such as an octave not just by the traditional means of proportional string length but in other ways that could be measured quantitatively, for example by adding weights to strings. 6. An octave formed this way did not have the ratio prescribed by Boethius or Pythagoras. The traditional ratios were not wrong, he argued, but neither were they universal. These findings supported May's arguments for a historicized, rather than an absolute, interpretation of Boethius. Galilei went on to distinguish a science of sounding bodies from an art of music. This art uses the principles of sound production just as a painter uses colors. The art itself is the product of individual creativity in a given cultural context. Point 7. By 1600 this distinction between science and art was seen in most Italian writings about music and its relationships with other disciplines. The science of sound accumulated knowledge by experiment and numerical measurement, though now without the earlier claims about the cosmic order. The art of music explained its effects on the listener by means of the text and story, the composer's invention and judgment, and its cultural location in time and place. Most Italian musical scholars accepted this distinction, either tacitly or explicitly, by about 1600. Giovanni dei Bardi defined music, ca. 1578, as a composition of words, harmony, and rhythm, and mentioned neither science nor mathematics. Point 8. Lodovico Zacconi distinguished between music as science involving number and proportion, used by arithmeticians and architects, and music as art, which relates to sounding music and was his chosen subject. Point 9. Vincenzo Giustiniani, writing about 1628, noted that music ranks high among the arts called liberal, approaching but not reaching the ranks of science. Point 10. This transformation had further consequences for the study of music, for the study of related fields, and for the relationships of those fields to one another. Musical scholarship itself showed great continuity in many respects. Professional and scholarly activities remained unchanged, the field's ability to resolve its major questions mitigated against any sense of crisis or quandary over the decline of the Boethian tradition. The replacements for Boethian theories had been long in developing and moved easily into place as the older ones gradually became secondary or faded away. In fact, the Boethian tradition did not disappear from all European thought at the same rate. It departed first from Italian musical thought and more gradually from related disciplines and the scholarship of other geographic regions. Music and poetics retained Platonic connections longer in Northern Europe. 189. Pontus de Thiard and Guy Lefebvre de la Baudierie, for example, harmonic proportion remained in analytical use longer in fields such as astronomy, as in the work of Kepler but not of Galileo. Even musical scholars still cited Boethius at times, but with ever fewer references to his cosmological principles. Orazio Tigrani, for example, began his Compendio della Musica, Venice, 1588, with an invocation of Boethius, the need for reason in the study of music, and music's status as a mathematical field, but did not in fact discuss proportion or Pythagorean ideas, he merely referred interested readers to Zarlino. 11. Giovanni dei Bardi mentioned briefly that according to Plato the world was composed of harmony. Yet he did not even mention the Timaeus, preferring to cite passages in the Republic or laws that address music as part of society rather than cosmology. 12. The most important replacement for the Pythagorean tradition was humanist poetics. Poetics, literary criticism, and language study in general had become important and hotly debated subjects in Italian scholarly life. By linking itself to a field with such a high profile, music could shift from Pythagorean to literary scholarship without suffering a noticeable loss in its claims to importance, and in any case musical scholars were no strangers to controversy and debate. The connection between music and poetry was found in a historical, or quasi-historical, narrative of their common origins. According to any number of ancient sources, in the earliest societies poets, musicians, and prophets were identical. Their divinely inspired influence on the earliest mortals was the first impetus to civilization. This image had been used as early as Boccaccio 13 and began to appear regularly in writings on music from about 1500. Despite the appeal of the image of the poet-musician to Renaissance musical scholars, the great distance that separated humanist studies from the quadrivium hampered its development in depth. 14. The humanist Raffaele Brandolini made the first systematic effort to link music and poetry, 1513. He did so at the level of theory mainly by favoring musical theory, assimilating metrics into theories of harmonic proportion and buttressing it with a Platonic description of poetic furor. 15. Zarlino's identification of music's historical side gave poetics much more room for development in musical analysis, though he had not intended it to supplant mathematics as it soon did. The application of poetics had several important effects in the ways writers could discuss and evaluate music. First, the heart of the subject became not sound but musical compositions, a distinction important not only for the development of stylistic criticism but also of music history, as will be discussed below. Second, the use of poetics naturally favored compositions with text, that is, vocal music over purely instrumental music. Third, within the classification of vocal music the poetic text took precedence over the music itself in both composing and evaluating musical works. A particular piece of music could be judged good or bad on the basis of its ability to communicate the text. This criterion could replace the Boethian emphasis on purity of harmonic intervals as the judge of quality, and certainly offered more interpretive power to the composer. Yet the literary text, not the music, now became the superior evaluative. 190. Category. Music criticism began to address issues based in literary analysis, such as mimesis and social appropriateness. 16. An early manifestation in the practical tradition of this focus on the text had been the appearance of rules for matching words with the musical line composed for it, a practice hitherto left to the discretion of the singer. The first systematic presentation of text-setting rules appeared in the 1530s. 17. Some of the principles behind the early rules seem fairly obvious, such as the importance of matching metrical and musical accents. By the century's last decade such rules expanded to describe good mimetic traits as opposed to barbarisms. 18. Such advice assumes that a text was selected before composing the music itself. Tigrani's treatise offers an example. He recommends that composers begin the process of composition by considering the work's subject matter. This subject matter was presumably found in a pre-existing text, since all his examples are settings of poetry of various types, madrigals, French chansons, masses, and so on. 19. Scholars frequently praised music that expressed the emotions indicated in the text by imitating the intonation patterns used by the spoken voice. This approach could produce some very successful results, as in the development of operative recitative. 20. It was also used in the composition of madrigals, an extremely popular genre, where its excesses found criticism from Vincenzo Galilei and others. 21. Critics tended to focus on results that were too obvious or literal, such as portrayals of sighs and gasps or other exclamations. Also criticized were attempts to dramatize a single word when done at the expense of the sense of the line or passage, such as setting the word heaven with high notes or limping with an uneven rhythm. 22 While most of this criticism had its basis in the contemporary experience of music composition and performance, critics could also cite ancient authority. Lucretius, for example, had argued that the earliest music had begun with human imitation of sounds in nature, such as the singing of birds, which gradually progressed to real music. Due to this primitive status, the imitation of sounds or physical qualities alone, with no concepts underlying them, was considered inferior to more abstract imitations of meaning. 23 Conversely, Galilei criticized as artificial the practice of building visual imitation into music notation, so that it was seen by the performers but not heard. 24 Positive suggestions, on the other hand, often seem more vague than helpful. Tigrani advised the composer only that a cheerful text should be set to a mode that is equally cheerful, rather than to one melancholy in nature. 25 Zarlino offered somewhat more specific ways to express some emotions, such as harshness, bitterness, or cruelty, asprezza, durezza, crudelta, amoritudine. Parts should move by whole tone or ditone rather than semitone, a suspension of the fourth or 11th over the lowest part may be used, and so on. 26. Music might also support the communication of the text by actively inducing emotion in ways that corresponded with the text's meaning. This possibility required a theory of how music causes emotional effects, and of which emotions it is capable of causing. Such theories, whatever their points of disagreement, shared a common origin. They had developed out of the Laus Musicae. 191. That part of musical writings that had been among the earliest to see humanist influence. Prominent among music's praiseworthy qualities was its ability to cure ailments and affect emotions for better or worse. 27 musical scholars of the early 16th century had explained this ability entirely in terms of harmonic proportions in the listener's soul matched by those of the musical performance, almost as sympathetic vibration. But as composers became increasingly interested in improving their ability to move the listener, these discussions became more specific and more detailed. Zarlino's explanation of music's emotional effects took both text and pitch into account. He still based his argument on harmonic proportion. Yet he acknowledged that this was only one factor in a larger set of causes, which included the listener's complexion or temperament as well as educational level. 28 For him, aesthetic response still had its basis in an objective and external reality, the ratios in the sounding music. He accounted for the variations observed in individual listeners in ways that could be reconciled with the traditional arguments. Harmonic proportions are the world's building blocks that underlie such factors as the balances among the humors that make up an individual's complexion. The case of Zarlino shows that before Galilei theories of sound production were relatively fixed and stable, the space for developing more complex explanations of music's emotional effects therefore lay on the side not of sound production but of its perception. The earliest attempt to discuss perception in any detail seems to have been made about mid-century by the physician and polymath Girolamo Cardano in explaining why the listener's notions of consonant and dissonant intervals differ at times from the mathematical norms. He argues that because the mind's construction is orderly, it has a natural delight in order. Thus it recognizes and enjoys the regularity of consonant intervals, though the use of complex rhythms and of pitch intervals larger than an octave makes such perception more difficult. Tempered tuning systems work because the mind will categorize slightly imprecise pitch intervals as the nearest available precise one. Thus an interval may be dissonant in its production yet consonant in perception. Further, the mind also naturally delights both in recognition of the familiar and the learning of new things, suggesting that composers should balance and vary these features to maintain the listener's interest. Cardano claimed, however, that music has only general and limited abilities to induce emotions, and would be incomplete without a poetic text. 29. Vincenzo Galilei's attack on Pythagorean theory had dealt with sound production, splitting it away from music more decisively than had Zarlino, but it also affected the basis in musical scholarship for explaining perception and cognition. A number of humanist literary theorists had meanwhile become interested in such issues, notably in writing about drama, which came increasingly to mean musical drama. They developed notions of catharsis based on Aristotle, in which appeals to the humors replaced the Pythagorean proportions of musical scholarship. By the late 16th century a number of writers, 192, such as G. B. Guarini, expanded these theories to claim that drama's ability to purge the listener's emotion included not just pity and fear as Aristotle had described, but also feelings such as melancholy. Further, such purgation took place in comedy as well as tragedy. These arguments in turn underlay the development of musical drama or opera at the end of the century. Modern scholars have noted the close ties between these literary theories of emotion and catharsis and those of contemporary medicine. 30. Even general discussions of music's emotional effects came more and more to use the medical language of humors, complexions, and faculties, with less and less recourse to a purported basis of these notions in harmonic proportion. May explained that music moved the natural passions and affections, which are easily invoked because they are innate. 31 Even Zarlino located passions of the soul in the sensible, corporeal, and organic appetite, varying by individual complexion. 32 Thus music remained linked to fields we would recognize as sciences, though no longer in its old role as a unifying scientific principle. The study of sound production and the nascent field we would call psychology began to move in very different directions. This transition from mathematics to medicine in the study of perception affected the relative status of music and text in the same way as did the overall rise of poetics in musical analysis. Text came to dominate music. When humanists began to write about musical drama in the mid-16th century, they approached the subject from their own initial interest in literature and poetry. It is hardly surprising that their theories about the nature of drama and its effects on the audience began with the meaning imparted in the text rather than with music. Most claimed that human reason is moved by words, whereas music moves only lower faculties, the emotions or passions. Bernardino Tomitano claimed, for example, that just as the harmony of the poet is known more by the intellect than by the senses, its contrary, music, pleases the ear more than the mind. 33. Sperone Speroni agreed that while poetry and oratory pertain to the intellect, music and painting pertain to the sense. 34 Even the Platonist Francesco Patrizzi, who would disagree with these Aristotelians in many other ways, argued that music's moral power lay in its ability to moderate and control the passions and the irrational. Thus it is especially useful in educating the young because its calming effect on these irrational parts of the mind allows learning to take place. 35 The application of humanist poetics to general musical analysis brought these notions more and more into musical discourse. 36 In the early 16th century writers on music had agreed that music was the most effective way to move and develop human reason. By 1600 most denied its effect on reason, a faculty they agreed was moved instead by words. The preference for vocal over instrumental music seen in these critical approaches developed into some actual attacks on the value of instrumental music, produced mostly by the circle of persons in Florence associated with the creation of opera. To Girolamo May the rise of instrumental music over vocal music had marked music's overall historical decline. 37 Giovanni Dei Bardi at 193. Tribute the defects of modern vocal music to the influence of the techniques of instrumentalists, particularly string players. 38 Galilei complained that modern musical styles, notably polyphony, so favor instrumental music that modern works are generally better played than sung. 39 Music without words might charm the ear but could not elevate the mind, it merited neither praise nor promotion. Not all musical scholars went so far, and some answered these charges. Zarlino, for example, responded by suggesting that such critics had been exposed to good letters but deprived of music, and could but condemn something they did not understand. 40 Galilei, despite his arguments about the value of vocal music, continued to write for the lute and to publish polyphonic madrigals. He even suggested elsewhere in the Dialogo that purely instrumental music could indeed affect the emotions, without any accompanying text. 41 And rules for the composition of counterpoint. continued to form much of the contents of many practical music treatises, rules without reference to any accompanying poetic text, and that used terms such as imitation or subject in discussing fugue, not mimesis, or poetry. Yet as humanist discourse replaced Boethian theory in articulating music's general principles both within the field itself and in its connections to other fields, instrumental music remained at the margins. The shift to poetics made possible the stylistic and historical analysis of musical compositions for the first time, but based as it was in literary studies it had limited abilities to bring this new analysis to music without text, a limitation that reinforced its own privileging of words. The attacks on instrumental music illustrate the irony that music's expansion into the realms of drama and poetry also tended to lower its overall status in some important ways. Theories of imitation and catharsis, popular as they were not the only available explanations for music's ability to move emotions. Some scholars claimed that the association between music and emotion lay entirely in cultural associations that were based in tradition and custom, and therefore varied by time and place. Galilei tended to favor such explanations, though not exclusively. He argued that the usage of musical modes had varied over time among the ancients, so that as customs changed so too did the emotional effects ascribed to a given mode. 42 Ancient modes had different ethnic associations, as seen in their names, because of regional differences in the typical pitch of speaking voice. Such regional differences could also be observed by comparing the preferences of Turks or Moors with those of the Italians of Galilei's day. 43 While the tendencies to cultural relativism implied by such a position had limits in practice, this approach granted musical scholars some amount of freedom from absolute judgments of quality in studying the music of other times or regions. The study of the musical compositions and performances of other times, ancient or recently past, also became a serious undertaking by the end of the 16th century. It was noted earlier that much of the discipline of music meant the study of texts about music for several reasons: the long existence of 194. Such a discipline, and consequently the abundance of such texts, its Pythagorean philosophical background, which like all Platonic traditions privileged absolutes and ideals over individual manifestations, and the problems of gaining access to music not actually in performance, which made texts much easier to study by comparison. As scholars became more interested in the musical works of the past, they had to confront these problems of accessibility, problems that related to the preservation of notated compositions, the interpretation of music notation, and the great gulf separating music notation from actual performance. Musical composition and performance traditionally belonged not to musical theory but to practice. The practical tradition's links to antiquity were more tenuous than those of theory, and it had a somewhat different sense of its own history. One part of the practical tradition, Gregorian chant, had showed great stability in repertoire and practice over the centuries. Otherwise, however, the music Europeans heard was generally of fairly recent composition. Insofar as writings about practical music addressed historical issues, they had tended to claim that the music of their own day was superior to that of the past. 44. References to the music of the recent past often overlapped with discussions of contemporary musical style, though modern music historians have long found almost all such passages frustratingly vague and brief. Writers were more likely to name composers, perhaps with a brief list of their praiseworthy qualities, than to discuss specific compositions or musical passages. 45 Most writers seemed unfamiliar with substantial details about earlier music. Their praise of a composer from the previous generation might describe him as having purged abuses and restored good music, but seldom defined the abuses or the improvements. 46 It has been plausibly suggested that the continuous and often rapid changes in music notation since the 13th century rendered the compositions of earlier generations difficult or impossible to read. Notation conventions changed so quickly at times that, as Zaccani remarked, older performers might forget how to read notation they had understood and performed in their youth. 47 Zarlino commented on the ephemeral nature of musical performance in observing that music differs from the plastic arts in that it does not employ things that remain but things that take place. 48 Without modern technologies of audio recording, music notation was the only means of access to music not actually in performance, yet the access it provided to the music of earlier eras was apparently limited at best. The many disagreements that mark 16th century efforts to discuss earlier music, whether of the recent past or of antiquity, should thus come as little surprise. Scholars differed over facts as well as larger historical narratives, and were not always consistent in their own claims. Consequently, the development of a discipline of music history proceeded more slowly than in the visual arts or literature, and is usually seen as a product of 18th century scholarship. 49 Scholars at the end of the Renaissance made no attempts to write a full history of music, concentrating instead on the detailed study of smaller topics. 195. The practical traditions focus on recent music, and the interest of theory in antiquity combined to produce only a restricted interest in the music of the recent past. Many passages on the subject are fairly brief, such as those already mentioned that identify a composer of a generation earlier who had helped raise modern music to its high level. 50. The topic most closely approaching a historiographic debate was the length of time Europeans had composed music using contrapuntal styles. Many scholars argued that the practice was of relatively recent origin. May asserted in 1572 that four-voice music was about 150 years old, suggesting, though not specifying, that he meant polyphony of any sort, not just modern styles of polyphonic composition. Galilei echoed him in his Dialogo. 51 May was hardly the first to make such a claim. Heinrich Galerian had suggested in 1547 that polyphony had begun no more than some 70 years earlier. 52. An author's assessment of the age of polyphony was linked in part to the degree of his interest in reforming modern music. Such dating allowed May and Galilei to condemn many aspects of contemporary practice as recent corruptions. Yet the matter cannot be reduced to a dispute between ancients and moderns, since not all scholars were willing to treat contemporary composers as a single group. For example, some, though not all, of the composers usually identified in their harmonic style as chromaticists saw themselves as applying principles of ancient harmonic genera in their compositions. Both Zarlino and Galilei criticized such efforts, though Zarlino still found more to praise among modern composers. 53. Zarlino disputed the recent origin of polyphony in the Supplementi, claiming that in the form of organum at least, it could be dated as early as the 9th century. 54 His argument illustrates how much more comfortably scholars employed texts than musical notation in building historical arguments. Zarlino began by discussing textual evidence of various kinds. First came a reference to organum in Bede, which he compared to references in Platina's Lives of the Popes in order to date the reference to AD 865. He moved on to Guido of Arezzo's 11th century music treatise Micrologus with its description of organum, and a decretal of John XXII limiting the use of polyphonic music. Only then did he note that he possessed a parchment manuscript of 2 and 3 voice songs dated 1397 by someone not the original owner, and another manuscript supposedly still older. The rarity of such manuscripts, he noted, does not diminish their testimony. The brevity of Zarlino's description and his reference to the paucity of medieval music manuscripts suggest that scholars knew relatively little about their existence, let alone how to interpret them for historical studies of musical style. 55. The possible existence of ancient polyphony also met with dispute. Zarlino argued consistently and in some detail that ancient music was not polyphonic, based both on textual references to music performance and on the logic of ancient pitch systems. May and Galilei agreed, but not consistently. Most of their writings took the position that ancient music was monodic song. Yet May's 196 criticism of instrumental music offered a different story. Here he dated instrumental music's corrupting influence to an era as early as the age of Plato. 56. A sort of polyphony had begun when instrumentalists ceased to follow the vocal line and began to add variations, a practice Plato condemned. Eventually this corrupted music overwhelmed virtuous music. Both Galilei and Bardi used this narrative in their own critiques of modern instrumental music. 57 In so doing they followed in the rhetorical footsteps of ancient writers from Plato to Quintilian, who suggested that the music of their own age had grown corrupt and called for a revival of the more virtuous practices of earlier antiquity. Whatever their opinions on such questions about post-classical European music, it was the music of antiquity that held the broader and more general interest. A century of scholarship on ancient writings about music had improved greatly the abilities of musical scholars to work with the textual tradition, and had advanced their understanding of ancient pitch systems. Yet they had only begun to deal directly with the records of ancient compositions. Great as the problems were in interpreting the notation of the recent past, they knew the difficulties were far greater for that of the Greeks and Romans. When they finally found examples of ancient compositions, it was clear they could never recover an ancient performance or copy one at way that Michelangelo could copy or recreate ancient sculpture. Ancient notation had committed to written record only basic pitches, leaving the rhythm of the music dependent on the meters of the accompanying poetry. This notation was clearly insufficient to describe or reproduce a performance. Scholars by 1600 agreed that modern notation owed its origins to the 11th century monk Guido of Arezzo, and that it was, despite its imperfections, far superior to that of antiquity. Thus, if they wished to recover what was knowable about ancient music, they had to employ a wide range of scholarly tools. Further, it was clear that in composing and performing new music they might emulate aspects of ancient music as they understood it, but could not copy or revive it. The resulting integration of some features of ancient performance with an essentially modern practice was hardly unique to music, of course. It was common in the visual arts, notably in religious art and architecture. So too, authors of prose and poetry understood that vernacular works and translations could only adapt, not reproduce, ancient models because of the differences between ancient and modern languages. Yet in all these other fields the actual artifacts of antiquity, the objects of study, were more directly accessible than was ancient music. In both scholarly research and practical application, music required more indirect scholarship in arriving at any sort of historical understanding. Historical investigation and modern application remained closely connected in these efforts. The first and easiest means to historical understanding, musical or otherwise, came, of course, via the analysis of written sources. Yet texts were not the only evidence for ancient musical practice. Zarlino, May, and Galilei all extended their research to include the range of ancient evidence commonly classified as antiquarian: statues, inscriptions, reliefs, painting, and other. 197. Non-documentary relics. Zarlino responded to a query from the scholar Giovan Vincenzo Pinelli on the nature of the plectra used with various ancient stringed instruments, based not only on textual evidence but on surviving sculptures and reliefs. 58 Galilei published drawings of hypothetical reconstructions of ancient stringed instruments in the Dialogo, reconstructions that may have prompted Pinelli's questions. 59. Just as historical research and modern application were closely connected, so too did the antiquarian study of artifacts profit from modern experimentation. Galilei's work in particular showed that many questions about ancient music theory could be resolved with the careful study of sounding bodies in controlled ways, and by attempting to apply theoretical principles to actual musical instruments. So too by continuing their investigations of ancient musical instruments scholars could augment considerably their knowledge about ancient music performance. Since no ancient instruments had survived intact and the known fragments were few and inconclusive, scholars were driven to the further study of statues, reliefs, vase paintings, and so on, correlating those visual findings with literary descriptions, and attempting thereby to identify the range of instruments used at various times and places. This research did occasionally result in the building of musical instruments, as in Giovanni Battista Doni's Lyra Barberina, a stringed instrument designed as a hybrid between ancient and modern models in order to perform new music based on similarly hybrid pitch systems. Doni pursued the study of ancient musical practice with the experience acquired from his long interest in antiquarian studies, in works composed from the 1630s until his death in 1647. His extensive travels and correspondence ensured this scholarship a wide audience both in Italy and across Europe. Doni's research and writings on the history of ancient musical instruments were the first full-scale studies on the subject, and made use of the ever-growing collections of the Church as well as the information collected from his correspondence with other antiquarians. 60 He also wrote extensively on the styles of ancient theatre music and ancient pitch systems, and saw his work as continuing along the path set by May. Doni noted that his research methods were of necessity mixed in nature, since the best records produced during antiquity, written and otherwise, had not survived. Scholars must do their best to extract information from the imperfect sources that remain. 61 The results rest not upon truth but only probability or verisimilitude, which he acknowledged to be imperfect but not without value if based on sound principles. Doni's methods relied on the scholar's ability to make judgments about ancient habits. Such assessments required in turn a combination of historical evidence and comparisons of the little understood ancient practice with similar, better known modern ones. For example, in building his case for the attention span of an ancient audience, essential to his larger arguments about the use of music in ancient drama, he combines such evidence as the number of lines in ancient plays, the probable length of the 198th chorus's performance, and the pace of speech, with similar features of modern drama. He concluded that in this respect at least, ancient and modern audiences were similar. This conclusion allowed him both to make further inferences about likely performance practice in ancient drama, and to make recommendations for the improvement of modern theatrical performance. Doni's research on musical instruments shared with the work of the previous generation the dual goals of antiquarian research and modern application, though he was not a practicing musician. He joined a long line of composers and scholars in wishing to restore to modern practice the broad range of tuning and scale systems used in antiquity, so as to increase music's ability to express texts. This was the purpose for designing the lyra barbarina and other hybrid instruments. Given his knowledge of ancient instrument designs, he was under no illusion that his lyra was a copy of one used in antiquity, and while he thought ancient norms might help improve modern music, he knew that modern music differed significantly from that of antiquity. He told several recipients of one of his works, De Prestantia Musici Vetris, 1647, that he wished to incite the moderns to improve this faculty with the example of the ancients as well as to bring some light to things formerly left in darkness. 62. In this regard too Doni's positions developed out of those of the late 16th century. Galilei's discussions of music and cultural change had compared musical styles to spoken languages, which were known to have changed over time during antiquity and afterwards. Many of his recommendations for musical reform had involved imitating the methods of good ancient composers, in a modern setting. Thus when Galilei urged composers to be more like the ancients in fitting music to words, he recommended not that they turn to ancient treatises or to fragments of ancient compositions, rather they should study modern speech, just as the ancient musicians and orators had studied their own spoken languages. They should attend modern theatrical productions and pay attention to the manners of speech and the other ways the actors represent different types of characters. In this way the composer could learn how to set any type of text. 63 For these scholars, historical research and modern application were inextricably connected. Imperfect historical knowledge could be tested for its verisimilitude with modern trials and comparison, so too the standards for evaluating modern productions would be improved by the study of antiquity. The study of music as understood by Doni and his generation in the 17th century differed greatly from that of the age of Gaffurio in the late 15th century. The center of the field had shifted from proportion and pitch to musical compositions, and the relationships to other disciplines had changed accordingly. Mathematics remained important in studying the science of sound and in the descriptions of pitch and tuning systems, but not in aesthetics. Astronomy and cosmology no longer received more than cursory mention. Mathematical explanations were also restricted to analyses of sound production. The 199 Study of sound perception now joined other attempts to explain perception, emotion, and reason as part of medical scholarship. Within the studies that continued to be known as the discipline of music, the most important single transition was the introduction of analytic tools from the humanist tradition. This change made possible for the first time the historical study of musical scholarship and performance. The interest in historical aspects of music also contributed to the expansion of humanistic historical research into broader aspects of culture, notably into the eclectic studies of cultural topics and non-textual sources known as antiquarian. Historical research maintained a close relationship with modern practice and criticism. Yet these changes in the field were not without irony. Music in the 17th century might claim links to a greater number of subjects than ever before, but it had ceased to do so as the key discipline explaining the universal truths that underlay all others. In fact, the study of the art of music came to be spread among any number of fields, from psychology to poetics, but was the major part of none of them. Rather than lending its analytic methods to other fields, it began to borrow them instead. Its reliance on textual analysis limited the ways scholars and critics could discuss instrumental music. Its close connections to literary scholarship also left music vulnerable, by extension, to the distrust of language-based scholarship that became such a notable feature of 17th-century thought. The origin of music history cannot be separated from the end of the quadrivium. It marked for the discipline of music serious losses as well as considerable gains. 203. Natural Law and History. Pufendorf's Philosophical Historiography. Michael Seidler. Judged by the numerous editions of his main jurisprudential works, Samuel Pufendorf was among the most influential philosophers of the first half of the 18th century. Through him, modern natural law became not only a philosophical science but also a discipline with a history. Although he regarded Grotius as the originator of modern natural law and viewed himself, and Hobbes, as working in that tradition, Pufendorf was himself the founder of its historiography, becoming a model for scores of imitators in the following decades. No mere historian, however, he approached the history of moral philosophy as an internal participant rather than an outside observer, providing an example of how intellectual traditions or disciplines are defined by those who reflectively participate in them, and revealing tensions between philosophy and its history that persisted into Kant, Hegel, and beyond. Pufendorf also wrote several kinds of political and national history for which he was equally famous. Yet with one exception, these works saw few subsequent editions and translations. Some were rediscovered by 18th and 19th century German historians, who greeted them with critical admiration, but on the whole they have received little notice, especially in comparison to Pufendorf's other works. Thus, they have been seldom read or studied, either for their own sake or in relation to his philosophical writings. Indeed, they have even been regarded as an independent, second phase of Pufendorf's intellectual development, dictated only by the contingent exigencies of his political career. 1. Yet this is incorrect. For Pufendorf was as much a philosophical historiographer as he was a historiographer of philosophy. His histories reflect and support particular philosophical and political views, and should thus be seen in relation to his natural law system. They exhibit the same tension between objectivity and subjectivity that characterizes Pufendorf's use of the history of philosophy, and the same effort to reconcile the apparently divergent demands of historical and philosophical truth and moral and political commitment. Setting aside the importance of Pufendorf's understanding of the history of philosophy for the early German Enlightenment, I want here to explore this other, philosophical historiographer's role, partly as an entry into the former question. Point 2. The two roles are linked through the idea of the historian as agent and as representing agency. Since human agency implies intentionality, purpose, and commitment, all limited and concretely situated, Pufendorf always wrote history. 204. From somewhere. That is, his accounts self-consciously reflected the outlooks of his narrative's protagonists, in the case of his national histories, the rulers who had commissioned them and whose respective political causes he adopted or represented, in the case of the history of philosophy, those whom he regarded as his intellectual predecessors. Yet Pufendorf also rejected mere partisanship and avowed a dedication to factual accuracy and truth. Together, these features challenge the frequent criticism of his historical works as lacking objectivity, and the former, especially, shows such criticism to assume precisely the kind of view from nowhere that Pufendorf rejected as incompatible with an understanding of actions from within. The agency perspective of Pufendorf's historiography also allows it to be integrated into his corpus as a whole, giving this an otherwise unnoticed unity, and it helps to explain the modernizing influence he had on the philosophical, political, and historical disciplines to which he contributed. The following section traces briefly the abiding interest in history that marks Pufendorf's whole life and career. Section 2 examines his main historical works, the types and tasks of history they reveal, and their assessment by posterity. Section 3 shows how the nature of the available evidence helped determine the internal perspective of Pufendorf's histories and resolves the tension between his joint dedication to truth and the cause, of his employers. Finally, Section 4 elaborates the agency theme and relates Pufendorf's historiography to his broader natural law theory. Since Pufendorf offered neither a formal theory of history nor a sustained discussion of the historian's art, his views must be reconstructed from scattered remarks throughout his corpus, including the correspondence and the dedications and prefaces to his works, especially though not solely the histories, and from his actual practices in the latter. Various materials that were until recently unpublished or generally unknown are also relevant, including the historically based opinions commissioned by Pufendorf's employers, 2 fictional letters to Reichenberg responding to French and Dutch reviews of his historical works, and Pufendorf's short treatise on how to educate young noblemen. Together, these sources yield a consistent account. 3. A survey of Pufendorf's life and career discovers ample evidence of an abiding interest in and cultivation of different kinds of history, from the earliest stages of his education to his final, posthumous works. Thus, Gleife reported in 1739 that already at the first Enschule in Grimma, which Pufendorf attended from 1645 to 1650, he kept a methodically organized notebook that excerpted many classical authors. Point 4 When it was taken by a classmate, Pufendorf reportedly reread all of the authors. This episode, if true, not only attests his love for antiquity but also explains his vast familiarity with ancient sources, as reflected. 205. In the more than 3,000 citations, from 148 ancient writers, in De Jure Naturae et Gentium, 1672. 5. We know little about the next stage of Pufendorf's formal education, his university studies at Leipzig between 1650 and 1656, beside the fact recounted by Pufendorf himself that they included much Aristotle. 6 Still, the image of Leipzig as a stifling, ultra-traditional, scholastic backwater rigidly controlled by theological conservatives, which was cultivated by Pufendorf's 19th-century biographers and repeated by subsequent expositors, does not do justice to the intellectual stimulation he received there. 7 Indeed, one of his earliest biographers, Peter Dahlmann, reported that during his first academic years at Leipzig he very regularly frequented the seminars collegia and heard many academic teachers, so that he might learn in time to avoid as a poisonous plague the preconceptas opinions to which one allows oneself to be led too easily if one has had and heard only one professor. 8. Dahlmann notes also that Pufendorf's favorite subjects at Leipzig were Jura Divini et Naturalia, and that he linked these with Studium Historicum, Politicum et Civil. About the study of history at Leipzig we know that Johannes Strauch, a close friend of Pufendorf's older brother, Esaias, delivered during 165,052 a set of formal philological and historical political lectures on universal history, and also made informal presentations on Aulus Gellius and Tacitus before the Collegium Gellianum, the academic society to which he and Esaias belonged. When Strauch departed for Jena in 1652, his chair went to Christian Friedrich Frankenstein, who complemented the required lectures on universal history with excursions into Tacitus, Suetonius, Eutropius, and more significantly in view of Pufendorf's subsequent advice to educators of youth, and his own practice aspects of modern history. 9 Some influence of Frankenstein is likely, whether or not Pufendorf formally studied under him, since he appears to be the only teacher from the Leipzig period with whom Pufendorf stayed in touch. The study of Tacitus and other ancients, philology, the emphasis on modern history, and the eclectic effort to avoid preconceived opinions were all elements that marked Pufendorf's later views and practices, both as historian and as philosopher. We are somewhat better informed about Pufendorf's unofficial studies at Leipzig, particularly his membership in the Collegium and Theologicum, the extracurricular academic society which he joined in 1655 and before which he gave some 50 lectures prior to his departure for Copenhagen in 1658. 40 of these presentations, which reveal a strong philological interest, dealt with history or cultural history. 10 The 30 on ancient history were externally organized according to the medieval four monarchies scheme of universal history, recently re-emphasized by Melanchthon and Sladen, and evinced a predilection for Herodotus. However, they also included a lecture, number 6, on the origin of political authority, Staatsgewalt, that adumbrates themes in Pufendorf's later 206 jurisprudential works, and one, number 3, that anticipates his explicit rejection of so-called translation theory in De Statu Imperii Germanici, 1667. Pufendorf's interest in history was apparently unique, since other members of the Collegium tended more exclusively toward theological topics. Moreover, his presentations clearly evince the links between history and natural law mentioned by Dahlmann and characterizing much of his later work. For both circumstantial and methodological reasons, Pufendorf's first natural law treatise, the Elementorum Jurisprudentiae Universalis Libri Duo, 1660, exhibits more systematic rigor than historical awareness, though Grotius and Hobbes are mentioned in the preface and their positions engaged in the argument. 11 A continued reliance on history is evident during Pufendorf's Heidelberg period. However, in the various academic essays that constituted the transition from the youthful Elementa to the mature De Jure Naturae. 12 History was also crucial to the composition of Pufendorf's infamous, though long anonymous, De Statu Imperii Germanici, which arose out of the concrete circumstances of the so-called Wildfang Strait involving the Palatine Elector, Karl Ludwig, and indirectly the Emperor in Vienna, and which based its criticisms of current conceptions of the empire on a historical analysis of the relations between the emperor, pope, and the German estates. Many of Pufendorf's other political opinions and policy justifications at various stages of his career also contained historical accounts, as did the well-known Les Anecdotes de Suède, mid-1680s, whose acute analysis of Sweden's ongoing transformation from a limited into an absolute monarchy is important for interpreting Pufendorf's views on sovereignty. 13 So did his works on religion, including the pseudonymous, as Basilius Hyperta, Attack on the Papacy, Historisque und Politische Beschreibung der Geistlichen Monarchie des Staatsraum 1679, the De Habitu Religionis Christiani ad Vitam Civilum, 1687, and the posthumous Jus Fecial Divinum, 1695, which undergirded his views on toleration and church-state relations with a particular account of church history. Indeed, practically everything Pufendorf wrote, at every stage of his career, used history in some way. Pufendorf also lectured on history at both Heidelberg and Lund, usually beginning with Roman history, including Tacitus, and moving on, like Frankenstein at Leipzig, to the modern period, where he examined the conditions and institutions of contemporary states. The Lund lectures were the direct source of his perhaps most famous historical work, the Einleitung zu der Historie der Vornehmsten Reiche und Staaten so Itziger Zeit in Europa sich befinden, 1682-1686, which was frequently reissued and continued, by others, throughout the first half of the 18th century. The overt pedagogical intent characterizing this junction of past and present explains why Charles XI's Chancellor, Magnus de la Gardie, planned during the early 1660s to invite Pufendorf to teach rhetoric, verba, and history, realia, at a new Collegium Illustri in Stockholm, where noble youth would be instructed in practical subjects useful for governmental administration and diplomacy. 14 Finally, Pufendorf's abiding interest in historical studies is convincingly established by the con. 207 tenths of his library, which included over 400 historical works in many languages, about 20% of the total. Ancient history is expectably well represented here, but works on modern history predominate, particularly those on the French Civil Wars, the Dutch struggle for independence, and the two 17th-century English revolutions, all of which helped shape his views on contract, sovereignty, and resistance. 15. 2. Even in his own time, Pufendorf was regarded as a polyhistor in the broad sense that his historical writings fall into several categories. 16 Thus, De Statu Imperii, the essay on the papacy, and even the posthumous Jewsfeacial may be called theoretical histories because they explicitly use historical details in the service of particular interpretations of, respectively, the Holy Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, and Protestantism. In each case, the immediate context is polemical and the underlying politics affects the historical account. 17. The Einleitung belongs in the category of derivative history because, as Pufendorf explained, he derived the history of each kingdom from its own historians rather than from independent researches. 18 No history can be totally derivative, of course, if only because it involves the constructive act of using some but not other materials. Moreover, Pufendorf concluded each national history with a concise raison d'etat analysis identifying the peculiar character, strengths, and current situation of each state. These accounts not only evoked varying, sometimes hostile reactions from their subjects, but they also indicate the multidimensional or, in this sense, narrowly polyhistorical nature of the work. However, Pufendorf's raison d'etat approach, which is introduced in the preface as a generic analytical tool, replacing the traditional four monarchies scheme which he, like Bodin and Conring, abandoned, also suggests a new kind of secular universal history, particularly in the wider context of his natural law legitimation of the state. 19. A third category consists of Pufendorf's original histories, the monumental works he composed as official state historian of Sweden and Brandenburg. Appointed to the former role in 1677, he wrote first his commentary Aurum de rebus Suecis Libri XXVI of Expedition Gustavi Adolphi in Germanium ad abdicationem usque Christiani, 1686, and then its shorter sequel, the De rebus a Carolo Gustavo Suecii Reg Gestis Commentary Aurum Libri 8, which, though completed by the time he was loaned to Berlin in 1688, remained hostage in Stockholm until he returned to free it in 1694, after which it appeared posthumously in 1696.20 in Berlin. Pufendorf produced, again with remarkable speed, another grand account of European events since mid-century, seen this time through the prism of the great elector, the De rebus Gestis Wilhelmi Magna Electoris Brandenburgisi Commentary Aurum Libri Novendecim, 1695. He also began a history of the great elector's son, the De rebus Gestis Friderisi Tertii, Electoris Brandenburgisi. 208. Commentary Aurum Libri Trace. This latter work, though unfinished, and unpublished until 1784, is significant because of its detailed account of the English Revolution of 1688, portions of which had already appeared in the previous work. 21. Finally, in Pufendorf's natural law works we find not only an astounding variety of historical references used to elaborate and illustrate the arguments, but also a hypothetical history of humankind that undergirds his contractarianism. This might seem like a return to theoretical history in a broader sense were it not also the case that Pufendorf sometimes discussed the originary natural state as a historical reality. In such instances, he often employed the Bible as a more reliable historical record than other ancient sources, which supposedly borrowed from it. The many Bibles in his possession indicate more than piety. 22. Now all these distinctions are ultimately external, since history is always theoretical in the sense of reflecting perspectives shaped by practical intentions. This is so not only for narrowly theoretical history with its more or less overt political purposes, but also, as noted before, for the derivative histories of the Einleitung which exemplify Pufendorf's universalistic understanding of political history in terms of real and imaginary and permanent and temporary states' interests. It holds even for his official state histories, whose analytic, quasi-mechanical review of affairs of state proceeds beneath the umbrella of more basic political principles, and certainly for the hypothetical history that undergirds Pufendorf's entire natural law system. What ultimately ties these apparently disparate forms of history together is that they are all ways of understanding and facilitating political and moral agency. They bestow an identity on individual and collective agents by orienting them within a context of meaningful past actions, particularly as these are seen to bear upon the present. Accordingly, as the conception of human agency changes in response to altered circumstances as it did in the early modern era, so do the forms and content of history. 23. This helps to explain Pufendorf's preference for modern history and his conviction about the importance of historical studies in the formation of the ruling elites who were the primary social agents of his time. According to the preface of the Einleitung, history is the most pleasant and useful study for persons of quality, and more particularly for those who design for employment in the state. He who has no relish for history is very unlikely to make any advantage of learning or books. 24. The ancient historians, Pufendorf grants, are both useful and pleasant, but one ought only to begin with them and turn, thereafter, to the history of later times, a topic much neglected in the education of youth. For to understand the modern history as well of our native country, as also of its neighboring nations, bestows a considerable advantage, as those employed in states affairs well know. Such views recommended Pufendorf to the Swedish nobility studying at Heidelberg, and particularly to Erik Lindemann, Lindskold, the tutor of Charles X's illegitimate son, Gustav Karlsson, and later of Charles XII. Lindemann was persuaded by 209. Pufendorf to shift his views on education away from scholastic pedantry toward more practical subjects, and to revise completely his young charge's course of studies. 25. He was also attracted by Pufendorf's integration of divine voluntarism and social contract theory, which offered early modern nation-states new forms of moral and political legitimation. 26. Thus, when de Lagarde planned the new university at Lund, he first offered a professorship to Lindemann, and when the latter declined he turned to Pufendorf. Pufendorf considered a knowledge of recent history useful for several reasons. First, it provides a context for present action. Knowledge of a state's past deeds and intentions, and of the genesis of its institutions and policies, is essential for understanding its current condition and relation to other states. Thus, in De Statu Imperii, Pufendorf compared the efforts of anyone trying to explain the irregular structure of the empire without a knowledge of German history and of the science of politics to ein Essel beim Seitenspiel. 27. There, as in the essay on the papacy, history offered a strategic revelation, much like the pickpocket history Butel-Schneider History. Pufendorf mentioned wittily to Tomasus on November 26, 1692, responding to the latter's plan to write ecclesiastical history. For just as pickpocket history teaches one to protect one's purse at book fairs, auf der Mabe, while traveling, and in taverns, both ecclesiastical and civil history contain many intrigues which it is useful to bring to light. In sum, everything is good and useful that can undeceive people and make them see. 28. Secondly, it is not only others' past that is instructive, one's own history can also provide models of successful action and opportunities for recognizing and avoiding mistakes. Thus Pufendorf wrote to Pregitzer in Berlin, on October 3, 1691, responding to the anticipated revelations in his Fried. Will, it is important for one's fatherland to know its former errors, lest it stumble later against the same stone. 29. Of course, educating a state or even its leaders takes place in the public domain, and the knowledge gained in this way is also available to their opponents. Thus, Pufendorf's Fried Will was criticized for revealing too many of Brandenburg's errors and intrigues, and its publication, circulation, and translation accordingly restricted. Thirdly, history may provide a motive for proper action. This idea appears clearly in the prefaces and dedications, including, again, that to Fried Will, where Pufendorf wrote shortly before his death that history is the most splendid among all types of monuments for preserving the memory of great men. A published history withstands the ravages of time better than statues, paintings, and mausoleums, no matter how imposing, for it is not confined to one's own country but easily disseminated to anyone anywhere who is capable of understanding it. Also, it sets forth not only gestorum capita but also the indolum or habitum animi of a prince for the admiration and imitation of others. 30 Such statements go beyond flattery or professional self-congratulation, since Pufendorf spoke also of desert in these contexts, implying a historian's obligation to the subjects of his narrative. Rather they reveal his awareness of 210. The historian's power to affect others' actions by exposing them to the anticipated gaze of posterity. 31 Pufendorf's invitation to monarchs and others to attempt to deserve well of history was sometimes matched by the threat that even those whose rank has exempted them from human punishment can in no way escape the free censure of humankind, no matter how quiet the citizens must be while they are alive, or no matter how much a nation of flatterers has learned to cover up even the most shameful crimes. 32. This notion of history as sanctionone of the few available in the age of absolutism, apart from religion, clearly reveals the historian as a moral agent in his own right. Pufendorf's concrete historiographical methods, particularly in the long original histories, tend at first to obscure these aspects of his work. His significance for German historiography is usually attributed to his extensive use of official documents, which are quoted or paraphrased at length, often with little editorial comment, and with the political realism revealed thereby. Moreover, his formally analytic accounts deal mainly with external relations among states, that is, with wars, diplomatic negotiations, and alliances. 33 Particular events such as battles are mentioned but not of primary interest, nor are internal affairs of state such as court infighting, political economy, or despite his comment above at the exploits of prominent personalities as such. In general, therefore, his histories seem formulaic, even dull, as Pufendorf seems to have replaced the official schema of universal history with an equally staid and determined reportage. This is a superficial verdict, however, even though it was expressed by none other than Frederick the Great, who found Pufendorf's Fried Will tedious because it failed to distinguish the essential from the peripheral, and it was not universally shared. 34 Thus, J. P. Ludwig, who had lectured on Pufendorf's Einleitung earlier in the century, described Fried Will as truly pragmatic and compared its value to that of Holy Scripture itself. And Frederick's own minister, Count Herzberg, who first published Pufendorf's Fried Turd in 1784, praised Fried Will as unique in its manner, and far superior to all old and new historians in regard to truthfulness. 35. Later assessments have been similarly divided, generally commending Pufendorf's reliance on archival materials but faulting his style, the lack of a broad interpretive stance, and his selectivity or supposed partisanship. 36 Yet Pufendorf recognized most of these criticisms and preempted some of them. The most important for our purposes is the last, for it not only counteracts some of the others but also leads to his most explicit reflections on a historian's proper role. 3. Pufendorf was a self-conscious historian aware of the problem of evidence. Thus he advised Tomasius in 1688 that the latter should in his planned church history return to the sources themselves, i.e., the Acts of the Councils and the 211 writings of the Church Fathers, instead of relying only on secondary materials such as older, pre-Reformation church historians. 37 In the case of modern history, however, which dealt with the affairs of states whose, real or imagined, interests were often temporary, he thought that knowledge was better learned from experience and the conversation of men well versed in these matters, than from any books whatsoever. 38. This meant, in practice, recourse to original, archival documents at only one remove from direct experience and conversation. Yet there were difficulties even here, as Pufendorf told the Catholic Count Ernst von Hessen-Rheinfels in 1690, thanking him for the correction of a name, because the first-hand reports of those involved in campaigns usually contained only surnames. Indeed, though he wished that all campaigns included people as intelligent, curious, and diligent as the Count himself, who would observe and annotate everything exactly, this was seldom the case. Therefore, posterity had to be satisfied with a merely general account of such events. Pufendorf was, of course, primarily interested not in events as such but in their causes, particularly the relations and negotiations between states, for there he found the instructions and reports of ministers, on which it is finally safe to rely, insofar as there is any certainty in human affairs. 39. Unfortunately, he ran into similar problems here, in that ministers often wrote that they would deliver a full oral report upon their return but then left nothing in the archives, despite a matter's importance. Ironically, therefore, the nature of the archival material on which Pufendorf relied because of his search for certainty not only dictated and facilitated his historical writing, but it also complicated and restricted it. Leibniz was in this as in other respects a severe but useful critic of Pufendorf, mainly because his criticisms allowed the latter's position to emerge more clearly. Thus he complained about Frid. Will. That since Pufendorf did not have much personal experience of public affairs, he could only copy out, ex scriptorum esse, the reports of others. This dependence necessarily produced errors, according to Leibniz, since ministers' reports were often based on false rumors and eventually refuted. 40 Yet Pufendorf had far more political experience and savvy than Leibniz allowed, nor was he gullible or careless about his materials. Rather, given his material limitations, he also placed some responsibility upon the reader, commenting at one point that anyone who understands what history is could recognize from his treatment the reliability of that particular account. 41. Leibniz also criticized Pufendorf for attempting to write secret as opposed to public history, that is, history which revealed not only the deeds, gesta, of leaders but also their reasons for acting, gestorum causae. 42 He himself considered this too speculative. Pufendorf, in turn, readily admitted that such reasons are difficult to determine, not merely because of the laxity of legates and ambassadors but also because princes, who are not accountable to anyone, consider it superfluous to leave records of their reasoning concerning the administration of things. 43 Moreover, he consciously excluded speculation about 212 others' unknown intentions, thinking it reckless to probe or interpret others' secrets by conjecturing. 44 Still, he chose to write secret history because he regarded history as an account of actions and not merely of events. The inner, intentional dimension of actions exacerbated the problem of evidence and imposed on him an interpretive or reconstructive task, from the viewpoint of the historical agent. Many elements of his style and method can be explained from this. 45. Pufendorf's internal histories were necessarily one-sided the way all human actions are limited by experience, perspective, and practical interests. However, this did not necessarily make them parochial or biased. For one, his treatments sought to include the actions and decisions of the other side, adversi partes, insofar as these came within his protagonist's purview, and he tried sometimes albeit unsuccessfully to obtain information from other archives in support of this. 46 Also, though his histories differed from external, public, or universal history in the traditional sense, they tended toward increasingly wider perspectives. Thus he said of Frid. Will. That because of the breadth and extent of the great elector's connections, it offered a select knowledge of nearly half a century 47. Ironically, one could describe Pufendorf's approach in Leibnizian language as monadic, referring to a subject's increasingly perspicuous, and thus active, role within a larger whole. This certainly helps to explain the inclusion of certain phenomena that otherwise seem not to fit into the confines of a particular national history, such as the detailed account of the 1688 English Revolution in the history of Frederick III. The problem of historical evidence may be seen either as a cause or as an effect. That is, a lack of evidence may constrict the historian and lead to a one-sided account, or else the historian may out of partiality or interest constrict the evidence. We have just considered the former possibility. The problem also posed itself in the latter form because of the apparent tension between Pufendorf's self-conception as a historian dedicated, on the one hand, to his sovereign or nation, and on the other hand to the truth. In an anxious letter to Minister Paul von Fuchs written in Greifswald on his way to Berlin, Pufendorf requested an official guarantee of safe passage from the Great Elector. For he had received messages from Leipzig and Wittenberg warning that there might be efforts to abduct and harm him. The basis for these fears were not only certain political opinions which he had rendered while in the service of Sweden, but also the knowledge that he had many enemies, at both the imperial and the Saxon courts, because in my Swedish history I presented the conduct and actions of both sides without concealing anything, just as the records acta in the Royal Archive had handed them to me, and as a historian properly should. 48. The official safe conduct was speedily issued and Pufendorf arrived in Berlin without incident. But he was also concerned about how his Swedish history had played there, and pointed out in the same letter that he had shown the entire manuscript to Felicia, the elector's representative in Stockholm, who had raised no objections. Then he says in an 213. Almost matter-of-fact way. When a writer's pen expresses the sentiments of the Lord he serves, he cannot have these attributed to himself, since a piper plays the tune of the one who pays him. 49. While the previous statement presents the historian as dedicated to the truth, the latter seems to characterize him as a quill for hire. The two defenses seem incompatible. One explanation of the latter comment might be to read it not as a principled position but as an admission about the role of the learned in an age of patronage, when the work of scholars was widely used for purposes of political and confessional justification and aggrandizement. A similar statement occurs in a letter to Ceylern, where Pufendorf says that a historian cannot but express the perceptions of his prince or commonwealth, unless what is most foolish he wishes to accuse and to condemn himself. 50. The florid and to us sometimes abject dedications of literary works were not a mere formality in the 17th century but signified essential dependency relationships, as Pufendorf knew from his struggles at Lund after 1672, when his carefully cultivated ties with the Swedish aristocracy, including Lindemann and de la Gardie, protected him. He could also have pointed to the fate of the Historisches Reichskolleg planned by Franz Chr. Paul Linney and Hiob Rudolph, which never secured the requisite support, partly because of its attempt to cross political and confessional lines. 51. The notion of an independent republic of letters not beholden to secular powers is a modern anachronism that should not be used to judge 17th century scholars. Soon after Gust. Adolf was translated into German, in 1688, it was attacked by the son of a certain General Christoph Hauwald, who complained bitterly to the elector about the work's portrayal of his father, and demanded that all copies of the book be confiscated and Pufendorf himself arrested until he rewrote the offending passage. 52. The matter was gingerly handled at court by Privy Councillor Blumenthal, who eventually succeeded in getting both Hauwald and Pufendorf to accept a mutually unsatisfactory solution. The episode is important because it evoked from Pufendorf several letters which lay out explicitly his view of a historian's role. To Blumenthal he wrote that his Swedish history was not a privatum scriptum but a public document authorized and approved by the king, who had ordered his historian, as secretary, to record his predecessor's actions, judgments, and feelings. 53. The letter also avows that Pufendorf has been true to the archives and calls the whole learned world to witness that he has not let himself be influenced by his private feelings, but has practiced the greatest moderation. Pufendorf later reiterated these points to Howald himself, adding that as a private person he would not have dared on his own to present great potentates' counsels and actions so freely, and to judge them, but that such individuals may surely allow their own and their ancestors' feelings toward those with whom they have interacted to be freely spoken or written about. 54 Then he joined the image of a master builder to that of secretary. A historian is like a builder who expertly constructs a house with given materials according to the owner's specifications and desires. 214. All this sounds suspiciously like a secular version of the theodicist's invitation to take one's complaint to the top, and in an immediate sense it was. However, Pufendorf's defensive metaphors also work against this reading. To be sure, a historian is commissioned by his prince, whose views and intentions shape and color the resulting work, but just as a secretary's or builder's materials are given, so are the historians. As the letters themselves maintain, he cannot simply invent reality but must base his accounts on official records that reflect actual deeds and deliberations. Even sovereigns cannot invent history out of whole cloth but are bound by what they and others have done, which the historian is in turn bound to respect, since human affairs are not all the same, but history is to represent them as they in fact were. One cannot write about things differently than as one finds them, unless one wishes to pass in the world for a fabulist and flatterer. 55 These are roles that Pufendorf consistently rejected. The historian as secretary or builder is not simply a propagandist. The claims of truth always act as a limitation on and counterweight to other duties and commitments. Gust. Adolf's critics included one of its main subjects, the former queen, and formerly Lutheran, Christina, then living in Rome, who complained that the work contained many things that only Protestants could approve. To this Pufendorf thought it reasonable, non-absurdity, to reply that a history of the war waged by the Swedes in Germany, which could have been very pleasing to the Roman court, would have been ridiculous. 56. For princes and commonwealths, and thus their historians, measure their actions not only by the common law, ius, of men but also by their own special interests, particularly when religious differences are involved. In case of conflict, each party typically regards its own cause as no less just than that of the other. Accordingly, the history of two hostile princes can be written by two persons with the same appearance of truth pari specie, as long as each adjusts himself to the opinions, impressions, and interests of his own prince. Indeed, Pufendorf says, waxing autobiographical, the same skillful individual can write both histories, build the same information into both accounts, and even have one borrow directly from the other, so long as the general perspective is different. 57 This is because a historian's task differs from those of lawyer and judge. This important comparison introduces the other pole of Pufendorf's self-conception as a historian, namely his commitment to the truth, amorum veri. 58 A lawyer is essentially a special pleader, even a propagandist, for his client, whereas a judge renders verdicts from a supposedly a contextual or disinterested meta-perspective. A historian, however, though writing from a point of view, describes things as he finds them and leaves judgment to the reader. 59 In the former regard, Pufendorf claimed that although someone writing about wars can seldom use such moderation of language and feeling as to avoid offending many people, he himself had at least not been influenced by private feelings. 60 Indeed, though he allowed that private individuals should share their sovereigns. 215. Feelings, including hatreds, toward other princes, he admitted to softening even these sometimes. 61 This admission need not challenge his veracity as a historian, since it may be seen, at least in part, as a writer's judicious effort to control his readers' possible reaction and, thus, to facilitate their apprehension of the truth. As noted above, Pufendorf rejected the roles of fabulist and flatterer. In fact, he claimed outright that he was a nonpartisan historian, even to the point of exposing his own side's weaknesses and embarrassments. 62. The preface to Gust. Adolf states that above all, one demands of a historian that he say nothing false and not fail to say anything that is true. 63. That is, he must say what he finds, and he must say what he finds. This latter duty to reveal recalls the notion of history as sanction, and of the historian as independent moral agent, in section 2 above. The preface also asserts, referring to those in Brandenburg who would be displeased by Gust Adolf's publication of certain things which they would rather keep silent, that princes are born under the law, lex, that both their distinguished, egregia, and their evil, priva, deeds will come to be known by many, and that history rightfully, suo jure, transmits such deeds to the memory of posterity just as it has found them. Indeed, Pufendorf says, such even-handedness and dependability, revealing the good along with the bad on the basis of authentic archives, is the main duty of a historian. A similar statement occurs in the dedication to Frid. Will, almost 10 years later, where Pufendorf proclaimed that it was of little importance to him whether the work met with external success, extrinsicus cultus, but that it sufficed to have clearly exposed to posterity the uncorrupted truth drawn from authentic sources. 64. Pufendorf's independence as a historian is attested by the fact that he was criticized by both sides, and for the same reason. Thus, he confided to Fries that W. Hen 1 observes how they have treated the still unpublished history of Carl Gustav in Sweden. One can well lose one's appetite to write histories for these people. Indeed, the Swedes were already so upset, so ihnen has gegen mich gefasset, about earlier characterizations of them in the Einleitung, 1686, which they did not regard as favorable enough, that Pufendorf debated anxiously about whether to return to Stockholm after his tasks in Berlin had been completed. 65. Yet he was equally apprehensive about the anticipated reaction to Frid. Will. In Berlin, acknowledging that it is dangerous to write true things about the powerful, even though he knew that he would also have his defenders and was emboldened by old age. 66. As it turned out, his defenders lost power soon after his death, and the posthumously published Frid. Will. met with strong criticism in Berlin and other courts for revealing state secrets. Copies were bought up, a planned French translation was halted, and an incomplete, sanitized German translation appeared only in 1710. Pufendorf's unfinished history of Frederick III did not appear until 1784. Historically, both works were made ineffective. 67. 216. 4. At the start of De Jure Naturae, I.1.1, Pufendorf contrasts the progress made in the study of the physical world with the lack of attention to moral entities. This notion was borrowed from his Jena teacher, Erhard Weigel, and referred to the moral categories and distinctions imposed on otherwise neutral natural entities by God and, analogously, humans, in accordance with the natural law. As developed by Pufendorf, the theory of moral entities offered a voluntaristic account of value in an increasingly disenchanted world, as it were, and a realistic description of the origin of many legal and social distinctions in an age of absolutism, when individual and collective identities were being mutually redefined. It established a non-metaphysical, non-teleological moral framework compatible with the emerging natural sciences and allowed for flexible, plural human choice based on particular agents' concrete circumstances. Moreover, many of its categories applied to individual and collective agents alike, including the new, secular nation-states, and provided the terms in which individuals and the wholes they comprised would lodge claims against one another for the next 2 centuries. Historiography also played an important role in this process, not only as a concrete means for shaping identity in a context bereft of traditional universals, but also as a form of agency modeled on and subject to the natural law's broader demands. Pufendorf's historiographical principles may be compared with those of Francis Bacon, whom he respected for his defense of innovation against the claims of tradition. Bacon preferred particular over universal history because it rested more solidly on the details of experience, and in the category of just or perfect as opposed to imperfect history, he especially preferred biographies or lives, for their advantage and use, and particular relations of actions recorded by individuals directly involved in them, for their truth and sincerity. 68 Pufendorf's own, modern histories based on archival research clearly reflect these preferences. Like Bacon, he valued direct experiential reports, including memoirs and travelogues, which were well represented in his library and widely used in De Jure Naturae, mainly as anthropological comparisons. 69 The travelogue is not merely an indicator of Pufendorf's empiricism, however, but also an analogue of his agent-centered conception of historiography as a kind of appropriation of the other, or of the self as other. Through his history, the historian creates or affirms identity or selfhood, his own or of those for whom he writes, be depicting agency defining itself through time. This involves a process of active representation on his part, doubly so in the latter case where he not only makes the non-present present but also does so for someone with whom he may or may not, in another sense, wish to be identified. The former kind of representation reveals historiography as an essentially reconstructive act. Not all things can be seen or represented, nor from all perspectives. Rather, historiography always involves principled choices. The latter raises philosophical questions about the nature and extent of the 217 representatives or historian's responsibility. In both cases, historiography itself is essentially a social, political, and moral act. Empirical, agent-centered history is inevitably multifaceted in that there are plural, more or less coincident histories of multiple agents engaged in more or less common causes. Such diversity may suggest the loss of an intellectually or morally normative center, leaving only a neutral methodology to join the various accounts together. Indeed, Pufendorf's use of raison d'etat analysis seems at first to confirm this conclusion. However, just as self-preservation and need are subsidiary to the overarching sociality law of Pufendorf's natural law theory, so is his state's interest analysis to its legitimation of the state's role in human affairs. The plural, more or less incompatible interests, histories, and identities which a skillful historian may in turn articulate and foster are ultimately assessed in terms of broad normative principles that ensure, above all, the possibility of continued agency. That is, the sociality law fosters continued social relationships among humans. Indeed, these principles guide the historian just as they do, or should, the particular subjects of his narratives. The former fulfills his responsibility by recounting the truth as he sees it. Agent-centered historiography is not incompatible with truthfulness, whose claims Pufendorf repeatedly asserted, but only with the dissimulation, intrigue, and flattery he consistently rejected. There is a parallelism between Pufendorf's commitment to a balance of powers among European states, and his opposition to universal monarchy, whether papal, Austrian, or French, his acceptance of multiple histories from different agents' perspectives, and his openness to philosophical criticism and innovation. While it would go too far to claim that he was committed to pluralism as such, he clearly acknowledged diversity in all these spheres and generally regarded it, along with change and innovation, as more of an advantage than a detriment. This marks him as a modern, perhaps even a liberal. There is, to be sure, a lasting tension between his attempts to establish natural law as a philosophical science with its own disciplinary history, and his openness to perspectival variation and novelty, but this merely solidifies the comparison, as anyone familiar with recent debates can attest. Now as then, resolving the tension seems to require the identification of non-exclusive universals not captured by authority-based traditions, and histories, and respectful of any constant preconditions of rational agency as such. This thought takes us back to Pufendorf's youthful efforts to avoid preconceived or sectarian opinions, and to his lifelong attempt to distinguish what is correct, das Richtige, from what is important, das Wichtige, that is, to his philosophical eclecticism. 70 His intellectual affinity to that tradition is another story, however. The burden of this paper has been to show that Pufendorf's historiography must be a part of it. 71. 223. 18th Century Anthropology and the History of Mankind. Anthony Pagden. Endecavant l'œil du temps comme limite extérieure des sciences humaines, l'histoire montre que tout ce qui est pensé sera encore par un pensée qui n'a pas encore vu le jour. Michel Foucault, Les mots et les choses. Une archéologie des sciences humaines. The history of the modern human sciences has been shaped, in ways which the history of the natural sciences have not, by what those disciplines have since become. As Lauren Graham, Wolf Lepenies, and Peter Weingart have observed, the humanities could almost be defined as those disciplines in which the reconstruction of a disciplinary past inextricably belongs to the core of the discipline. This is inescapably the case with disciplines such as economics and psychology and anthropology, which no one very much before the mid-19th century would have recognized as a discipline at all, or would have been taken to be some other kind of inquiry altogether. Each of these terms has a history in which each described something which either covers no part of the modern project or once referred to something now quite marginal to it. Psychology was closer to what we would describe as the philosophy of mind. Economics was the study of household management. The term anthropology, as Kant used it when he spoke of an anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, was what would today be described as critical psychology. In most histories of the modern disciplines which bear these names, however, these early activities are either treated as formative stages in what would, at some later stage, emerge as the true discipline, or as false starts and consequently as no part of the history at all. Both the teleological view and the more openly, and currently more acceptable, historicist view have had the effect of closing off the possibilities which these earlier, more inchoate but also less bounded, projects frequently offered. In this essay I wish to look at one of the possibilities modern anthropology has left behind, the possibility for projection, not because I believe that it can, or should, be recovered, but because it might tell us something which we do not fully understand about the, on the face of it, bewildering, but persistent, concern with what European cultures have for long, and in most places still do, looked upon as the primitive. 224. Since the formal division of the social sciences into their modern faculties takes place outside the historical period with which I am concerned, I shall frequently use the more comfortable term human sciences to describe those areas of inquiry whose subject is human social behavior. I want to examine two features of these sciences. The first, which I shall deal with last, is the close association, amounting to interdependence, of the human sciences upon a particular kind of history, what in the 18th century was frequently called the history of mankind or the history of civilization. The second is the distinction, appropriated from Dilthey by Radcliffe Brown in 1952 to characterize the modern discipline of social anthropology, between the idiographic and the nomothetic, between, that is, the brute data which is the human or social scientist's subject matter, and the theories she devises to make sense of them. 2. Modern anthropologists, modern sociologists, modern political scientists tend to assume that some direct experience of their subject matter is a necessary condition of understanding it. It is the field work which grants the theoretician privileged access to his data. What Vincent Crepenzano calls the constitution of the ethnographer's authority, derives almost entirely from his presence at the events described, his perceptual ability, his disinterested perspective, his objectivity, and his sincerity. 3. It is, to use Clifford Geertz's pun, the authority of the eyewitness which has the unique power of guaranteeing the literal truth of what he or she says, for it could also be argued that it is not only the ethnographer's identity which is constituted in this way, it is also the ethnographer's subject matter. Cockfights may indeed take place on Bali, and the Azanda may perhaps believe that twins are birds, but it is only because of what Geertz and Evans Pritchard have written that these items of someone's everyday experience have come to form part of a recognized canon of ethnographic information. Recent social science has collapsed the distinction between the idiographic and the nomothetic much as it has collapsed the distinction between the observer and the observed, between hypothesis and verification, between subject and object. Things, however, were not always so. Anthropology, properly understood, has been given many genealogies. but whether we trace it back to Montesquieu and Vico, Ferguson and Kames, Buffon or de Guerendo, Blumenbach, or only so far as Fustel de Coulanges and Durkheim, there has always existed an assumption that there must exist an initial separation between raw ethnographic data and some kind of theory of society. There were those who collected and those who thought about the significance of what others had collected. The terms ideographic and nomothetic, as Radcliffe Brown described them, are neo-Kantian, although they are not used in this way by either Dilthey Radcliffe Brown's immediate source, much less by Kant. The conception, however, is 225. Far older even than Kant himself. Here, for instance, in 1625 is Samuel Purchas, the compiler of one of the earliest collection of travelers' narratives, Purchas his Pilgrims, addressing his potential reader about the nature of his project. What a world of travelers have by their own eyes observed in this kind, is here delivered, not by one preferring methodically to deliver the history of nature according to rules of art, nor philosophically to discuss and dispute, but as in way of discourse, by each traveler relating what in that kind he has seen. And as David prepared materials for Solomon's temple, or, if this be too arrogant, as Alexander furnished Aristotle with huntsmen and observers of creatures, to acquaint him with their diversified kinds and natures. So here Purchas and his pilgrims minister individual and sensible materials, as it were with stones, birches, and mortars, to those universal speculators for their theoretical structures. 5. On the one side of Purchas's dichotomy stands the observer, the mere field worker, the ideograph, impartial because uniformed, on the other the Baconian natural historian, the universal speculator, the nomothete.